Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
And welcome back in. We got some national title numbers to talk about here on BetMGM-U. Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. Make sure you're taking us with you wherever you're going this weekend. Week 3 of the college football slate, always inside your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts, including the TuneIn and iHeartRadio apps. Just search for BetMGM-U. Also, maybe some parlays for you before we get on out of here. But let's talk national title picture first. Updated numbers at BetMGM-U. Choppy, Ohio State, the favorite at 5-1, the number 1 team in the country. Penn State, 6-1. Texas and Georgia, 7-1. We've got Oregon 9-1, LSU 10-1, Notre Dame 14, Bama, Clemson 15, and beyond that, you get to the Ole Misses, Michigans, and Floridas of the world. So let's start with the team that you think makes the most sense. If I gave you $100 right now, Choppy, which I know is pocket change for someone like you, but if I gave you $100 right now, Choppy, where would your national championship bet be going?
I'm just trying to. I don't see Tennessee on that list. It's just like you
can keep squinting. Keep squinting. You're not going to find them.
Guess what? Not going to have to after this weekend, baby. That's right.
Okay.
Listen, honestly, the value I think lays with Oregon.
Yeah,
I think Oregon's got some decent value. I mean, 10-1. It's a good team. It's a really well coached team. Dan Lanning he is a great quote. For one, but he's also a really, really good coach. And he has cultivated an us versus them mentality. And what happened with Mike Gundy last week, and that just kind of it ties it all together. He is going to use that for the rest of the year. Absolutely love what he said. I think if I was just off a strict value perspective, I think Oregon at 10-1 is as good as you're going to find.
Not taking the 80-1 on your Vols?
Look. It's the fact that they're 80-1 is just such garbage. I'm blaming these voters. There's like 3 voters. Don't think that I'm not the guy that goes to the Reddit page and sees who everybody voted for. All right, I'm not above that. We know you got that.
We know you go to that level of petty on a regular basis.
I do, and I go find out exactly where they're from. All right, and I see. Oh, I could profile that. Oh, Big Ten school. Oh, West Coast. You're still asleep. You don't even know what's going on. And then you see the random Texas fan, and that just bothers me because I got a lot of problems. I got a lot of problems going on right now.
I don't hate that look at Oregon, John, at 10-1, especially when you look at the schedule. I mean, it's the whiteout at Penn State in a few weeks, and then what are we talking about outside of that? They host Indiana, maybe, a trip to Iowa, USC late in the year. I mean, even if they lose in Happy Valley, we're talking about 11-1 regular season, probably maybe a Big Ten championship game berth, depending on what shakes out with Penn State and Ohio State the rest of the year. Even if that doesn't happen, we're still talking about a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really feel compelled to bet any of these teams in the 3 digits. I'll say that. I think I would only start to look at – the truth of the matter is that Ohio State had the lowest win expectancy of any team in week 1 when they beat Texas. They had the lowest win expectancy of any team in week 1. Penn State, you're gonna have to overcome the psychology there. Georgia, you've got quarterback questions. Texas, you got quarterback questions. It's really weird how Steve Sarkisian is handling the Arch thing. Do you believe in LSU? I mean, I think that's maybe where my head would start is LSU at 9-1. But I can't really argue with 10-1 on Oregon. I think Notre Dame at 15-1 is interesting to be right back in that spot over the course of the year. But I think the story is the top 4, nobody wants to touch them. Nobody wants to have anything to do with these teams because they feel very flawed.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at roster construction, like you said, every team's got a hole at quarterback, it feels like, other than Penn State and LSU maybe, right? Those are the 2 teams we look at and say, okay, well, they got a quarterback, if we're talking about the teams at the top of the board here. And then you look at both of those teams, and what's the biggest hurdle? It's the coach, right? It's like you said, the psychology of it. Can this guy break through? I still think when you include quarterback, Penn State probably has the most complete roster. I'm not being a homer. I swear that defense, Deni Dennis Sutton is a monster. Kyron Hudson looks like a number one wide receiver, kid that transferred from USC. We'll see if they're prepared for Oregon when Oregon comes to town after playing basically nobody in the non-conference schedule. If the number were better, I would definitely be in on Penn State. Again, not as a homer, just because of the completeness of the roster. And James Franklin can't lose every big game ever, can he? I don't know, 6-1, 7-1. That number is tempting. But then I go down the list. Oregon makes sense because they should be in the playoff. Notre Dame, man, it feels like Marcus Freeman is primed to take the next step, and that would be actually winning the national championship. But again, the quarterback hole on the roster. So this is why the national championship picture, guys, is so interesting, because there is no clear-cut team that you go, bang, I got to put my money on them right now, Choppy.
No, there's not. There's and look, even the teams that you might say that with, like, you mentioned Penn State. Penn State still they've got a great team. They got a good quarterback. They still got to prove it. They're like USA Soccer. Like, they really do well against the British Virgin Islands. But when they come and they play like a real squad, it's like, oh, what is this round ball? We've never seen this before. We don't know what this is. And that's like Penn State in a nutshell. And that's unfortunate because they've had better talent. Their talent level over the last 6 years has been much better than what they've had to show for it. So I don't hate the idea. It's just like I'm not ready to put my money where that mouth is at this point.
Anybody else farther down the board besides Choppy's Vols at 80-1? John, you could see yourself maybe making a bet on to try and get ahead of things. Like, I see Miami at 28-1. I go, okay, maybe if I believe that week one was not a mirage and that Carson Beck can do this all year, that's a bet I want to get ahead of before they start to stack some wins and look like a true national championship contender.
Yeah, I mean, I think Miami's actually not a bad call out, to be honest, because that offensive line looked absolutely freaking massive against Notre Dame, and I just feel like you look around and why can't they belong, And it's not in 28-1. It's not going to be 28-1 everywhere, but why can't what really is the difference between Georgia and Miami? I mean, I don't know that there is a great deal of difference, but honestly, I want nothing to do with Clemson. I want nothing to do with Michigan. If you had some belief in this quarterback for Ole Miss, or Lane Kiffin, I think 40-1 is actually not terrible, but I don't. I mean, they've never made the playoffs, so. But I just feel like Ole Miss is always one of those teams that's they're like on the cusp, right? But it just feels like one of those bets you make. It's 40-1. It ends up being 12-1, but you lose anyway. So who cares?
Yeah, throwing money down the drain or down in the sewer with Pennywise and Choppy.
I think it'll age. I think it'll age well, but it won't win. So it's just what's the point of that?
Well, the one hope there with Miami would be, okay, you get through Florida, assuming they get through USF, again, who we've talked about plenty already in this show. You get through Florida and Florida State, and look at the rest of that schedule. I know some people believe in Louisville, but, I mean, at SMU is the biggest test on the schedule, maybe. It's littered with W's late in the year if they play the rest of the season anything like they did in week one against Notre Dame. But that's a big question mark. I mean, we didn't even talk about Mario Cristobal and his ability to screw things up. So that's, like you said, it could fall apart at any second, not just the rest of the regular season, but once you get into the playoffs as well. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. You can use a Parlay Boost token right now inside the BetMGM app to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. So where do we go this week, gentlemen, for our BetMGM parlay boosts? Choppy, you're always good with cooking up wild parlays.
All right, boys and girls, let's go. Here we go. I got the LSU Florida under.
Okay.
All right, it's like 47.5, 46.5. Duke money line at Tulane.
Okay.
Cal plus 2.5 at home against Minnesota. Teams going west. That's a bad recipe. Bad recipe. It doesn't work out too well for you when you go west. So give me those 3.
All right. I fell one leg short last week on mine. Had the Iowa State under, had the Texas Tech Kent State over, and then Ole Miss screwed me by giving up a backdoor touchdown to Kentucky late. So maybe don't listen to me. John, what do you have?
All right, give me Georgia money line.
Okay.
Give me Georgia money line. Give me FIU money line in the Schnellenberger Bowl. All right.
Yeah.
And then give me – how many legs do I need? Just 3? Is that okay?
3. Give me 3.
And then give me the under in Florida in Miami and South Florida, 56.5.
Okay. I like that one.
A lot of Florida this week. A lot of Florida.
And Tennessee losing too, which is always fun.
I mean, this is the best weekend of my life.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you guys. I don't know what you're saying.
The feed cut out all of a sudden?
Yeah. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Can't hear you. Nothing there. I'm going to go with, because I mentioned it off the top, the Sooners laying 22.5 at Temple. Like I said, things will be more dangerous for the Sooners if they decide to walk outside the stadium than they will be inside the stadium. I am real live on Georgia Tech this weekend against Clemson.
Yeah, baby.
I am tempted by a money line bet, but it's plus 125. So just give me Georgia Tech to keep it within a field goal. I love watching Haynes King take the ball. He's Mike Allstott with an arm. I love it. So Georgia Tech plus 3 against Clemson. And then USC actually has a defense these days, thanks to D'Anton Lynn moving across town and building something there on that side of the ball over the last couple of years. They play Purdue. Purdue is an absolute dumpster fire. So USC Purdue under the 58.5. I will go with that one as well for my parlay. Choose to use any of those, but whatever you do, choose to use that parlay boost token inside your BetMGM app, and we'll reevaluate where we all sit next week when we look back on week 3 and get you ready for week 4. Don't forget to download us wherever you get your podcasts by searching BetMGM. For Zach Krull, our producer, for RJ Choppy, for John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. Going to go have an ice cold iron after we're done with BetMGM, which is now.
You've been listening to BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Your college football game day has come set, and the coffee is hot.
So I like that 10-1 national championship price, and I don't hate betting them to win the Big Ten.
Grab your foam fingers, put on your team colors, and fire up the grills.
Want to pass that or smash it?
This is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Ball here on the BetMGM Network. You could stream the show on Twitch. Check us out on X, on Twitter. You could give us a follow, BetMGM Network. Great content all weekend long, getting you set for week 2 of the NFL season tomorrow on a Sunday with Nick Costos, Sammy P, all the guys as well, Joe Ostrowski. So you're going to want to check that out. But for the next hour, we're going to talk all college football. And we're going to get right after it. We're going to try to hit every game in 60 minutes. I have way too many bets here on this Saturday. Unfortunately, we start off the weekend with a loser with Kansas State. And I was high on Kansas State coming into the season. I took a stab on them to win the Big 12 with Avery Johnson, now the full-time guy. And I know he was last year, but it was a weird offseason where they said goodbye to Will Howard. They made him the guy. They started hot, then their defense completely fell off a cliff the second half of the season. And I even took a stab on Avery Johnson, one of my 8 Heisman bets to win the Heisman. Turns out, though, unfortunately, he can't throw the football still, which is like a painter not being able to paint, a quarterback not being able to throw the football. No good. And Kansas State loses outright last night. Now, I got the best of the number, so I take the CLV ticket and I throw it in the trash. Kansas State opened as 2.5-point dogs against Arizona, a team that they beat up on last year. They close as 1.5-point favorites. They lose that game 23-17. Noah Fafita started hot. Kansas State rallies. They tie the game at 17, and they ultimately fall 23-17, like I said. The total goes under 55.5, and we start with a loss on the week, so hopefully we bounce back today. Other results from last night, New Mexico beats up on UCLA 35-10. New Mexico actually closed as 15.5-point dogs. UCLA is terrible. What the hell was Nico Imaliava thinking transferring out of UCLA? I get the whole situation with his dad. His brother also transfers to UCLA looking for more money. But that program is terrible, and now they're 0-3. Tennessee's 2-0, and they're going to be featured here in the biggest game of the day, taking on Georgia as 3.5-point dogs. But UCLA last night, minus 650 on the money line, and they lose outright. If you had a piece of New Mexico, they were plus 490. Total does go under 52.5. And then Colorado suffers another loss last night. They don't even come close to covering. They close as 4-point dogs. They lose 36-20. Houston looks pretty good. How about Houston 3-0? Granted, it's a down year for Colorado. They're still trying to figure out who the hell their starting quarterback is. They played 3 of them so far this season. But Connor Wegman, yes, he's still playing college football. He is at Houston right now. Last night, 15-24 passing, 222 yards. Connors had 22 carries for 89 yards. And Houston, like I said, 3-0. Colorado suffers another loss, and they don't even come close to covering. All right, let's get into today's games. If we have some time, we'll take a look at the updated Heisman odds and the college football bracket, but we got plenty of time before we worry about the college football playoff. Let's start with this one. And the numbers came down a little bit, but Northwestern is a team that I should probably stay away from for the rest of the season. I bet them week 1 before I even turned the game on. Preston Stone, their new starting quarterback, the SMU transfer, had already thrown 3 interceptions. I hyped up the defense because the defense was inside the top 50 last year, and they brought back a ton of starting production, and they got smoked week 1. They did cover week 2. Granted, it was against Western Illinois. I liked them today, or I should say I did like them. I bet them 28.5 at home against Oregon. It's down to 27.5. I got to be honest, now I would probably wait and see if you could get a better number live. Coming into the season, I said Oregon's offense is not going to skip a beat under Dante Moore, who sat behind Dylan Gabriel last season, had the opportunity to learn the Will Stein offense. And I think that's very underrated when guys actually get to sit and learn. Same with the NFL, right? Like J.J. McCarthy got to sit. He was injured, but he sat and learned the Kevin O'Connell offense and watch Sam Darnold. That's the same thing with Dante Moore, right? It didn't work out at UCLA. He was a 5-star freshman. He played right away, and then he transfers out, sits behind Dylan Gabriel, watches Oregon last year, learns the offense, and so far so good. Granted, they haven't really played anybody, but 6 touchdown passes, no interceptions. That offense could have hung 100 points last week if they really wanted on Oklahoma State. But now they have to travel to Ryan Field in Evanston, Illinois. And I hate to say it because I covered the team for a couple of years, but maybe the most boring atmosphere in all of college football. Nobody cares. And it's an early, sleepy start for the Ducks here, 11 a.m. kickoff, and they have Penn State on deck. Now, they do have a week off. They do have a bye week. That game's coming up in 2 weeks. Penn State is on the bye this week, though. So how much does Oregon really want to show? I think this is the get in, get out special. But like I said, I bet 28.5. I would probably wait, see if the scripted stuff goes well for Oregon, which most likely it does. They could be up 14-0 with 10 minutes to go in the first quarter, and you could get 35.5, or at least get back to the 28.5. I want the full 4 touchdowns with this Northwestern offense, who today is going to be without their starting running back. And like I said, last time I bet them, Preston Stone threw 3 picks before I even turned the game on. So I like Northwestern at 28.5, 27.5. Kind of pushing it right now with the number. I would at least want 28 and 4 full touchdowns with Chicago's Cats today. Another game I'm excited about, Clemson, Georgia Tech. I think it's the game of the, I was going to say the game of the day, man, but we got a lot of them. It's definitely the game of the early slate, I'll say. So Clemson on the look-ahead line was a 9-point favorite. They're sitting at 1-1 right now, and that has been hit all the way down to 3. So if you like the dog right now, you've kind of missed the best of the number because Georgia Tech at home catching 3, 2.5 now in some shops. The cheapest money line price, if you like the favorite on Clemson, minus 142. If you like the dog, the best money line price I'm seeing right now is plus 130. The total's sitting there 51.5 if you like the over. If you like the under, you could get a 52 minus 108 to the under. So I like Clemson in the game. I feel like this is a good buy low spot. I could be wrong, and Georgia Tech could beat them, and Clemson could just be frauds. But I like Clemson. I bet them to win the ACC, which I don't feel so good about right now. Miami looks good. Florida State looks good. But I rode Clemson plus 110. I'm going to go money line on Clemson. I'm not going to lay the 3. I'll take the minus 142. I think that they win this game. They lost week 1 to LSU, but I'm high on LSU this season. I bet them over 8.5 wins. And then last week, Clemson was trailing by, double digits to Troy at the half. Meanwhile, Georgia Tech has looked really good once again this season, but they're a little bit beat up. Like I said, Clemson was losing by 13 last week to Troy. They end up rallying in the second half and winning that game 27-16. They were without 3 starters. The issue for Clemson, the last couple of years when I've talked about this team, they've been missing studs at the wide receiver position. They haven't had a wide receiver that could create separation. They haven't had a T. Higgins or a Sammy Watkins. This year, I like their receivers. The problem is I don't really like their running backs. Phil Maffa's gone. Will Shipley's been gone now for a couple of years. And their offensive line has been a mess. They bring back pretty much everybody up front, but right now they're 103rd in the FBS and PFF's grade. Now, granted, it's only a 2-week sample size, but outside the top 100 getting pushed, and they're struggling to run the ball. They're also struggling right now to pick up blitzes and pass protection. I was really high on Cade Klubnik coming into the year. He was one of the favorites to win the Heisman. I believe he was 15-1. He struggled because he's been under pressure, man. And now you're going against this Georgia Tech front and their defensive tackle, Jordan Vandenberg, who's been awesome so far this season. But like I said, Clemson was out 3 starters last year. I feel like this is a good buy low spot. And I also wonder, how healthy is Georgia Tech's quarterback Haynes King? He didn't play last week. They didn't need him. They played Gardner Webb, and they won that game 59-12. But it's a lower body injury. They're calling it a nagging lower body injury. So if he's not going to be able to use his legs against this Clemson defense, like that's what he does. I like Clemson in this game to finally show some signs of life on the offensive side of the ball. Cade Klubnik needs to bounce back. They're going to have to protect him. They're going to have to get some sort of run game going. 4 yards per carry, 5 yards per carry. I get why people like Georgia Tech in this spot. Everybody we talked with on our show, BetMGM Tonight this week, likes Georgia Tech. I'm going to roll with Clemson. I picked them to win the ACC. I'm going to take them over Georgia Tech in this spot. Again, money line price minus 142. If you do like Clemson, they are 3-point favorites. If you like the dog, it's down to 3 right now. Let's move on. Wisconsin now catching 20.5 on the road against Alabama. I bet this at 21.5. Or, I mean, I'm sorry. If I were going to bet the dog, I would only want 21.5. I bet this morning at 20.5 on Alabama. I like Bama at home. Total in the game, 45.5. Again, if I liked Wisconsin in this game, or if I want to bet them, I'm going to wait and bet this game live. I want the full 3 touchdowns with Wisconsin here. Now, if you're making the case for Wisconsin to keep this game close, the one matchup that I do like for the Badgers, last year, the last 2 years really, they tried to switch things up on the offensive side of the ball and run an air raid offense. Now they're back to ground and pound. And right now, they're inside the top 75 running the football, 74th, averaging 4.3 yards per carry, more than 157 yards on the ground. That's where Bama has struggled, believe it or not, against the run. Right now, they're outside the top 100, 102nd defending the run, giving up 162 yards per game. But I think they get right at home. This is a tough spot here for Wisconsin. They play the toughest schedule in the country. Alabama, I know some people are down on them because they were upset by Florida State week 1. I just think Florida State's good this year. They lose that game, though, 31-17 as 13.5-point favorites in Tallahassee. Then last week they bounced back. Granted, they played Louisiana Monroe, but they win that game 73-0. And Ty Simpson looked pretty good. Finally looked comfortable running the offense. So I think Bama's offense shows up here today, and I worry, how does Wisconsin score enough points to cover this spread? So that's why I'm betting Bama. Wisconsin's quarterback room is beat up right now. Billy Edwards Jr. has a sprained knee, which he severed week 1. So we're waiting to see if he could go today. If he doesn't, it's going to be Danny O'Neal, who's been up and down. He got thrown into the fire against Miami, Ohio, and had a 38.4 passing grade. Last week against Middle Tennessee, a little bit better, 89.6, but that's Middle Tennessee. I like Bama to take care of business today and to beat the Badgers by at least 3 scores. So 20.5, give me Alabama. If we get back to 21.5, I feel like you can make the case for Wisconsin. If they could run the football, keep Bama's offense on the sidelines to at least cover. So that's what we got here in the noon slate. Rounding out some of these other games, seeing where we have some line movement. Buffalo, 23.5-point favorites today against Kent State. The total in that game is 48.5. Buffalo opened as 20.5-point favorites, so they take a little bit of money against Kent State, who's terrible. Buffalo would be my lean, but no play in that game for me. Central Michigan actually takes some money. They open as 29.5-point dogs on the road against Michigan. That's down to 27.5. If I had to bet the game, it would be Michigan coming off that loss to Oklahoma. We liked Oklahoma in that game last week. Tough spot for Bryce, making his first start on the road as a 18-year-old freshman. Now they go back home. I do think they bounce back today. Sharon Moore is suspended, but I don't think that really matters. Total in the game is 43.5. Troy, who in the first half, it looked like they were going to knock off Clemson last week. Nobody could believe it. Now they're catching 4.5. They go back home. They're taking on Memphis. Memphis opened as a 6.5-point favorite. Troy takes some money because of how they looked against Clemson. I would actually, if I had to bet this game, only bet Memphis. It would be Memphis or pass, even on the road. Total 51.5. That's a stay away for me. Virginia let me down last week. That was one of our losses. They do not cover against North Carolina State. They don't win the game. They go back home, and I think they take care of business. If I had to bet the game, I would lay the 27.5 or maybe look at a team total over for Virginia. They're taking on, who the hell are they even playing today? The Tribe. So I like them today. The total in the game, 51.5. Nebraska laying 44.5 today. No play for me there. The total in the game is 54.5. Another game that I bet, but I feel like you missed the best of the number. Temple opened as a 26.5-point dog at home. That number's down to 23.5. I feel like this is the perfect letdown spot for Oklahoma. Oklahoma last week, marquee win over Michigan at home. Now they have to travel on the road to Philadelphia to take on Temple, and they were laying 26.5. Best price you could get right now on Temple is 23.5. I still kind of like Temple in this game. Big fan of John Mateer. We bet him to win the Heisman at 25-1. That looks great right now. It's down to 10-1. I could see Temple being a little sneaky in this game, though, and at least keeping it within 3 scores. Their quarterback, Evan Simon, has looked all right through 2 starts. He has a 77% completion rate, 9 touchdowns, no picks, so I don't really worry about turnovers. Granted, that's against UMass and Howard. I think they're going to be able to maybe get the ground game going with Jay Ducker, so I like Temple to cover. Liked it a lot more at 26.5, but 23.5, I still think there's some meat left on that bone because not only does Oklahoma have the win last week over Michigan, but now on deck they have Auburn. And that's a big game because Jackson Arnold, the former quarterback at Oklahoma, is now the starting quarterback for Auburn. And you get that game at home next week. So I think it's like I said about Oregon today, the get in, get out special. You don't want to show too much. You obviously want to win the game handily, but you don't want to get anybody hurt. Give me Temple to cover today against Oklahoma. Coming up, we'll look at the afternoon slate. We'll look at the primetime slate. But again, to recap what we got in the early slate, Northwestern, 28.5 against Oregon, down to 27.5. Bama laying 21 against Wisconsin. Clemson, we're going to lay a cheap money line price, minus 140 against Georgia Tech. And when we come back, we'll look at the afternoon games, the primetime games, and some value on some Heisman bets as well. It's the tailgate kickoff here on the BetMGM Network with myself, Ryan Horvath.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the spread on the Penn State-Villanova game, which is pretty much a bye week for Penn State. I think it's literally you get the starters in there for maybe a quarter of action, maybe a whole half. We'll see. But I can't find a spread for that one. I can't find a spread, but I do like Penn State if anybody can find a number on that one. Looking at the daytime slate, we got Missouri laying 27.5 today against the Ragin' Cajuns. I have no play on that game. That opened 21.5. Missouri's taking some money. The total opened at 47.5. No movement there. No play there for me. Ball State takes on New Hampshire a little bit later on. They go from 1.5-point favorites on the open to a full field goal favorite over New Hampshire. The total in the game, 48.5. Nothing there for me. Let's go to Pittsburgh, West Virginia. I really like this Pitt team. One of the win totals that we gave out was Pitt over 6.5. They opened as 1.5-point favorites in this game, out to 7.5 right now. The total opened 57.5. Some under money has actually come in, 55.5 right now. So I bet Pitt on the open at 4.5. I feel like this number has gotten out of control, but I would only bet Pitt. This is also the final backyard brawl for a couple years, which absolutely sucks. You love these rivalries in college football. This is going to be the 108th time that they've met in the backyard brawl, which is one of my favorite rivalries in all of college football. They played from 1944 to 2011. Then Pitt left the Big East for the ACC. West Virginia went to the Big 12. They didn't play for 11 years. Now they have for 3 years, and it's going to be the final time that they do play until the 2029 season. So enjoy the rivalry today. I do still like Pitt, but the number, like I said, has gotten a bit out of control. I laid 4.5. Now you got to lay over a touchdown. I like Pitt. Granted, they've only played Duquesne and Central Michigan. The offenses look really good. They play at a high pace, a high tempo, so I do like team totals over usually for Pitt. Not really today. I do lean under with the line move here. The only thing I don't like about Pitt here early on, I like their quarterback, Eli Holstein. He's a sophomore now. I liked him as a freshman, dual threat quarterback. He needs to get better throwing the football. The pass game has been a little weak. He has a 66.6 passing grade, which is 80th in the country. He has 3 turnover-worthy plays to just 2 big-time throws right now. But I do think the offense is going to get going here. Desmond Reed, one of my favorite running backs in the ACC, might be the best back in the conference. It's going to be a tough game for him today going against this West Virginia run defense, though. We saw this matchup last year, and he only had 26 rushing yards, one of his worst games of the season, only 2.4 yards per carry. And West Virginia's run defense looks pretty good again this season. Right now, they're inside the top 10 in grade and yards before contact per attempt, only giving up 0.1. Their issue, though, they can't stop the pass. That's why this game is going to come down to Eli Holstein's arm. He's going to have to make the throws because that's where you could attack West Virginia, their secondary. Right now, they're 87th in coverage grade, which is only 67.9. They had the fifth worst coverage grade in the country last season. Doesn't look much better right now. Now, when West Virginia has the ball, we got to see who steps up in that running back room. They lose their best player, Jaheim White. He's going to miss the rest of the season. He had been the team's lead running back the last 2 seasons. 10 forced missed tackles against 24 carries already this year, so was looking really good. And now you're going against a Pitt defense that I like a little bit. They got Kyle Lewis back, right now 9th in the country in run defense grade. So I don't know that they're going to be able to get the run game going without White, who's out for the rest of the year. The number, like I said, out of control at 7.5, but I still do lean Pitt. My favorite bet of the day is Miami. Miami opened as 17-point favorites. Right now, they're 17.5-point favorites against South Florida. I do feel a little bad betting against South Florida. They've taken care of business for me twice this year. I bet them against Boise State. They knocked them off week 1. And then last week, I was a coward and only took the points against the Gators, but they win that game outright in the swamp. I just feel like this is the perfect letdown spot. This is the perfect sell point, I guess, for South Florida. And I really like this Miami team. I just don't know how South Florida is going to be able to move the football. If Notre Dame, week 1, couldn't run the ball against this Miami front, I don't think South Florida is going to be able to. And Miami finished that game week 1 against Notre Dame a couple weeks ago with 5 tackles for loss, 3 sacks. Their defensive line was responsible for 4 tackles for loss and all 3 sacks. Reuben Bain has been an absolute stud. If you go back and you watch that Notre Dame game, he played 48 snaps, 6 tackles, a half of a sack, half of a tackle for loss, 4 pressures, had an interception, did not miss a single tackle. And that was against Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. Those 2 players didn't force a single missed tackle against this Miami defense. And Miami on the offensive side of the ball looked great week 1 against Notre Dame and didn't skip a beat week 2. Granted, it was against Bethune-Cookman, but this is why I bet Carson Beck to win the Heisman. It went from 22-1 down to 11-1. And I know it was Bethune-Cookman, but he's breaking records. Last week, he completed his first 15 passes, which broke the most consecutive completed passes in a row by a Hurricanes quarterback. I think he broke Vinny Testaverde's record. He ends up going 22 of 24 passing for 264 yards, 2 touchdowns. We'll see what he can do against South Florida today. But like I said, I like Miami. It's a big number. I know everybody loves the Bulls now after a couple outright wins against ranked opponents, but I'll lay the big number today with the Hurricanes. I think they win this game by at least 21 points. Game of the day, Georgia-Tennessee. Georgia opens as a 5.5-point favorite. This number's been hit down to 3.5. Money comes in on the dog, Tennessee, who's 2-0, Georgia 2-0. The total has not moved. 50.5 out in Knoxville today. 3:30 p.m. Eastern kickoff. This is the game that I think everybody's the most excited for today. I might be on the wrong side here. Usually I would look at this line and be like, something's off here and grab the points with Tennessee. Georgia hasn't looked all that great here the first 2 weeks of the season. But I'm going to lay it here with the dogs now that we're down to, now that we're back to 3.5. Give me Georgia. Now 2-0, but let's look at who they've beat. Marshall and Austin Peay. Meanwhile, Tennessee 2-0. Granted, one of those wins was against East Tennessee State, but they also beat Syracuse. I'm down on this Syracuse team this year, though. I know they won 9 games last year. This is not the same team this year for Fran Brown. Now, when Georgia has the ball, this game's going to come down to, can Gunnar Stockton make the throws? You're not going to be able to dink and dunk against Tennessee, but there's going to be some opportunities for some deep shots down the field. If you look at Tennessee's 3 losses last season, and I know that's last season, but same defensive scheme, a lot of the same players. They lost to Georgia, they lost to Arkansas, and they lost to Ohio State. Those 3 losses were their lowest team coverage grades all season long. In those 3 games, all 3 of those teams were able to hit some shots down the field. And I just don't know that Gunnar Stockton can make those throws. We only saw him once last year against Notre Dame, only completed 14 passes. And so far this season, in fact, going back to last season in that start against Notre Dame, he has 141 career pass attempts. His ADOT, average depth of target, 6.4 yards. So if he can make the throws down the field, I think Georgia wins this game. I know people are down on Georgia because, and this is just what Kirby Smart teams do. They don't beat teams up 66-0, 72-0. It's not like Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin. They don't look for style points. They get in, get out. I trust Kirby against Tennessee. 6-0 against the number in their last 6 against Tennessee. Until Josh Heupel proves that he could beat Georgia, I don't trust them. And the other thing about Tennessee in this matchup, their offensive line in every single matchup against Georgia has struggled. And I'm a big Josh Heupel fan, but for whatever reason, when his offenses go against Kirby Smart, it's a different story. They've averaged, Tennessee, 14 points in their matchups against Kirby Smart and Georgia. They have never scored more than 17 points. Their offensive line has really struggled against Georgia. They have a 39.9 PFF. This is according to Pro Football Focus, pass blocking grade. They give up a 34.8% pressure rate. So history tells me take Georgia here. I like Georgia to win the SEC, and I will bet Georgia this afternoon against Tennessee. So I'm going to add a little bit more Georgia. Again, right now, you could get the Bulldogs best price, -4. The 3.5s are gone. As I say that, there is a 3.5 -110. So I like Georgia. Total in the game is 50. I'm going to stay away from the total. No play there for me. All right, let's see what else we got this afternoon. We already talked about Pitt, West Virginia. I do like Pitt in that game. Numbers play, Washington State opened as 3.5-point favorites on the look ahead. Now everybody loves this North Texas team. I'll buy low actually on Washington State. Pizza money bet, but give me Washington State to cover the 5.5. North Texas is now a 5.5-point favorite. I'll take the dog here, catching 5.5. That's rotation number 135. Also, 3:30 p.m. kickoff here on the East Coast. We got Texas Tech, who didn't cover the 48.5 last week. Took their foot off the gas in the second half. Today, they're laying 23.5 against Oregon State. Total in the game is 61.5. I know they didn't cover last week, but if I had to bet the game this week, I would bet Texas Tech. I'm still pretty high on them this season. I like the under in USC Purdue. The total opened at 58.5. The over is taking some money, so we're at 59.5. I know right now betting USC unders is scary, but I don't think they're going to want to show a whole lot here. They're 20.5-point favorites against Purdue. Purdue does not look very good this year, go figure. I lean the dog, though, at home, but I like the under 59.5. SMU takes on Missouri State today. Missouri State's actually taken a little bit of money. It opened at 29.5. They're down to 27.5. Total in the game is 60.5. No opinion for me there. North Carolina, 21.5-point favorites today against Richmond. Richmond takes a little bit of money. They opened at 22.5. Total in the game is 46.5. I do have a line on the Penn State game. 3:30 p.m. kickoff. Penn State, 47.5-point favorites against Villanova. Total in the game is 55.5. Now, earlier, I bet Northwestern at 28.5 against Oregon. Granted, both teams don't have to do anything next week. There's a bye in between the games. I don't think Oregon's going to want to show a whole lot. I think it might be the opposite today for Penn State. Even if the starters only play a half, they got to show some style points. Penn State was my pick to win it all. I'm not feeling all that great. Unless they're just not showing anything or they're sleepwalking through the first 2 weeks of the season, not all that impressed with Penn State. Way more impressed with with Oregon and with Ohio State, who week 1 beats Texas. I could see them today winning this game by 48 points. If I had to bet it, I would actually bet Penn State, even at a big number, 47.5. Villanova's a basketball program. Toledo today, 33.5-point favorites over Morgan State. No play for me there. 4 p.m. kickoff. I like Iowa State. Now, they've taken some money, so the best of the number's gone. They opened at 20.5. They're out to 21.5. I think they win this game by 24 points. They're on the road taking on Arkansas State. I'm going to lay it here with the Cyclones. Total in the game, 56.5. No opinion there for me. Texas taking on UTEP today. Texas opened as a 41.5-point favorite. UTEP has actually taken some money down to 40.5. Total in the game, 52.5. No play for me. If I had to bet the game, I would actually take the points there with UTEP. South Florida, Miami, we already talked about. I laid it with Miami. You could still get the number at 17.5. Total in the game, 56.5. I lean under, and I like Miami a lot. That's my favorite play of the day. Liberty, 5.5-point favorites on the road against Bowling Green. Total in that one is 51.5. Game kicks off at 5 p.m. I have no bet in that game. Nevada, 9.5-point favorites today against Middle Tennessee. They opened as 7-point favorites, so the favorite takes some money. Total 49.5, nothing there for me. Florida Atlantic, 2.5-point dogs on the road, taking on Florida International. Total in that one, 56.5. I have nothing on that game, so nothing for me until the primetime slate, which we'll get to close out the show. I'm going to hold off on those best bets. Let's take a look at the Heisman market. We got a new favorite, John Mateer, who we bet 2 weeks ago, 25-1. Last week on the show, I said, if you like Oklahoma today against Michigan, and we laid the 5.5 with Oklahoma, so the bet hits. I said, this is probably your last good opportunity to bet John Mateer. He was still 13-1. 11-1, I think, was the worst price. Now he's plus 850 because they win 24-13 over then number 15 Michigan. In that game, he throws for 270 yards and a touchdown. Also ran for 75 yards, scored 2 touchdowns on the ground. So far this season, he has an 80.8 passing grade, which is tied for 22nd best in all of college football. He has 5 big-time throws, tied for 10th most. And no other quarterback has more than 3 rushing touchdowns. He does. The only thing that you worry about as we continue this season, and some big games obviously coming up for Oklahoma, he does get a little sloppy with the football. 4 turnover-worthy plays so far, but that was my pick to win the Heisman. I still like it a little bit at 850, but you've missed the best of the number. Even last week, you could have had 13-1, 11-1. Garrett Nussmeier drops to 9-1. Great game, week 1. Obviously, you beat Clemson as 4-point underdogs. Kind of a little bit of a stinker. Last week, didn't have to do a whole lot, but big game coming up today against Florida, which we'll get to here coming up. If LSU takes care of business, wins that game as 7.5-point favorites, Nussmeier balls out. That price probably dips, but right now you could still get 9-1. And then Carson Beck goes from 22-1 preseason to 11-1. And he looks great right now. They beat Notre Dame. There's a signature win against a really good defense week 1. In that game, pretty solid, but the numbers were really good against Bethune-Cookman. He still hasn't committed a turnover-worthy play. Miami right now is ranked 5th in the country. Big game coming up today against South Florida. They're 17.5-point favorites. South Florida's number 18 in the country, so all eyeballs will be on him. Right now, he has an 83% adjusted completion rate. So Carson Beck at 11-1. I still think there's some good value on him, as well as Dante Moore at 13-1, starting quarterback for Oregon. If you think they beat Penn State in 2 weeks, I would grab him today at 13-1. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we wrap up the show with primetime bets, our best bets for the night, and our best bets for the day as well, again, here on the Tailgate Kickoff.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. This is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff. Open up the BetMGM app and get ready for Ryan's college football best bets. Make it legendary.
Hey, kickoff, BetMGM Network. Ryan Horvath with you here for one last segment. And no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Again, that's over at BetMGM. And there's nothing like leveling up your next parlay. So you could use the parlay boost token to boost your potential payout with a winning college football parlay. Maybe you want to go all dogs. Maybe you want to go all favorites. Whatever you want to do, BetMGM has you covered. All right, whenever you hear the generic version of regulators, Warren G, you know it's time for the primetime games. Also, let's recap what we've given out so far because there's a lot going on. And I was on the air last night until 11 p.m. Eastern. Woke up after 5 hours of sleep. I look at the board. A lot of numbers are changing. So let's go over what we hit on so far. So Northwestern, we bet at 28.5 earlier in the week. That's down to 27.5. I would wait, see if you could get a better number against Oregon. Oregon does have Penn State on tap, so I don't know how much they're going to want to show. But they also have a bye week next week, so I could see them winning that game by exactly 28. So maybe you wait and get a live number if you really want to go with Chicago's Big Ten team, Northwestern. Bama, I like Bama. Anything under or 22, and right now Bama is laying 20.5 is the best number you could get. 21 at BetMGM minus 105. I like Alabama today against Wisconsin. I'll buy low on Clemson. I know everybody likes Georgia Tech today. Georgia Tech down to 2.5 in some shops, plus 125 on the money line. If you like Clemson, you could bet them just to win the game outright right now, minus 135. The market tells you Clemson's losing today. Their performance last week against Troy tells you Clemson's losing today. I can't do it. I'm taking Clemson, minus 135 on the money line against Georgia Tech. I laid 4.5 with Pitt. It's out to 7.5 against West Virginia. I still do like Pitt, but maybe you wait. Try to get a good number on that game live because I do like the under. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. So you could probably get Pitt, under a touchdown if you wait. Washington State, I bet them plus 5.5 against North Texas. I'm going to lay the 4, 3.5, whatever number you could get with Georgia against Tennessee. I like Iowa State laying 21.5 against Arkansas State. Favorite bet of the day, Miami laying 17.5 at home against South Florida. Here's where we sell Byron Brown and the Bulls. App State, I'm betting them on the money line. I got it early, minus 120. I know a lot of people like Southern Miss. I do not. I like App State. Wow, out to minus 3.5 though in that game, minus 167. Probably a stay away now at that price. That one caught me by surprise. Did not see that this morning. Kentucky, I actually like Kentucky to bounce back. I know what everybody's thinking. How the hell are they even going to score 27 points in this game? But they're 26.5 point favorites. I bet this earlier in the week at 23.5. I think they win the game by at least 28. So I do like them against Eastern Michigan. Now let's get to some of the primetime games. The first game that I bet on Monday was Duke plus 3 against Tulane. You could still get Duke plus 1.5. On the money line, the best price you could get right now is plus 105. Total in the game, 52.5, minus 105 to the under. Like I said, Duke was the first bet that I placed this week. All they got to do to win this game, not turn the ball over 4 times. You get a little revenge game, kind of. Darian Mensah goes back, makes his return to Tulane. Now, it's not really a revenge. He was the one that transferred to Duke. He did it because they gave him $8 million to play quarterback for 2 years. Duke outgained Illinois. I was on Duke last week. They outgained them by over almost 100 yards. The problem is they turned the ball over 4 times, so they lose that game 45-19. I like the matchup. Now, what concerns me a little bit, I like Tulane's head coach, John Summerall, a lot, and he knows how to get to Mensah. You have to blitz him. That's where he struggles. When he's under pressure, he has a passing grade of 40.2, which is 101 in the country. When he's kept clean, he has a 93.8 passing grade, second among all quarterbacks in the country. But I do think that they're going to have some creative play calls. I think that Duke's going to be able to move the ball. And I trust Duke's defense now that they're not going up against Luke Altmaier in Illinois, right? Like Manny Diaz last year wins 9 games, his first year as head coach. Since he takes over, they have the 25th highest pass blitz rate, and that's where Tulane's quarterback, former BYU quarterback, Jake Retzlaff, has really struggled under pressure when he's blitzed. He has a 44.4 passing grade. Tulane, only 75th in the country in pass blocking grade. So I love Duke today. I think they win this game by a field goal. I bet them +3. They're down to 1.5. I still like it. I think they win this game outright. So if you want to take a stab on the money line at +105, I have no problem with that. I'll bet Vandy against South Carolina. South Carolina hasn't looked all that impressive. Now they've taken some money. Vandy's down to 3.5 right now. Anything over a field goal, I do like them. 2-0 so far this season. They beat Virginia Tech on the road by 24 points. And they haven't skipped a beat. They've covered the number, I believe, both weeks. Diego Pavia looks great again. And South Carolina, like I said, I was really high on them coming into the season. Maybe they're just playing with their food right now. We'll see. I love Lenora Sellers, but if I have to bet the game, which I did, I'm taking Vandy. Although I got a better number than 3.5, it would still be Vandy or pass for me. Notre Dame, Texas A&M. I'm a Notre Dame fan, but this game scares me. I'm going to bet the under. I waited. It's 50.5 right now. I'm probably going to come in late. If I had to take the side, I would probably take A&M. A&M loses last year to Notre Dame. Notre Dame is coming off the bye. I like what they showed in the second half against Miami, rallying back to tie that game. I just feel like something might be missing with this Notre Dame team. So I like Texas A&M. Game of the night, Florida, who's coming off a loss to South Florida, is huge favorites, taking on LSU. Now, LSU wasn't all that impressive last week, but they do have the win week 1 over Clemson. I like Florida. I like them a lot more at 9.5, 8.5. Now we're down to 7.5, 7 in some shops. I still like the Gators to keep this game close. Even though I like this LSU team, went over 8.5 wins, took a stab on them to make the playoff. I think Florida bounces back. That was a fluky, weird game last week. Weather delay, tough South Florida team, but I do think that Florida shows some signs of life and at least covers the number. So that's what we got for today. I'm going to bring in David here in a second, get his opinions on the games, but we got 12 bets, way too many for a Saturday. We got Minnesota tonight, -2.5 against Cal. I don't think we got to that one, but I do like Minnesota. I feel like people are sleeping on this Gophers team, and even though Cal is 2-0, I think it's a fraudulent 2-0. I like Drake Lindsey, the Minnesota quarterback, and I like their defense. So we're laying 2.5 with Minnesota tonight against Cal. I bet Duke +3, still like them as 1.5-point dogs against Tulane. I bet Kentucky -23.5 against Eastern Michigan. I bet App State -120 on the money line, but that's all the way up to -160. Still do like them. We laid it with Miami. We laid it with Iowa State. We laid it with Georgia. We took the dog in Washington State. We laid it with Pitt. We're taking Clemson. We're laying it with Bama, and we're taking the points with Northwestern. I feel like this is the most favorites I've ever bet on a show, but there's the 12 bets that we have in college football for the weekend, and we have 2 NFL as well. David, producing the show. I want to start off, man, with Penn State, who I picked to win it all. You're a Penn State fan. This week, I'm guessing they take care of business against Villanova as 47.5-point favorites. Then there's the bye week, and then they take on Oregon. Now, originally, I really liked Penn State in that game. On the look ahead, they're 4.5-point favorites. How are you feeling right now, though, about the Nittany Lions? Are they just playing with their food, not wanting to show a whole lot? Because I still think they're one of the more talented teams in the country. But I'm not going to lie, man. A little nervous, and I'm more impressed with Oregon, and I'm more impressed with Ohio State so far. Where are you at with Penn State, and where are you at with that game in 2 weeks?
I mean, eye test tells you that Oregon and Ohio State look better right now. Ohio State, big win over Texas. Oregon hasn't played with their food at all, just absolutely dominating every opponent that they've had so far. We've talked about it off air. I'll say this. It could be the fact that Penn State knows that they can win without showing everything that they've got right now. I have liked the tight end situation so far for Penn State. He's getting it to the tight ends. But I think defenses now know what to do against Drew Aller, and it's bring pressure. And that's all these defenses have done in the first 2 games is come on blitz packages of some sort, and it's messing with Aller's mind, and he's not looked as sharp as he needs to look going into that Oregon game. So I was of the mind that whiteout is a different thing for Penn State. Dante Moore's never been in an environment like that. hostile environment like that. I lean Penn State for that reason because it messes with the best quarterbacks' minds going into Penn State for a whiteout game. But that defense has to show up in that game. That defense has to hold Oregon State, I would say, under 21 points. Can it happen?
I know the numbers, not all that impressive. Like I said, if I had to bet the game today, at 3.5 even still, I would take Vandy to cover the number. Vandy 2-0, South Carolina 2-0. What do you like in this game?
It's the fact that South Carolina's at home. I can't see Vandy going in there, even with Pavia, and making a difference. I've got South Carolina, and I got them at -3, so I'm real happy it went up by that hook. I think they win by at least 7. I think this is maybe where Lenore Sellers has himself one of those games where everybody kind of tilts their head and goes, okay, I get the hype now.
All right, my 2 favorite bets of the day, David, are Miami laying 17.5 and Duke catching 3, now down to 1.5. So I love Duke and I love Miami. Which of those do I lose?
Miami.
60 seconds.
I think South Florida's a thing. I really do. I think they may be the best non-Power 5 team.
Ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and
without a question of doubt, Byron Brown.
Happen forever, it will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath. See, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Dominant in their dismantling of the Washington Commanders on Thursday night. And we are ready for more action on Countdown 2.
We are, man. And week 2 to me is the most fascinating week. You know, I know we all love week 1 of the NFL season, but we know that brings overreaction, and we're still not sure. Was this team really that bad, or we need to review how we feel about a certain team? I mean, we can go through some of those examples, obviously. Are the Colts actually going to be competitive this year, fairly competitive with Daniel Jones, or are the Dolphins going to be one of the 3 worst football teams in the league. Well, the Dolphins get the Patriots coming up tomorrow. The Patriots lost to the Raiders, and we know the Colts get the Denver Broncos. So I'm excited for this Sunday because I think we will get a better feel for some of these teams, and maybe the truth, if you will come out a little bit more here in week 2.
Yeah, I feel like you're on it. Every single year, there are a few things in week 1 that happen that end up being borderline irrelevant within a month. And we feel like we got a good beat on everything, but then we find out, actually, that didn't mean anything at all. And that's really what the second week of the NFL season's about. So with that in mind, let's turn our attention to the kickoff of week 2 and take a look at how the odds are shaping up in the 2 divisions that were affected in the NFC East, the NFC North. I'll tell you what, getting to cover this one, the Green Bay Packers, 27-18 winners over Washington. The game was not that close. They led 27-10 with 3 minutes to go. This Green Bay defense is incredible. They've now shoved it on the Detroit Lions, a elite offense the last few years, albeit under Ben Johnson, who's no longer there. But we think Detroit should still be prolific offensively. I guess that's one of those things we don't quite know yet. Then they take on a Washington offense that was top 5 in every category last year, including EPA per play, and had an elite quarterback who played at an MVP and Rookie of the Year level in Jaden Daniels. And they forced him into his worst game of his career. In terms of rushing, lowest total he's had at any point when he stayed healthy for 4 quarters. In terms of passing, a befuddling, kind of confused performance for Washington where they couldn't really get Deebo Samuel, Terry McLaurin untracked in that game. And if you look at the pressures, it was unbelievable. Micah Parsons had 8 by himself. He wrecked the game. Washington gave up more contact of and more pressures of Jaden Daniels than at any point in any game last season. So I'm a believer in Green Bay. I think that anything you can get right now looking at the NFC North, any place you shop around where you get more favorable odds in another market, it's worth looking at because at 2-0 with quality signature wins over their top contender in the division, Detroit, and another high-end contender in the conference, Washington, this is authentic, man. This is a really, really good football team.
No question. I view Green Bay as a legit Super Bowl contender before the season. They're one of my teams I have going to the Super Bowl on the NFC side, so I obviously felt pretty highly about them, and that was after the Micah Parsons trade. What's changed my opinion in an even more stronger way has been Jordan Love's play, right? Like, we can focus in on the defense, and I'm with you. They look awesome. And I don't even think we've seen the best of Micah Parsons yet. Like, I still think, despite you're right, he wrecked the game. I don't think he's 100% up to speed yet in that defense. He's also not, that far removed from, reportedly needing the injection in his back. So I still think we've got some way better performances, believe it or not, to come from Micah as well. And then Jordan Love, I'll be honest, I've always viewed him as like, okay, what's the ceiling really like for Love? Can he go out there and win an MVP? Can he put up the numbers to do that? Well, last night or 2 nights ago, I guess it has been at this point in time, he was so dominant in that first half. Otherwise, in the way the game was going, I think he probably would have thrown easily for 350 or 400. But they kind of backed off a little bit just because, frankly, the way they were dominating the game at that point in time. But as Matthew Golden later on in the year maybe develops and they get some timing down and connect on those deep passes, I think the numbers are going to be there for Love. And I kind of didn't think he was a legitimate MVP candidate, but it's hard not to think that if we believe the Packers are going to be maybe the best team in the NFL or one of the top 2 or 3 throughout this entire season, given the defense and everything, well, then Jordan Love probably is a legitimate MVP candidate. And look at the top 3 odds. We can get an MVP odds a little bit later on the show, and he's going to be right there, especially with potentially the way we're seeing the AFC North play out. I don't want to overreact to week 1, as we said. The Ravens and the Bills, I think the Ravens will be fine, but still, last year they started 0-2. Are they going to struggle with Cleveland tomorrow, who they're big, massive 11.5 point favorites against? Does that change everybody's feel if you can win your division or not? Whereas Green Bay is a heavy favorite to win the NFC North right now at -155, and for good reason. It's hard to imagine, even 2 weeks into the year, why I should think any other team is going to knock the Packers off of that NFC North spot if they're healthy.
Yeah, but I'll say this as you're looking at the BetMGM network graphic, if you're streaming us or watching us today on Twitch, you mentioned -155 for Green Bay. The Vikings who start the season 1-0 with a come-from-behind victory led by J.J. McCarthy, plus 340. The Lions, who are 0-1, plus 490. It's actually exceptional value if you really believe in Detroit still and think that was a week 1 mirage. I mean, getting almost 5-1 on the Lions to win the division right now is pretty astounding, actually. That's worth sprinkling something on. Bears at 13-1. But the value at minus 155 for Green Bay, a game and a half up on Detroit, so to speak, right now, is actually still really good. I mean, anything short of like minus 165, minus 170 is probably worth playing, and that's kind of the wheelhouse in a lot of spots. But yeah, you can find them right now at minus 155. I think that's a worthwhile proposition. You're also seeing them in the conference right now to win the NFC, to come out of the conference and get to the Super Bowl at around plus 340. Look, it's early. Again, a lot of times at this point of the NFL season, we don't know what we don't know, and things do change considerably as you go. But when you're looking for a conference champion, you're looking for a championship level defense, check. You're looking for a quarterback good enough to win with in the postseason. We've seen them hang almost 50 on Dallas, and Jordan Love shredded good defense in the postseason. I'd say check. I do view him like you as a bit of a wild card. He's a guy that's going to give both teams a chance to get their hands on the ball. We haven't really seen him connect the dots and play at an MVP kind of upper echelon level, but he's got all the traits. I've said before, if you could build a quarterback in a lab or like Madden style, you could build the size and the strength and the arm talent and the athleticism of a NFL quarterback. You might design a guy like, Jordan Love first. It would look something like him or Justin Herbert maybe, in terms of athleticism and arm strength. He just hasn't put it all together, but maybe this is the year. But right now, I think because they're already in the clubhouse, having finished their second round of golf here, and they've got the 2 wins, you're getting them today at plus 325 to plus 340. You get them as the odds as long as plus 360 to win the conference. I would probably wait until after week 2 because I'm guessing, if Philly comes out and beats Kansas City especially, then they're going to have better odds than Green Bay, and maybe the Packers change just narrowly. But I really, really like this Packers team, man. Defensively, it's only been 2 games, but it's against 2 great offenses. They don't allow anything in the running game. They are suffocating up front, and they can get pressure. What Micah Parsons has done changes the game. Do you realize, Gold, that on 76% of rushing plays in week 1, that great Lions running game was hit in the backfield, not at the line of scrimmage, but in the backfield on 3/4 of their plays. I haven't seen anything like that in years. It was an amazing performance. I thought, okay, it's 1 game. And then I watched them shove it on Washington basically almost the exact same way.
It makes me think a little bit better about Detroit heading into week 2. We were talking to some people locally that cover the NFL on our show this week, and I asked them, the team they're most concerned about, and 2 of them said the Lions, and I was a little surprised to hear that just after 1 game. To me, seeing Green Bay dominate the Commanders the way they did actually makes me step back a little bit more on the Lions and say, okay, maybe this is just a really, really good Green Bay Packers team. And also, let's be real, it's a Lions team that it's their first game not having Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. And so maybe it does take a little bit more time, even though it's a lot of the same pieces. They got obviously Amon-Ra and Goff still there, and the backfield is the same. But it made me feel better about Detroit heading into their matchup this week against the Chicago Bears. But I'm 100% with you on the conversation around the NFC and looking at the odds. I think the Eagles-Chiefs game is a big swing for how people will view the NFC because, look, Philly didn't look great against Dallas. I think we all agree, but they got the win, and they didn't have Jalen Carter. We all know why and everything. If they look really good on the road in Kansas City Sunday, well, then I think everybody sits back and says, okay, that's right, Philadelphia forgot, they're the best team maybe still in the NFC. So I'm with you that that's a big swing. Now, what about what this game on Thursday meant for the NFC East odds? You cover the Commanders. They obviously got the win in week 1 against the Giants, who did not look good to say the least. And then the Commanders, it really never felt like they were in that game. Somehow it was a 1-possession game in the second half. I don't know how it was, but I'm kind of with you to a point where it never felt like the Commanders had a real shot to win that game.
No, it didn't. I mean, they got manhandled. This was a really ugly, you got punked, you got your pants pulled down on national TV kind of performance, frankly, for the Commanders. I don't think they were maybe as good as they looked against the Giants, where they completely dominated them up front defensively and just ate their lunch. And it's not as bad as it looked against Green Bay either. crazily, this is normally how it works early in the season, it's probably somewhere in the middle. They've played a 9 out of 10 game defensively. Their offense actually scuffled in week 1, but ended up, a play or two away from 500 yards and 30 points. Tells you a lot about Daniels and Kingsbury and what they're capable of. Defensively, though, they were phenomenal. It looked like all the additions they made really were fits and that they had a chance to make major strides. That was kind of the story in town going into week 2 against the Packers. It is a short week. You traveled. On top of that, you traveled to a team that was already home in the previous week, which is a great benefit for a Thursday night game. So there were some things working against them. So I'm not big picture going to make a really, really bad, terrible performance against the Packers a referendum on Washington in 2025. I think all of their goals are still right there. I picked them to be a 10-win wildcard team. I would still think that that's very
Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
The problem, though, they suffered some massive injuries in this game. Austin Eckler, who is their starting tailback and their 3rd down, 2-minute, 4-minute pass catching back, is going to be lost for the season with a torn Achilles almost certainly. Dietrich Wise, who we already know is lost for the season, the former New England Patriot, was brought in here to help one of the worst run-stuffing teams in the league provide massive size at the defensive end spot, be an edge-setting defender who helps them against the run. He is out for the year already, we know, with a quad that was torn very badly, and he got carted off the field. Additionally, Jaden Daniels was getting an MRI yesterday and has a banged-up knee, and that is very much a up-in-the-air kind of question. The team is going to be coy. We don't really know what's going on there. Could he miss time? Is he fine and he's just going to play at 100%? Is he going to get treatment all week and be 80% and play? Nobody really knows what's going on. But it is possible until you hear something else. He was limping badly after the game. He's getting an MRI. Like, what's going on there? And on top of that, their blocking tight end, who's one of the best in football in the run game, was lost to a groin injury. Noah Brown, their number 2 receiver, left the game as an injury up in the air. So they got 10 days to rest up for the Raiders. But that's the concern, I think, for Washington. If you've got a ticket on them with an over and a win total, or to win the division, or to win playoff games or something, number one, you got to be on the lookout for what's going on with Jaden Daniels' knee and hope that checks out and is completely fine. But number two, you got to hope that they can get healthy quickly. Because the one game against a good team on the road in a short week, I'll dismiss that with the quickness. But it's the injuries piling up that's problematic. They're plus 220 in the division. If you really like Washington, all of a sudden the value's good. But I would play the waiting game right now to just get some more updates on what kind of timelines you're going to get on some of those injuries. But it was a cold water game, Gold. There's no doubt about that. Everybody in town was feeling like NFC Championship game last year, more talented team, whooped up on a division foe by 15 points when you barely played well on offense. You left a lot on the field. Chest was out going into Green Bay on primetime, and they got swatted down a little bit.
A little bit of a reality check. Just reminds us how difficult these long grinds of a season are. It's so many times just who's healthier and when is how the season plays out for so many of these teams. I think what'll be interesting, and I'm sure people obviously in DC are hoping the Eagles lose on Sunday, because if the Eagles were to lose on Sunday, then my guess is in DC people would think, okay, all right, both teams are 1-1. Yes, we're banged up, but haven't lost a divisional game yet. The Eagles and Commanders both would have one division win. And so you feel like, okay, you're still level versus being banged up and also being a game behind. But I don't think the Commanders, for me, I guess the rushing attack was what was surprising. And I think that's where we give credit to the Packers. But, you tell me, without Austin Eckler, I know everybody wants to.
Like flies. I want to get into that. And a great day in college football kicking off in a couple hours. We're counting down to today, Golden Paulson.
Round 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Network. Thanks for making your day ours for the next hour and 40 minutes or so. September 13th, 2025. We're on to week 2 in the NFL, and we're even deeper into the college football season. We'll get you a look at some of the top college football matchups today in just a moment. But first, I wanted to look at the NFC West odds because as the San Francisco 49ers prepare for a game that, frankly, should be a certain win against the New Orleans Saints, it no longer really feels that way. They're starting Mac Jones at quarterback. They don't have Brock Purdy, not just in this game, but it's going to be weeks, presumably, now without their starting quarterback. We already know they lost George Kittle for 4 to 6 weeks. Brandon Ayuk's unavailable for the first month of the season. This is kind of a normal thing year in and year out for the 49ers to go through this litany of injuries. But generally, Gold, it takes a month, 6, 8 weeks before they start to really have to worry about plucking guys up from the practice squad. This escalated quickly. All of a sudden, on BetMGM right now, NFC West, you see the Rams and the Niners both at plus 160. Cardinals, 3.5 or so to 1. And then the Seahawks, you can get 9 to 1 return on a bet for them to win the division. But San Francisco, you and I both had troubles going into the season with, like, what did we want to do with them? I thought they were the most complicated, hard team to predict with the Rams just because of the Stafford back and San Francisco.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking
what's coming up for the 49ers, divisional game against the Cardinals in a week or so. Jags, who we'll learn a little bit more about, I think, this week. I thought they looked okay against Carolina in week 1, but let's see what they look like this go around. And then the big one, I think, the two teams tied for the best odds there in the NFC West play on October 2nd, Niners-Rams. I think that's Sunday Night Football. And so that game is Brock Purdy back for. And to me, that's a huge question for how we would bet it if we had to rebet and put some new bets out there for the West. Do I think that Brock Purdy is going to be available by the time they get to that showdown? Now, when I look at the West now after 1 week, Stafford looked really, really sharp. And the injury concerns, I'm not saying that they're not still going to be there, that we can't be talking in 4 weeks and find out that the disc issue is a problem again for Stafford and things like that. I'll tell you, full disclosure, my preseason ticket ended up being actually, Grant, on the Seattle Seahawks. Now, they lost head-to-head, unfortunately, against the 49ers last week, but I still don't hate my ticket on Seattle right here. I actually thought they looked okay and should have won that football game against San Francisco. They ended up not even covering, which was a bad beat, quite honestly. I had them at +2.5 to cover last week. So I still feel good about Seattle in this division, and now they're 9-1, so it's even, I think I got them at 7-1. So better odds because they're 0-1 and already lost the divisional game.
Yeah, only thing I'd say about that is I'm not convinced in Darnold. And you watch the week 1 performance. San Francisco's defense is going to be better this year for sure. They are going to be better coached, I think, and they're going to have a chance to just, with the personnel not being, injury riddled yet on that side of the ball, to be the strength of the operation in the early going this year. But they forced 2 takeaways. They held the Seahawks to 13 points. They did some really good things on third down where they got off the field 70% of the time. I feel like Seattle's somewhat limited, maybe. I don't know what to expect out of Cooper Kupp. 3 targets, 2 catches week 1. Almost their entire passing game went through Jackson Smith and Jigba. Think about it.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold, 16 completions. He had 13 targets, 9 catches just to Smith and Jigba, who went to 124. They weren't really able to run the ball against the Niners. I think they will as the year goes on, have more success there. But I'm not sold on Darnold. I think he was somewhat a Kevin O'Connell kind of Minnesota weaponry creation. Not to say he's as bad as maybe Jets or Panthers fans thought he was going to be, but I don't think he'll play anything like he did last year. So it's hard for me to like them in the division. That said, the San Francisco defense gave me some hope coming out of week 1, but it's not going to matter. It's almost like a binary thing for the Niners, Gold. In years where their quarterback and their top playmakers stay healthy, they get to the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl under Kyle Shanahan. And then when they don't, when they have all these injuries, they often miss the playoffs and people talk about firing him. It's almost like, are they healthy? They're elite. Are they not?
Yeah.
So the Christian McCaffrey thing is what I'm monitoring. I'm also really interested in this. I don't know what you think. I think this is an awesome opportunity for Mac Jones. I believe that Kyle Shanahan has long liked him. Remember the rumors before the draft that they were going to take him at number 3 overall? And everyone thought that was like the most outrageous, egregious thing ever. They didn't. They ended up trading up and they took Trey Lance, which backfired clearly. But it's not a coincidence, I don't think, that Mac Jones is there now at the Shanahan Reclamation Society, a la what Darnold once did. This is a guy that was the starting quarterback of the Patriots that went 10-7 as a rookie when they played good defense and ran the ball. That year, he had 22 touchdowns and 13 picks. He has not played at that level since, and it got worse as the roster around him got worse. But you got Christian McCaffrey. I'm not saying it's going to be awesome with all the injuries, but I do think this is his best opportunity in that scheme with that play caller to maybe make people think he's a starter again. So this will be
that Kyler Murray has. So that's something to keep an eye on in this game where the 49ers are, last check, 3-point favorites. I think some books dropped them down to 2.5-point favorites. That's one to watch around the key number. My thing with the West, though, Grant, is I hear what you're saying about Seattle and totally with you on the Niners. the reason why I still believe in Seattle is not because I think they're going to be great. It's that, like last year, 10 wins got it done. It was a tiebreaker at 10 wins. That's how the Rams won this division. I don't think anybody's really capable of getting that 11-win mark. Maybe you disagree. So if you think 10 gets it done, then everybody's kind of in the mix. And I just – the Arizona, it's hard for me to bet on them because I think we've seen this play out time and time again. Kyler Murray will have a great game, and we're all like, all right, hey, look, they got, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray look great. Here we go. And then the next week it's awful. Like, I just don't trust them. I think we kind of know Arizona does this every year. They toy with us a little bit. I don't think they're the team. I think it's really 3 teams that can win it. But 10 wins, if you told me Seattle could get to 10 wins, I think they'd have as good of a shot as anybody. So if it's not Seattle, then that tells me you think Seattle's probably like an 8-win team, 9-win team, which is fair. But that's probably, in my opinion, what you would be saying if you don't believe they really have a shot.
Yeah, I think their ceiling's probably 9-8. I guess you could talk me into 10-7, and they'd have an okay chance. But I just think a lot of things have to go well, right, for them. Now, they're starting to with San Francisco's injuries. I also would feel a lot better if they didn't just play a banged-up Niners team and lose at home.
For sure.
Like, that would have made me feel a lot better. That's a really bad week 1 loss in the sense of, like, you got a golden opportunity to just have a game in hand over a team that I like better than you. At a time, it's not who you play, it's when you play them. You played them at the right time, and you still laid an egg, basically, on offense as a passing game and lost that contest. So I guess maybe it's a little recency effect where I'm down on them in that regard. And as I said in the first segment, right, it's week 1. We shouldn't make too many big declarations, so that's fine. One other note on this game, that we mentioned the Niners play the Saints, 1 o'clock window, Superdome in New Orleans this weekend. I do think this is a spot to jump on an individual prop here because there's not as much guesswork as there normally would be. Like, there's going to be a lot of Christian McCaffrey. I don't like playing his props just because he gets banged up and hurt so much, if I'm being honest. So, like, oftentimes I'm not going to go overs with McCaffrey because just don't know when he's coming out of the game. But the guy I'm keying on here is Ricky Pearsall, who had 7 targets, 4 catches for 108 yards in week 1. Pearsall, his over-under for the game at -114 right now is 57.5 yards. I love the over there. I actually think if you jumped on an alt line too, again, there's just not a lot of healthy receiving options right now. And he's kind of the guy. If you get him at you could get him at 6 catches at +164, 5 catches is almost even money as well. I know it was a big 45-yard catch last game, but take that out of the equation. It was still 3 for over 60. If you look at alt receiving yards, to have him at 60 yards, you're getting -104. So I think there's value there. I think their passing game in some ways, I don't know if it's going to go through him, but it's going to heavily involve him. And I think the market's ripe to be taken there with Ricky Pearsall this week. But just wanted to start with the NFC West. One other note you mentioned, is there a team that can get to 11 wins? If I tell you Matt Stafford stays healthy all year, don't the Rams?
That's the only team. Yeah, that's the only team. And I think earlier in the offseason, we were discussing the NFC. I so desperately wanted to take the Rams to come out of the NFC. Like, I did plenty of hits as you did throughout the offseason, and people were saying, hey, who's your semi-dark horse team out of the NFC? And I said most of the offseason, the Rams. And then once we got to camp, we started to find out, this disc injury does not sound great for Matthew Stafford, given his age and everything like that, given the O-line health problems and everything. But yeah, if he is able to make it through, I'll even say 90% of the regular season. It doesn't have to be every single game. You tell me he misses 1 or 2 games. I'm with you, yes. I think if they were to have an 11-win season and Stafford's healthy going into the playoffs, I probably would be picking them at decent odds to go make a run even against the Packers just because of a value perspective. I just am not convinced that offensive line, who already, if I'm not mistaken, dealt with some injuries in their win this past week, can they protect Stafford enough all year? I don't question the coach, obviously. I don't question the defensive front. We all know that's there. But I don't know if Stafford's going to be upright enough as this season goes along to week 4, week 5, week 6. We really get in the heart of this thing.
Yeah, I'm nervous about them as well. And it does feel a little bit like a stay away spot until you get a little more information. But you mentioned it, for whatever it's worth in the first week of the season, and the results weren't great. They scored 14 points in a win, but Stafford did look very normal, very competent, 21 of 29, 245 yards, touchdown. They spread the ball around fairly well. Puka Nacua was their ringleader. I mean, 10 for 130 on 11 targets, but they had another 6 guys catch passes in that game, and it was a well-designed offense for McVay. They just couldn't capitalize as they got in plus territory. And, 14 points is not indicative maybe of the rest of the operation. They ended up, leaving too many things on the field, only 5.2 per play and 296 total. They could not run the ball at all. Kyron Williams was held in check. They just couldn't get anything going on the ground.
I was going to say, real quick. No, you brought up Puka. Sorry, real quick. For those that are looking at props and betting anytime touchdowns, the interesting thing about Puka, so the numbers are there statistically, yardage and everything. He hasn't scored a touchdown since week 14 of last year. That Bills game, that crazy Bills game, that high-scoring shootout where Buffalo lost, and really, frankly, it cost Buffalo the number 1 seed, I believe, in the AFC. So I don't know. That's kind of intriguing to me. I'd have to look at BetMGM what his anytime touchdown number is, but he hasn't had one since week 14. Prior to that, he had 3 in a 4-week span, it looked like. But yeah, he did not have any in the final 3 regular season games last year. Did not have any in the playoff game, if I'm not mistaken, and then did not have one last week.
They do run the ball in tight a lot, but you would think that they could find a way to get him across the goal line from further out, high red or something like that. But yeah, when you think of Puka Nacua, it's a lot of the crossers and drags and underneath stuff 20 to 20. That's interesting, though. I would not have thought that at all. All right, let's hop down to the college level for our first look at some of the big matchups of the day. We can carry this over as well as we're up against it. But there are, I would consider, 3 exceptional games when you look at ranked teams on the slate. Georgia and Tennessee, that's where College Game Day is today. The Dogs are -4 at number 16. Tennessee is the number 6 team in the country. South Florida might have the 2 best wins in America so far this year. A completely slept on number 18 team. They are at number 5, Miami. Of course, Miami looks still like a national championship contender. They lose their starting quarterback, Cam Ward, to the draft 1-1. They're a better football team. They're not probably better at quarterback, but they're a better football team right now. Carson Beck coming over, -17.5 for them today. And then you've got number 16 A&M and number 8 Notre Dame, couple of top 20 teams. The Irish are 6.5-point favorites. Those are the 3 big ones, I would say, on paper. Which of those 3 games are you most excited about?
Yeah, there's no question it's Georgia, Tennessee. I look, a lot of respect to South Florida. You're right. I think they do have the most impressive wins on their resume, but I think it's fitting that they're 17.5-point underdogs. We can talk more about that game specifically, but no, it's Georgia and Tennessee. I got a lot of questions that I think we'll get answers to out of that game. Tennessee offensively has looked really, really impressive with Aguilar, the transfer that comes over. Meanwhile, Georgia, okay, their quarterback, they haven't really played anybody yet, but Gunnar Stockton's going to have his first road start here in this game. Is he capable of taking the show on the road? I kind of lean towards Tennessee. I know we're going to get more into that game, but that's the headliner, and for good reason. I think game day is there.
He's Alex Gold. I'm Grant Paulson. It's Countdown 2. We will get you more detailed analysis on those college football games everybody's paying attention to as the day goes on. Also, let's get back up to the NFL. Who's feeling the heat on the sideline and under center? That's next. Countdown 2.
Saturday mornings start here with Countdown 2 on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, Alex Gold. Back in just a moment.
best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath.
To Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
Your days, like we own your days. That's very scary and ominous. Welcome back. He's Alex Gold. I'm Grant Paulson. Countdown to BetMGM Network and the Infinity Sports Network. I would thank you for spending time with us, but your days belong to us. So what would you have done? I mean, you'd had to ask permission to not be here at this point, I guess. Goldilocks, we will get to your formal best bets at the college level, but anything that you like at the NFL level that you're kicking around today for tomorrow's windows?
Looking at that Texans and Tampa game. Now that's Monday Night Football. I guess I'm cheating a little bit. It's not week 2 Sunday action, but we got to wait till Monday night. We got a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. But I don't know about you watching Houston last week. I was not impressed. Not only did they lose, but I just felt like the same offensive line issues crept up a little bit. And I still have issues with how they're going to protect C.J. Stroud across the season. I think their head coach is one of the better head coaches in football. That's going to help them in a division that's very, very wide open. And so they're obviously going to have a great chance still to win that division. But I like Tampa quite a bit in this game. Houston is a 2.5-point favorite at home. Tampa, of course, played Atlanta last week, had the game-winning touchdown to their very, very talented rookie wide receiver, Egbuka. I know we're going to talk Rookie of the Year market. He's a big mover in the last week from 17-1 and now 7-1 at a lot of books. He seems like a stud. They're starting slot wide receiver. I love Tampa getting 2.5. Now, maybe you want to buy the half point and make you feel better. I think they're going to win outright, so I'm not. But I understand if somebody wants to buy the half point to get +3. I was very impressed with Tampa to already pick up a big road win like that against Atlanta. And they were down too. I don't think it was their best football. I didn't think Baker was right at the same level he finished last season yet at. And obviously a new offensive coordinator with Liam Cohen moving to Jacksonville. So that's one of my best bets in a game I'm excited for. I think Tampa can win that outright, and I'm getting a couple points.
Yeah, we're in agreement, which worries me a little bit from just a public leaning standpoint. But I actually have the Bucs on the money line in that game as well. And sometimes the line, when it looks bad, it smells bad, it tastes bad, it's because they know something we don't know. But I'm also on that with you as well. A couple things you said to react to. Number one, I thought it was super weird all offseason that the story on the Texans last year was their line was terrible. And then they traded Laramie Tunsil and said their line was going to be better. Like, someone figure that one out for me. He's a top 5 tackle. Here, if that's okay. I'd like to celebrate the NFL for a moment for being amazing, but also staggered Monday Night Football doubleheader. It took too long, but if you give them enough time, they'll eventually get things right. The stupid 2 Monday Night Football games at the same time, 30 minutes apart. We've got one ESPN crew on one game, then another crew from NFL Live or something weird, or some like shouty show doing a game for some reason that shouldn't happen on another ESPN channel. We're doing it the correct way now. We have 2 staggered Monday night games, early and late windows. Let's go.
I do love that. I absolutely love the fact that we get that in the late game. We'll talk about maybe more later in the next hour. Chargers, Raiders, suddenly a very interesting week 2 game with both those teams picking up wins and both looking pretty good while they did it as well. Going back real quick to the Texans, though, individually with how they perform. The O-line, I don't understand it. The other part that's an issue for me is that running game. Nick Chubb, you didn't have a bad day at the office. 13 carries, 60 yards. It was okay. But Nick Chubb, we know his injury history. Dameon Pierce is still there. He's been banged up. They got some other injuries in that backfield as well with guys, that are not available. Obviously, Joe Mixon's, we don't know if he's going to play at all this year. I don't think he will with that weird non-football injury and everything going on. So I just don't like the rushing attack going into this season. Mixon was such a crucial piece last year to why the Texans, even with the issues that they had, why they were so good and won that division. Mixon was awesome. And now they're stuck with Nick Chubb, who, it sucks that his injury stuff has derailed his career. We all know what he was prior to injury. He's not the same player. He's just not. And so I really worry about that offense and Houston. The defense is what's going to keep them in most games, if not every game. And that's why somehow they, in a game which they scored 9 points last week against the Rams, it was a 14-9 ugly football game. And if it wasn't for a fumble late, I guess they actually could have won that football game.
By the way, you sound really down on the Texans. They are the favorites right now in the division, plus 175.
Yeah.
Jacksonville, who you referenced, Liam Cohen, new head coach, left Tampa and Baker Mayfield. So third coordinator and play caller for Baker in 3 years. And I did get off to a slow start, I thought, to begin week 1. But Cohen and the Jags are interesting to me. This was one of my sneaky, maybe Trevor Lawrence has a good season and he's your coach of the year.
I don't like this. You and I are both on the Jags preseason to win the South. I don't like this. We're in love. Well, you and I have been doing this show too many years together. We're thinking too much alike. I have the Jags to win that division. You don't have to worry.
I did not pick them to win the division. I just kind of threw out there that I could see it. I had the Texans at 10-7, Jags at 9-8. But my point is, it sounds like you're even more in on them than me. I mean, you could get them right now in some places if you shop around at 2-1 to win the division. I really liked what I saw. Lawrence didn't even play a great week 1 game, but the rest of the operation looked pretty good. And I'm just a Liam Cohen mark. I think he is a star. It's not Kyle Shanahan, but it's kind of when you talk top play callers, it's Reed, it's O'Connell, it's Kyle, it's McVay. I think Liam Cohen belongs in that group.
Yeah, look, I am very bullish on the Jags. And look, it was Carolina week 1. You also had the weird hour rain delay, lightning delay, whatever you want to call it there. And, I thought Bryce Young looked terrible, frankly. Was that the Jags defense? Was that Bryce Young reverting back to some of his old tendencies after looking really sharp in the final 8 games or so last year? I'm not sure what it was. We'll find out more about Carolina this week. But I was impressed with Jacksonville because ETN looked explosive. We saw playmaking about big explosive plays. It wasn't like Brian Thomas had a massive day, and yet they still, to me, were able to move the football. That was the most promising thing out of it. I don't remember the exact stat line for Brian Thomas, but it was not a huge day for him at the office, and yet I felt like they moved the ball, which is really, really promising. I actually think that the hidden player in this entire offense as the season goes on is going to be their tight end. We know the old regime had Evan Ingram there. He was very effective. He's now in Denver. Britton Strange is by no means a household name. I actually think he will be one as the season progresses. I'm just really high on Jacksonville, and a lot of it is the division. I'm not sold that the Colts are suddenly now going to be great. I do think they're better with Daniel Jones, but I'm not sold that they're going to win that division. You know how I feel about the Texans, and then Tennessee's got a rookie quarterback, and it's going to be a long year, I think, for them. So I love the Jags as a dark horse to win that division, and I felt pretty good after their performance. And as you see, if you're watching on Twitch, the Jags do get Cincinnati coming up on Sunday. They're getting 3.5 points. We can talk about Cincy if you want as well. I think the Jags could surprise some people in this game, quite honestly.
Yeah, they absolutely could. We could dive into this matchup when we go through some of the games and the lines top of the hour here, but it is a 3.5 point spread, and Jacksonville as a dog is live here, I think. Cincinnati's at home, which is nice. But for all of the changes they made to get off to a faster start, they did sneak away from their Browns matchup with a win, which is great, but it was a 1-point win that was not convincing. Joe Burrow had one of the lowest passing totals of the week. Jamar Chase was uninvolved. Along those lines, by the way, the line for Brian Thomas Jr. was 1 catch for 11 yards to back you up on that on 7 targets. So I would bank on him having a pretty big game as they try to get him more involved this week and have more success through the air. Before we get to some of the big matchups and the lines that are interesting in week 2, we'll do that coming up in about 10 minutes. I wanted to get to who's feeling the heat. Odds right now, you can find these at different places, offshore especially, but first quarterback benched right now. Russell Wilson of the Giants. In order then, Joe Flacco of the Browns. Maybe you're thinking they go to either Gabriel or Shador because they've got young guys waiting in the wings and they're going to lose a lot. Spencer Rattler of the Saints, which is interesting because I thought he actually played pretty well in week 1. Caleb Williams of the Bears, which is not a thing that's going to happen. And then Tua Tagovailoa of the Dolphins, which I don't really see. So for me, there's like a line of demarcation here on these odds. There are guys that could get benched soon that make a lot of sense. And then there's like, let's get the market talking and let's get some people to throw some money down on dumb bets. So I would kind of draw a line in the sand on Wilson, Flacco, Rattler. And then because those are veterans on bad teams with, young quarterbacks that were recently drafted behind them. Williams and Tua, I don't think make a lot of sense there.
No, and again, Tua getting hurt doesn't count for this either. We're talking about losing your job because of performance, not getting hurt and missing a game and everything like that. Look, I think Russell Wilson is the one to watch. Now, they named him the starter, so I don't expect any team, if you name someone a week 1 starter, to bench a guy 1 week into the season or 2 weeks usually into the season. But that's the one to watch, right? I mean, the Giants as a whole just looked really, really bad against the Commanders in week 1. I don't think it was just Russell Wilson by any means, but we know how this game is played, especially in the New York media market. And already the seat is very hot for Brian Daboll to begin with heading in. So Jackson Dart, to me, will be the first guy out of that group to get a starting gig. What I'm curious is, does it get so bad against Dallas this Sunday to where they'd be willing to have Jackson Dart debut on Sunday Night Football against the Chiefs? I don't know if they want to do that. Depending on how Kansas City defensively looks, maybe they do. We'll see how they bounce back. But Jackson Dart, to me, in replacing Russell Wilson, should be the favorite. It makes sense. I think we're going to see it within the next 2 or 3 weeks. And if it's bad enough on Sunday, I do think there is a chance that this is the last start that we see Russell Wilson make, dare I say, in the NFL. Try to get Grant's mic reconnected there. I want to get his thoughts on what I said there, if he agrees with me.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I said I think it's got to be really ugly for him to get benched, Gold. They scored 6 points in week 1. It was a systematic unilateral failure. They could not run the ball at all against Washington a week ago Sunday. In fact, if you look at Tyrone Tracy, it was 2.4 a pop. Their running backs went for 30 yards on 15 carries. And Russell was pressured on 42% of dropbacks. 33 pressures for Washington, which is more than they had in any game last season. So he got set up to fail. It's not like he played great, completed around 50%, but it was a bigger issue than just Russell Wilson. Dart wouldn't have had much more success. All right, let's dive into some of the week 2 matchups and look at the odds on coaches that are in trouble as well next on Countdown 2.
And Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
Grant Paulson. We're taking you up to noon East time today as we get you ready for college football and pro football on this Saturday. Gold, I want to get back to the NFL in just a moment. We will get into who's feeling the heat on the sidelines and some of the matchups that mean a lot as well. But I was just telling you in the break, your boy no-picked a survivor pool.
Embarrassing.
I no-picked a survivor pool, and I'm salty about it. So, first of all, I thought I made the pick. I don't know how I didn't. It's on some app. I thought I had put it in. I guess I didn't. I'll take the blame. I'll wear it hand in the air. But as I talked to the person that runs this thing, it's a Thursday, like 7:30 deadline or something ahead of Thursday Night Football to get your picks in for the weekend. And I'm like, whoa. Okay, so I won't pick the Thursday night game because I already know that the Packers won. So I promise I won't take them. I can't pick a team on a Sunday? That's a thing? I can't find a way to put a pick in still for Sunday? And they go, no, you can't do that. So here we are, I suppose. Your boy in week 2 is out of one of my survivor pools. Have you ever been in a pool where your pick has to be in by like minutes before the Thursday night game?
Not for survivor. So you need to find yourself a new pool next year and not join this one again. It is. I'm embarrassed for you though that you picked. I really am. I mean, because I make fun of people in some of these contests out in Vegas. Now your entry wasn't $1,000. Like 24 people in a big contest in Vegas. 24 people did not submit their survivor pick in week 1. That's way worse because your entry fee was probably not anywhere near that. But yeah, the deadline's crazy. The only deadline that I have a contest in Vegas that I'm doing. It's not for survivor. It's for spread picks, against the spread picks. And that one is if you pick a Thursday game, the rest of your picks have to be in by Thursday. But that makes sense to me, right? Especially because you're using a proxy or whatever. But for survivor, the deadlines are a little bit different. And so I don't understand why that pool you're in needs all your picks by Thursday night. That's kind of crazy to me.
Wild to me, bud. It really is. All right. By the way, I'm just thinking about this out loud now. Tough week for Survivor because
you think?
I do. I think it's really easy to find locks, but I think the comfortable winners, you don't want to burn this early. Ravens over Browns. I don't want to use Baltimore right now in week 2. Bills over Jets is a lock, but I don't want to get rid of Buffalo. Even the Rams over the Titans, which I'm going with in a few of my survivors, I feel like is a really safe bet. But if Matt Stafford's healthy, the Rams are going to be around for a long time. There are other riskier, likely winners that make some sense, but I think there's some nervousness in a division game for the Cowboys against the Giants. Cardinals over Panthers might be the best survivor player of the week, possibly. Broncos, Colts, but are we sure the Colts aren't actually good? Something we'll get into in a second. Lions over Bears is in both of those groups. That you don't want to use Detroit yet if they're an 11-12 win team. And also, it's a risky but probable winner. I mean, what if the Lions aren't good? What if they just have regressed and Green Bay pummeling them was an omen of things to come? So I actually think this is going to be a week where we're going to lose a bunch of people in survivor leagues.
We did not have any carnage in week 1, so I kind of am with you that something's going to happen. It was week 2 and week 1 last year that knocked so many people out. Remember, it was the Ravens last year in week 2 that were up late against the Raiders. They were big-time favorites, and they lost, and that knocked out a huge chunk. My guess is, depending on your pool, I think we're going to see 25%. Maybe it's less because of what happened last year. 25% of people in your pools this week use the Ravens, if not 30%. So depending on how many entries you have, you might want to just fade that, right, and hope for a big upset and the Browns upset the Ravens, and then you're feeling great. You know, I've got a couple entries in a pool, so one of my entries will be Baltimore, in my mind, just kind of to cover myself a little bit in case some of these other ones slip up, and I feel like, you know, the Ravens obviously are more of a sure thing. But if the Ravens get knocked out, I won't hate it because I'm going to be on Dallas with probably 2 of my entries and Arizona with another. I'm not so sure if I want to go Minnesota. That's one that I was considering. I don't know if I like that spot against Atlanta. I know they had the come from behind win on Monday night with J.J. McCarthy, and he looked great down the stretch, but also he did not look great in the first half. And so, you know, I'm not entirely sold yet on that whole picture, even though you and I both like Kevin O'Connell and in-game adjustments. He might be the best in the league right now at doing that. But it's a fun week, man. I was telling you during the break, you know, I've got a local pool, but then I own a small fraction of an entry, a couple of them in Vegas for the big contest that's out there. And I own such a small fraction that I don't get a say in that pick with these people I'm in with. And so they went Minnesota with one of them. I'm nervous. I'm very nervous.
That's a good lesson, though. I don't know if we want to opt into pools where we have no sway over what we're doing.
Well, no, but here's what I own. Look, for full disclosure, I own 5% of a certain entry. You're like, why would you do that? Well, it's the contest where there's $18 million to the winner. So I'll take my 5% of the entry, you know?
I'm not good enough to math that. What would you be winning if you win?
I think my bad math is 900,000.
Whoa.
There you go. Bad math.
The voice from above. 950K. Yeah. My guy is hooked.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That would be a big deal.
Right. So I own 5% and I can sell that stake later. I mean, my hope is, frankly, this entry survives till there's a bunch of others knocked out. That's everybody's dream. Week 8, week 10 or something. And that implied value of the whole entry is worth 60 or 70,000. And then I can make a decision to sell my share if I don't want to keep going. So we'll see.
All right. Well, good luck to the boys as you roll with the Vikings then. I do think that's nerve-wracking.
I'm nervous
for their matchup. No doubt. But you got to be gutsy, as you said, in these pools like that. So I totally get it. Atlanta is a 3.5-point dog at Minnesota. Falcons trying to avoid an 0-2 start. They had a chance to tie the Bucs and go to overtime, but Younghoe Koo missed a chip shot field goal. Michael Penix threw for over 290 and looked pretty good in his week 1 game as their starter for the first time to open a season. All right, let's get into some of these matchups and some of the betting lines of what we think. So I want to start with one of the fun storylines of the weekend, and it's Ben Johnson coming back to Detroit with the Chicago Bears. Play caller with Jared Goff, who made sweet music over the last 3 seasons with the Lions. They are 6.5-point home favorites over the Bears. Ben Johnson as a head coach coming back to Detroit in week 2. They lose, got off to a great start, went right down the field, opening drive. Caleb Williams was immaculate. It was an incredible scripted Ben Johnson drive, and then nothing worked after that, and they completely kind of came apart at the seams, and the Vikings come roaring back. J.J. McCarthy wakes up after 3 quarters of scuffling, a terrible pick 6, throws for 2 touchdowns, rushes for another, and the Bears lose. So Chicago staring an 0-2 start of the season down the barrel here, plus 6.5. What do you think, Gold?
I'm trying not to overreact to the second half of Caleb Williams because I actually thought in the first half he was fine, right? Like everybody's acting like he played everybody's acting like he played terrible the whole game. He did not. He did not look great in the second half. No kidding. And that entire team fell apart in the second half. And they got punched in the mouth real quick in the second half. And then when McCarthy had one good drive, and then they never were able to recover. So I don't think Caleb Williams is as bad as people think. With that said, I sure as heck do not believe the Detroit Lions losing Ben Johnson now just forgot how to play offense. I just don't buy it. And so to me, this is a great bounce back spot. I know people are scared of the fairly large number here, 6.5, although it's below a touchdown. So that's key here. You touchdown and you cover for Detroit. I think they bounce back in a big way. The key is the running game. Can they run the ball against Chicago? That I think was the biggest problem last week against Green Bay. They were never able to get the run game going. They were held to 46 yards on 22 carries. Jahmyr Gibbs, the explosive nature that he has, was non-existent. I think they get right in this game. I think Goff bounces back. I like Detroit here. If you're just wondering based off of trends, and as we say, I can mention trends. I'm not saying to solely bet based on trends by any means, but use it to guide you and maybe reinforce an opinion that you already have or a bet you already have. But Goff and Campbell, right? Jared Goff and Dan Campbell, 19-8 against the spread, coming off of a straight-up loss together. And they've won and covered 10 in a row going back to November of 2022 in these spots. So this is not uncharted territory or anything like that. I think they're at home. I expect a big day offensively from Goff. And I also think Sam Laporta reminds us why he's one of the best, if not the best, tight end in football.
So I'm not ready to go best tight end in football on Sam Laporta, but I think he's good. I like the analysis, too. I wonder about Tanner Engstrand, who I'm high on, kind of replacing some of those trends. So much of that is you got the best play caller and designer in your division and one of the best in all of football probably in Johnson, and now he's not there anymore. But I'll say this about Detroit. They got to have this game, in my opinion. They've got the Baltimore Ravens on the road on Monday Night Football next week. That is a very losable football game, obviously. So if they don't win this division game against Chicago, it's close, they turn the ball over late, you miss a field goal, whatever happens, the Bears beat you somehow and you're 0-2, and now you're going to Baltimore. On the other side of that, you do have the Browns to try to get your first win of the season, but it's not like things get a whole lot softer, right? Then it's the Bengals, it's the Chiefs, it's the Bucks, it's the Vikings, depending on what's going on with the Commanders, Eagles coming up on the schedule. You still play the Packers a couple times. 0-2 playing the Ravens would be devastating for them. Can you imagine the narrative, too, nationally? If they're 0-2 after losing both coordinators, some of the talent they did defensively, and you're playing Baltimore. So you just don't want the wolves at the doors. You don't want to allow the possibility of things, even if it's just outside your own walls, to start getting loud and that noise to grow going into week 3.
That's the thing. It's all the national conversation that'll happen. With any of these bigger, higher expectation teams that are in danger of starting 0-2, Detroit, Baltimore, Kansas City, right? We know the national narrative and freak out will begin very quickly if that happens. And like for Dan Campbell, we all know the job he's done. I mean, he has turned that entire organization around. He's been amazing. But I will be interested to see, how quickly do people turn on him? I'm not saying his job is in jeopardy. That's not what I'm saying at all. But how quickly will people turn on him and start really, really questioning him if they start 0-2? It's amazing how quickly it can happen in the NFL.
Totally. All right, let's move on to another. I find this game really intriguing. This is not the biggest, best game of the week, Eagles-Chiefs, but this one's fun for me. So we're just going in order. That was a 1 o'clock game. This is a 4 o'clock kick. Broncos at the Colts. Denver is only a 2.5-point favorite in Indianapolis. We were talking earlier about the AFC South feeling a little bit more wide open. And interestingly, in that conversation, we didn't really get into Indianapolis much. Plus 260, plus 275, depending on where you are. You could get them as plus 240 is less value, but I've seen that number out there this week. The Colts had the most impressive week 1 performance. I mean, Daniel Jones was amazing. Him and Shane Steichen made it work. They also played a team, the ultimate bad vibes team of 2025 right now, the Miami Dolphins. It was just kind of a really gross performance by Miami. And so this is the ultimate, I want to find out about a team game this week. Are the Colts actually interesting? Are they pretty good? Could Daniel Jones in that offense have a reclamation and have a really strong season? What I love about this game is he's playing such a good defense that I think we'll know kind of once and for all at the end of this thing if Daniel Jones and the Colts are a thing. Because Denver's defense might be the best in football. I think they cover 2.5 here on the road. But I've labeled this, the reason we're bringing it up here, as one of my favorite games of the weekend, just because of what we saw from Indianapolis and an opportunity to learn a lot really fast here.
Right, and Daniel Jones, he could end up being, the Sam Darnold of 2025 if, in fact, he gets a win here and looks good. That's the comp that you're going to hear over and over and over if, in fact, he does that and kind of revitalizes his career. And we won't see Anthony Richardson the rest of the season. If they win this game and Jones is good, we will not see Anthony Richardson start another game this year. And heck, maybe never start another game for the Colts. I really don't think that's crazy to say if, in fact, it goes well tomorrow. This is one of those, you're 100% right, that we're going to find out everything. I also want to find out more about Bo Nix. Last year, a great rookie campaign. I have said that I think the ceiling is still not that high for him. But what he did last year, and with, as you said, maybe the best defense in football, they can win a division, or at least push for one. They can win a playoff game. I just don't think the ceiling is much higher than that, personally. This is a game, if your ceiling is even that, you got to win. You got to find a way to win. I didn't think Denver was all that impressive in week 1. I still think, though, they're the better team. This is one of those, as you always say, like, what are we missing with this? Because the line, I think the public and everybody's going to be all over Denver in this game because people are going to say they're not buying Daniel Jones. And that's where, you can get tricky. The public last week, by the way, got beat up. It was a rough go in week 1 for the public. So I'll go Denver. If I have to make a pick here, I'll be honest, I do not have a sense on this game yet. But if I'm having to make a pick, I will side with Denver here. To me, I don't know how anybody's picking the Broncos or the Colts in Survivor. To me, why are you wasting either team in this matchup? I don't like it at all.
So there are a few national experts I had on my show this offseason in DC, the daily show I do for Odyssey, and they referenced the possibility of a Bo Nix regression, that it was kind of like very possible. We're just putting him into that 30 touchdown, 10 interceptions, franchise quarterback tier. And maybe everyone's talking about a Jaden Daniels sophomore slump after he played like a rookie of the year. What about Nix? He didn't look nearly like he was playing at the level he did last year in week 1. And it's a game, and it's the first game, and there's very little time on the grass in the preseason now. So I'm open to just being a rough go of it. But that is something I'm also monitoring for sure, to your point. And I think it is very much a possibility that maybe, he is going to have some tough sledding early this season. But the Colts, man, they were so good in their week 1 game. Countdown 2 with Gold and Paulson. Next, we'll finish our preview of some of our favorite games of the weekend.
Saturday mornings start here with Countdown 2 on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, Alex Gold, back in just a moment.
games we can get into as the hour continues, but we've waited long enough to get to what is the premium game of the week. It's going to be the nationally televised game in the 4 o'clock window, a rematch of the Super Bowl this past winter. The Eagles are at the Chiefs. Philly is a 1.5-point road favorite. Tells you that odds makers think on a neutral site, they'd probably be 3 or so points better, maybe 3.5 points than the Chiefs at this juncture. Where do we start with Kansas City, Gold? I'll get out of the way here as you cover them day in and day out, but their offense in the first game of the season looked a lot like it did really the last year and a half or so. It's uninspiring. It's a slog, man. It's tough to watch, and yet they were right there almost with a chance to steal a game over the Chargers again.
Yeah, there's no question that first half in particular looked just like the Super Bowl. I mean, that was the vibe in Kansas City. That, man, this is the Super Bowl all over, except it's the Chargers this go around. They had nothing going, and admittedly, they lost their top receiving option, obviously 3 plays into the game, and Xavier Worthy, which no doubt changed your entire game plan. But the offense after that, until the final 5 drives, had nothing going. They did actually score on their final 5 drives of the game. That's the only ounce of hope that I think some fans have offensively, is that they were able to adjust and they kind of got some things going. But the frustrating thing in Kansas City for a lot of people is that what you said about the offense a year ago, that until they get Worthy back, which they got some good news, it looks like he potentially could play next week. He's actually listed as doubtful for this week. A lot of people thought it was a season-ending injury at the time. It's a dislocated shoulder. Right now, they're not going to try surgery or anything. So the thought is that Worthy back in a week or so, Rashee Rice back from suspension, that this offense still could get there. The biggest concern I have is the defense, Grant. This defense, when these years of the offense being middle of the road, 10th to 13th kind of offense, the defense was one of the best in football. And that was light years from what they looked like on last Friday night in Brazil. And so is this defense going to be a big problem for them this year? Do they have enough to get after the quarterback? They had zero pressure on Justin Herbert, as we all watched last Friday. And the guys were wide open. They're playing zone. Guys were running into each other, so you had a lack of communication. You had Chris Jones, one of the better defensive players, a future Hall of Famer, admittedly after the game saying that on that 3rd and 14, he went inside and lost his contain and was more of a selfish type of play. And that just can't happen for your veterans, for your key cogs. And so there's a lot of questions going in. There's a real chance they start 0-2, and that's uncharted territory. That in its own right has caused, I don't want to say panic, but real concern in Kansas City, because under Patrick Mahomes, they've never been 0-2. He's never been 2 games below 500. And you referenced the spread. This is the first time since 2022, and only the second time ever, that Mahomes is a home underdog. The last time was against the Bills. They lost that game outright, by the way. But this will be his 69th home start, and just his second time that he's an underdog. And so I think they will have some better communication. I think this is a very close game. Anytime I get points with Mahomes, I certainly will take them. But there's a real possibility, Grant. They start 0-2, and there'll be real conversations that, not that they're going to miss the playoffs, but that the division is going to end, the run that is in the division is going to end, since one of the Chargers or Raiders, one of them is going to be 2-0 after Monday Night Football. And the Broncos could also be 2-0.
Yeah, if it's the Raiders, maybe it's less perilous in terms of falling out of being the favorite. But yeah, if the Chargers or the Broncos get to 2-0, which are possibilities, and they're 0-2, then I think you will see a favorite that isn't Kansas City. And it's starting to happen, right? This thing, and I'm not, poking the bear or anything here, but like the logic a lot of the times that people have is, well, it's Mahomes, it's Reed, it's Kansas City. They're just always going to be at the top. And it's like, that's not really how things work. I mean, it's how it's worked for a long time, but there's going to be a year where they don't go 12-5, where they do go, 10-7 or some. I can't imagine them going worse than that, frankly. But like maybe that is this year if they're 0-2. By the way, they got the Ravens in 2 weeks, so I think it's the Giants next week if I remember correctly. And in that game, they would be like 6.5-point favorites or something. It wouldn't surprise me if the Giants stink again this week. Maybe it'd be 7.5 points. I doubt Dart would start, but if he's starting, maybe that changes the line a little bit too. But so you're probably going to get a win next week. But you could possibly go into that Baltimore game 1-2 and be 1-3 through a first quarter of a year. And at that point, if the Chargers or the Raiders or the Broncos, let's say someone's 4-0 or 3-1, I mean, this is all like worst case scenario stuff for the Chiefs, but it is possible, right? It is more likely, in my opinion, that they find a way. It's just what we've seen for many, many years, and that they rip off a couple straight wins, and they're 2-1. But based on how they played against the Chargers, I understand any kind of anxieties or nerves out of Kansas City because, some of this is injury related. As you said, you don't have Rice. Then you lose players at receiver, and you're kind of right back where you are. Like, thank God for Mahomes, man, because he made a couple magical plays. But when it's Juju Smith-Schuster and the island of misfit toys at receiver already, no wonder. I mean, how could you possibly be a dynamic, prolific offense with that being the case? And that's where they're going to struggle. I was stunned by the Chargers. Let me get a thought from you on this. The teams that I'm kind of most overreacting to this week that I'm going, maybe they're better than I thought. The Chargers, everybody loved all offseason, and I liked them fine. Good coaching with Harbaugh, playoff team last year. My thought on them was the injury to Slater on the offensive line and just generally the injuries that had piled up. I wasn't feeling it. I was like, I think this is a fringe playoff team. Maybe I undersold them. And then the other one is the Colts. And I go into this week thinking it's very possible now that I'm overcorrecting, where I'm going, I think Indianapolis is a lot better than I thought. And I think the Chargers are a lot better than I thought. And there's teams every single year in the first week that you talk yourself into and we realize it was just a good game. So are the Chargers a candidate for that? Are the Colts a candidate for that? That's in my mind what I'm thinking, is that those are the teams I'm overdoing.
Right. No, I mean, it's going to happen to somebody this week that we thought was way better than what they actually were after 1 week. I'll tell you about the Chargers. For Monday night, the spread, I believe, is still 3.5. The Chargers are favorites against the Raiders. I like the Raiders to cover that game. I do think this is a spot where the Chargers, everybody's hyping them up and all this, and then they lay an egg on Monday Night Football. I know you and I go back and forth on, hey, it's a new year and all that kind of stuff, and the past doesn't matter. But this is where the Chargers can prove to me that they're different this go around. Typically, this on a Monday night spot is where after all the momentum and they're feeling good and they have a great chance to start 2-0 with 2 division wins, they lay an egg and it's the Raiders that come up with a win. I definitely like the Raiders to at least cover. I'm not going to really pick them to win, but I think they can cover against the Chargers. My question about the Chargers and what I loved about their performance was they were willing to throw the football and be ultra aggressive. I know with Harbaugh, they're going to be run first typically. Was that just, hey, we think we can get the Chiefs here. They're expecting us to run. Their game plan is that we're going to run. We're going to get them. And they did, by the way. It worked great. And they stayed aggressive late. That was kind of the anti-Charger mindset late in the game even. They continued to pass the ball. I'm curious what that game plan looks like against the Raiders. Are they going to let Herbert throw that much? They want him to throw that much because Herbert was great. He also had all day. And Ladd McConkey was winning on 30% of his routes, which is a huge number in the National Football League. So I'm really interested just to see the bounce back from that emotional win in Brazil, the travel, all of that, to now hosting another divisional opponent. But I think that game on Monday night is going to be a lot closer than people think, and it would not shock me if the Raiders could surprise the Chargers in that matchup.
Kind of like the under 46.5. Looking at that total right now as well. A couple other, when you say bounce back, positively, negatively, whatever, regression to the mean, are the Panthers going to stink? Are they as bad as they look? You had a weird weather delay. This was a team that had momentum at the end of last season. Bryce Young was playing a lot better. They ended up laying the biggest egg of week 1 and just completely disappointing in their game with the Colts. They're plus 6.5 in Arizona. That's a pretty big line against the Cardinals. Tells you what odds makers are thinking there. Arizona might roll in that one.
Feels like it. If Kyler Murray doesn't make one mistake early in the game, I could see the Cardinals jumping out to a nice cushion early on. I mean, the Cardinals are, to me, clearly the better football team. I also don't like at all what I saw from Bryce Young. I felt like that was regression from Bryce Young last week. And yeah, maybe it is the weather delay, Grant, and that played a role. I think they're also, I know this is not something you would expect anybody to say in the year 2025 about Adam Thielen. I don't get why they moved on from Adam Thielen. I know maybe he wanted out. I think he misses Adam Thielen quite a bit. I really believe that. Ted McMullen's going to be a really nice receiver in this league, but it's early. It's early, and I actually think Bryce Young needs a target like an Adam Thielen. I know Hunter Renfrow is there. Maybe you argue he's the same type of guy. But I think that's a big loss for them, and I'm worried about Bryce Young after 1 week, in 2025.
I think that's smart. I wouldn't have traded Thielen. There's no real need to. It worked out well for him. I don't know if it's going to work out well for Carolina. Rapid fire here. The Jets surprised offensively. They did not punt at all in the first half of their game with the Steelers. It took a field goal of 60 yards to beat them by Pittsburgh and Chris Boswell in a game where Aaron Rodgers threw 4 touchdowns because Justin Fields' debut was marvelous and ran all over the place, 2 rushing touchdowns. They're only 6.5-point home dogs to the Bills. I know that sounds funny to say only, but I would have thought that line was bigger. I mean, that felt, I don't know what the look-ahead line was, but I'll bet you it was closer to like 8.5, 9, something like that. 6.5 feels a little light for me.
So I'm not betting this game. Full disclosure, I don't have a bet on the Jets or the Bills, but I will say I think we saw Justin Fields' best game we'll see all year already, though. That's my concern. Like I think we already saw his best performance, and it was in week 1, and they still didn't beat the Steelers. And I don't know what was going on with the Steelers' defense. Now, I love Aaron Glenn. I think his ability to hold guys accountable, he's clearly in charge. I think there's a real respect there. That wasn't there with the prior regime and when Rodgers was there and everything. So I do think the Jets are going to be far more competitive, and I do think Aaron Glenn's the right guy in charge. I still don't think Justin Fields, though, is going to play good enough football across the entire season to give them a chance to win games against a team like Buffalo. Cover, maybe in this spot. I would actually consider teasing the Jets up. I know most people would say, oh, I'll tease the Bills down 6.5 points. All they have to do is win. I actually would rather tease the Jets up. You know why? That Bills defense, Grant, yes, it's Lamar Jackson they went up against. I would be very concerned about Buffalo's defense if I were a Bills fan. We know Josh Allen is incredible, and he won MVP, and my goodness, what he did late in that Sunday night game was ridiculous. I do not think the Bills defense is going to be at the same level that it was over the last couple of years. I know they went out and brought in Bosa. They move on from Von Miller. He's now in D.C. with the Commanders and you guys down there that you cover. I don't think they got the horses there to consistently get after the quarterback. And then Ed Oliver is not going to play in this game. The very talented defensive lineman that came with that big sack of Lamar Jackson that really kind of shifted the momentum of that football game. So it would not surprise me if the Jets cover, which is why, like, if I had to do this game, I think I would tease the Jets up. I don't think this is a Jets team's losing by 2 touchdowns.
I like that. Throw them on a teaser and I think that could play. All right. How about let's go real or fake here, rapid fire to end the segment. And we've got our best bets coming up. I also want to get into something interesting that happened in the Major League Baseball individual awards market yesterday as well that I think people need to know, and we'll do that all in our final segment coming up in a few. But real or fake, does this carry over, or was this a week 1 one-off? Aaron Rodgers balled out for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mentioned 4 touchdowns, no picks, throws for 244 on 22 of 30. He looked the part in that offense. I'm going to say real. I don't think there's going to be a lot of 4-touchdown games on the ledger. I've been down on him. I thought he played really poorly last year. But I think with a defense that is going to get them some ideal starting spots for drives, just enough running game, which they couldn't run the ball that well, but bringing in Kenneth Gainwell to go with Jalen Warren, they obviously drafted a rookie as well. That's going to help them. And I liked how they used DK Metcalf, honestly. They got him the ball on the move with some speed, ball placement a couple times. I think Rodgers is going to have, based on watching him in 1 week, I do buy that he'll have a much better year than he did last year with the Jets.
I think it's real as well. I have them as one of the final wildcard teams this year, so I certainly think there's going to be some level of success in Pittsburgh, and once again with Mike Tomlin. I think the reason why it's real is not that I agree with you, not that Aaron Rodgers is going to go out there and carve up defenses consistently. It's that Arthur Smith, as much as he was criticized in Atlanta, and warranted, by the way, I think his scheme is perfect for what Rodgers is right now. I think most of the touchdowns there, Grant, for Aaron Rodgers were all schemed up, guys that were wide open. That's a good sign,
Very
actually.
True.
That's what it needs to be for Rodgers at this point in his career. So that actually was the biggest positive out of all of it.
Here's another one. Patriots looked really bad. They were a flavor of the offseason, basically. Favored in, I think, 10 of their games. Over under 7.5. Real or fake, they didn't look any better than they did last year.
No, it's real. Yeah, it's real. Mike Vrabel's a better head coach, but I don't think offensively they had enough weaponry there to get it done. I know Travion Henderson's impressive. I actually think this is one of those where everybody thinks the Dolphins are terrible. Don't be surprised if the Dolphins bounce back and beat the Patriots.
Whew, that would be ugly for them. Not to say the Dolphins are like a bottom feeder. I could see them winning the game, but an 0-2 start, 2 winnable games, right? Raiders and Dolphins, you had to be at least 1-1 if you're getting where they're going. I've got a ticket on Vrabel as the coach of the year. It's tough sledding at that point. Speaking of coaches, who could be the first one out of a job? And there is news on the individual player market and awards market for Major League Baseball. We'll get to that. And we will set the table for college football on Countdown 2 next.
You're listening to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary. From kickoff to final whistle, your Saturday mornings belong to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
I'm Grant Paulson. Welcome back. It is Countdown 2. We are at full strength on week 2 of the NFL season. First head coach fired odds. You can find these in certain places and offshore. Mike McDaniel's
MGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
got the Colts 1-0. Again, I think that would be an end of season thing if things don't go well. So it feels to me like, I don't know where you're at, McDaniel and Dable kind of in their own tier, and then maybe Stefanski after that. But I certainly understand in terms of the Dolphins and the Giants how we would get there.
Because we're talking about an in-season firing for really, if we're talking about first coach fired, and I don't, maybe we see one this year, and if we do, I think the only real scenario is actually Miami. I think because of the ability for Brian Dable to eventually, when things go south with Russ, if they start 0-3 or 0-4, something like that, he can switch to Dart. I actually think that works in his favor. Not that he won't get fired at the end of the year, but in his favor for this market that we are talking about. Whereas McDaniel, there is no upside the rest of the, you know what I mean? Like, it's, if you lose, there's no other quarterback. There's no, if anything, it's trading Tyreek Hill later on in the year. And he's only going to get louder and louder the more they lose and everything like that, which is going to not look great on McDaniel's part as well. It's desperate times for them already. I told you, I would not be shocked if they find a way to win against the Patriots when everybody thinks they're done and all that. I could see them winning. They're actually 2.5-point favorites. That's a bit crazy to me, but I'm not surprised if they win.
It's not a hot take. They're favored in the game. Yeah. I think there's a pretty good expectation they may win.
Yeah, although you say that like they're favorites, but I don't know about your office and your station. Most people around the building this week where I'm at, they're all like, "Oh, the Patriots are winning this game," and all. I disagree. I think the Dolphins, to me, are probably who's going to win this football game. But if they lose and you have more tantrums on the sideline and arguments on the sideline and stuff, Mike McDaniel could be out of here by week 7 or week 8. I really believe that. That requires a loss here, though, on Sunday.
Could see it. All right, do want to get to a note out of Major League Baseball, because I think a lot of people have tickets on the Cy Young Awards and the MVPs in both leagues. The Tigers left-hander, Tarek Skubal. This is the best pitcher in baseball. Felt like a lock and may still be to win the Cy Young Award in the American League. Left his team's loss 8-2 against the Marlins in the 4th inning on Friday. Experienced tightness in his left side. According to the team, he's going to get some imaging done. He's already, I'm sure, in that process at this point. They're going to figure out the severity of the injury. Said he doesn't know if he's going to undergo, what kind of tests exactly he's going to have. But the Tigers playing the Marlins, moving on now in the short term without him. 45 pitches, 3 1/3 innings, 4 hits and 4 earned runs, which for him is like 14 hits and 17 runs. He just doesn't give up any offense. Didn't walk anybody and struck out a couple batters. He's the reigning AL Cy Young Award winner. He's the heavy favorite to win it again. It's September 13th, so there's only a couple weeks left in the season. But I ask you, is there enough time that if he doesn't pitch again and Garrett Crochet shoves a couple times in big games for Boston, that the gap tightens here to the point that it gets interesting? Or do you think it's already over, that Skubal's your Cy Young Award winner? Because that's a market where there's a lot of tickets and a lot of money.
Ton of money involved in Cy Young. I think it's too late, though, for Garrett Crochet. Also, just 2 outings ago, I think Crochet gave up 6 earned, if I'm not mistaken. And so I it's not as if he's had 7 straight outings of, dominant 2 earned run baseball or something like that. I think it was a week and a half ago or so. He kind of got blown up in the 6th inning or something. And he's had a great year. But I guess what I'm saying is it would have taken Crochet, to me, pitching even better than he has to allow an injury to force his way into the conversation again. I think if this was August 13th, Grant, I would be on board. I'd say, oh, well, we got a month and a half or so to go. I don't think there's enough starts left for Crochet, even if Scooble's done for the year or something like that.
I think you're probably right, but I could see 3 more starts if my math is right here for Crochet, while you don't have Scooble pitching because Crochet hasn't actually pitched since the 8th, so he's due up here now in the rotation. Last time out, 3-hit shutout ball with 10 strikeouts over 7 innings at the A's. He did have the inning you're talking about where the 6th inning went sideways against Cleveland. Before that, another quality start against Baltimore. But if you look at the numbers, it's a 2.5 ERA, number 2 in a lot of categories, to Scooble in the American League. He's a good start away from his whip going under 1. He's going to end up striking out 250 batters or close to it this season. So if he goes 3 starts and it's 3 7+ inning, 1 or so run outings, I think it could actually get interesting because remember, Boston's fighting and scratching and clawing for positioning. These are huge national TV type starts as well. There's a reason why Tarek Skubal minus 3,000, minus 1,800 in different spots. Crochet still 8-1, 9-1. I think Skubal wins it. I think he should, but I'm just not convinced it doesn't get interesting if he doesn't pitch again. And we don't know. I mean, we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit here.
For sure.
But if they shut him down for the postseason, if Crochet has 3 outings and let's say he can go out and throw 22, 23 really good innings, I think it would be interesting. It would get intriguing. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, to me, long term, what's unfortunately potentially swinging the most could be just your thoughts on the playoff chances and getting to the World Series for the Tigers. I mean, they're the favorites still to come out of the American League and win the pennant there at plus 325 over at BetMGM. The Yankees and Blue Jays basically right there as well at plus 350, 3.5-1. The Tigers have been so great all year long. We all know how they finished last season and all the momentum, and then they've carried that right over. They've really, over the last year, been the best team in baseball. I know they didn't win the World Series, but they really have been the best team in baseball. And you lose an ace, it looks like we think. I mean, hopefully not, but it looks like that's what's going to happen here with Skubal. I don't know if you feel great about the Tigers. I certainly wouldn't put a ticket on them now. Now, if you had months ago a ticket on Tigers, you should still feel great. You're in an awesome spot. Right now, until I have clarity on that situation, I certainly wouldn't be firing on the Tigers at plus 325 to win the American League. Right now, my thought is actually I still think the Blue Jays, and then I did this last year, the Astros, anytime I can get them undervalued, I still really can't quit them in terms of come playoff time. They're 7-1 now. The division's getting interesting. The Mariners are right there now in the AL West. There's a chance that the Astros could slip to a wild card. If that happens, then obviously the road is a lot tougher. But if the Astros can hold on to the West, I still like them at 7-1 as more of a value play to get to at least an ALCS and hopefully set up a hedge opportunity for you if they're playing a team like the Tigers, let's say.
Yeah, I hope the Skubal thing's minor, but in a hypothetical to your point where they're missing him for some part of October, you've got a rotation of Casey Mize, a former 1-1 pick who's had a good year, Jack Flaherty, who they brought back and paid this offseason in free agency, and then you got Charlie Morton, who's on the precipice of being 42, who they acquired via trade in July from the Baltimore Orioles, got off to a terrible start, but has pitched better as the year's gone on. But, I mean, without Skubal, it's night and day. I mean, that's not anything like what they had before. I mean, you just kind of put in Sharpie that Skubal's going to go 6 or 7 good innings and give you a lead in a playoff game. And so it gets very, very different very quickly. All right, let's look ahead to the top of the hour here in college football. We're about 9 minutes away from the start. Number 4, Oregon against Northwestern is a 26.5-point favorite. Number 12, Clemson is a 3-point favorite at Georgia Tech. That gets started in a little under 10 minutes. Oklahoma, Johnny Mateer, 13-point favorite against Temple, minus 24 for the Oklahoma Sooners. What do you like in this 12 o'clock window? Anything you got your eyes on? Michigan's without their head coach, number 23 ranked team, is a 27.5-point favorite against Central Michigan. I kind of like Central Michigan as a possible cover option there. Where are you at in the early window?
Yeah, not the best noon slate, to say the least, unfortunately. I think things heat up around 3:30 or so this afternoon. The only bet that I have in the early slate actually is Auburn in South Alabama. That's still another hour from now, though. Auburn, to me, out of the SEC, 24.5 point. I actually think there's a chance this game goes under that 54.5 for a total. I could see this being a little bit lower scoring in the first half as well. So that's the only game I've caught my eye on. Look, Northwestern Oregon, I know it's the big noon kickoff and everything. It's going to be a gorgeous scene in terms of scenery right there on Lake Michigan. But the game itself, 26.5, I don't think this game is competitive at all. I'm really not interested in watching much of Oregon and Northwestern.
All right, so let's get to our best bets then. We do it every single Saturday before we get out of here. What are we surest about? It is time for the best bets.
Grant Paulson and Alex Gold give you today's
Never tell me the odds.
best bet on Countdown 2.
As far as today, I'm going to the best matchup of the day. Georgia and Tennessee. Tennessee, 4-point dogs in Knoxville. 102,000 people going to be in attendance for this game. First road test for Gunnar Stockton. Look, I think Tennessee's offense, while it's a huge step up in competition against that Georgia Kirby Smart-led defense, the fact that I'm getting 4 points at home for an offense that has been putting up 45 and then 72. Now, that was Syracuse and it was East Tennessee State. I get it. But I've been impressed by Joey Aguilar. I think they can hang in this game because of their offense. And they're getting 4 points at home. I like the Tennessee Volunteers +4 on the college slate. NFL, I already told you, I like the Bucks +2.5 on Monday Night Football against the Texans.
Love that play. It's one of my 3 of the weekend. I'll go Rams as my best bet, laying 5.5 in Tennessee against the Titans. I think they win that game by a touchdown. And I also sneaky really like the Broncos -2.5 over the Colts. I think we're overreacting a little bit to how good Indianapolis was in week 1. Before we get out of here, though, hopefully I'm not catching him off guard, but our producer, David, behind the scenes, normally puts together these 9,000 leg parlays that have no chance of hitting. And it's always really interesting to hear what he's got in his parlay of the day. So, David, what is your wacky parlay of Saturday that has no chance of hitting?
You did catch me off guard, but hold on one second. I'll bring it up, and I'll rattle it off real quick for you.
I was told the odds are...
Hold on. I already won the New Mexico +15.5. I also have Oklahoma covering the 22.5, Missouri covering the 27.5, Tennessee +4, South Florida +17.5. I took the under in the UMass Iowa game. That's at 43.5, and then South Carolina -3.
What could go wrong? Countdown 2. Let's have a day. Thanks for listening.
You've been listening to Countdown 2. Coming up next on the BetMGM network is Inside the Betting Lines. Download the BetMGM app today and make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Happy Saturday. Welcome into Week 3 college football. This is Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I am PJ Glasser alongside Paul Aspen. We'll be with you guys throughout the college football and NFL season. We'll be talking plenty of NFL coming up later on in the show. But definitely going to get to all the college games today on the slate. We have a bunch of noon Eastern time games getting ready to kick off in Week 3, and a lot of intriguing matchups, including number 12 Clemson on the road today, laying 3 points at Georgia Tech. Paul and I are going to give out some of our favorite plays in some of these early games. We do have two great guests joining us on the show today. Christian Kirby going to stop by in about 20 minutes, talk some college football with him, and then Sierra Clark will join us to talk about one of the marquee games of the day, Florida and LSU down in Baton Rouge. But a really solid Week 3 slate, some big games. That Florida LSU one, definitely Notre Dame and Texas A&M should be a lot of fun. College game day today is at Tennessee for Georgia and Tennessee for a top 15 matchup. But Paul, as I welcome you in, man, I am excited for this Clemson and Georgia Tech matchup because I think the two top 10 teams in the country whose perception has changed for the worse maybe since the season started is definitely Bama after how they looked against Florida State. And then Clemson. I think we all gave them a pass because LSU looked awesome and they look like a national title contender. but then they followed it up. They were down 16-0 to Troy in the first half. They're going to have one of their better players, wide receiver Antonio Williams, out today. Cade Klubnik has not looked good. And Georgia Tech's a solid team out of the ACC. This line has been getting bet down all week. And right now, before kickoff, Clemson is a 3-point favorite against the Yellow Jackets. So how do you see that game going today?
I mean, PJ, I was high on Georgia Tech this entire offseason. I mean, the summer number on this was 9.5.
Yeah,
and we're sitting at 3.5, 3. I can't get there. Like I took Georgia Tech in some contests at plus 3.5. I like Georgia Tech. I'm high on Georgia Tech. I mean, they've got next to Clemson, they got the second most returning production in the ACC, physical team, and I'm just kind of. The Clemson got a ton of support and respect this entire offseason by a lot of respected people, a lot of sharp people. They came on our show, Bet Sweats, 9 at noon Eastern, Monday through Friday on the network. I just can't really get there with Klubnik. I can't really get there with Dabo. I kind of have Dabo fatigue, and maybe the talent will rise to the top. But I like Tech in this spot. I can't endorse betting 3 at this point. I took 3.5 with Georgia Tech in a contest, but I'm just excited to see how this plays out. I mean, Klubnik has not looked good. His Heisman odds have dropped to plus 2,500. I wouldn't touch that.
No.
I think there's a lot of cause for concern with Clemson. Now, maybe they come out and shut everyone up today, but I think things are they look a little dicey. And they did last year too. Now they turn it on at the end of the season. I don't know. There's been a lot of turnover on the Georgia Tech offensive line. So maybe that could be an issue for Clemson to exploit. That could be an area Clemson could exploit today. But yeah, man, this is Tech or nothing for me today. But I know we're Oppo on this one.
We are. A lot of it has to do with the number. Like you said in your contest, you got 3.5. I think if you're getting the hook, that's a good number because I do expect it to be close. I bet Clemson at 3. I think betting them on the money line is a good look as well. I just think now that we're down to 3, Paul, there are some 2.5s out there as well with Clemson. So if you like Clemson, definitely grab that for sure. I just think the matchup for Georgia Tech in this game is not a good one. You know, their offense is pretty simplified, and they really like to run the ball, and they really like to run it with their quarterback, Haynes King. Like, when you're watching them play today, everything kind of goes through like those QB mesh points, whether it's a zone read to the running back, whether it's a jet sweep to the wide receiver. They really like to run the ball. And Clemson, I think through the first 2 weeks, their offense has been extremely disappointing, but their defense has still been very, very good. And I think Georgia Tech's running game going up against that front four and that Clemson defense, I think it's going to be a real tall task for them today. Haynes King, keep in mind, is not 100%. He missed the game last week against Gardner-Webb. So obviously you're playing Clemson, you're at home, adrenaline will be high. So he'll be feeling pretty good. But, man, going against some of these NFL guys that Clemson has, I just think it's a bad matchup today for Georgia Tech. I think the one thing, Paul, that does benefit Georgia Tech today is when they played Colorado in week 1, they turned the ball over in their first 3 possessions. Then when they played Gardner-Webb last week, they turned the ball over in their first 2 possessions, right? So we know turnover luck, like those things tend to kind of even out over a period of time. If you're backing Tech today or you're a fan, you would hope that maybe kind of those early season jitters and some of the ball control issues they've had, maybe they fix going into the Clemson game today. But now that we're at 3, and I think it's going to be tough for Tech to move the ball because their offense is all about running, and it's really tough to do on that Clemson defensive line. I like Clemson -3 today, but that should be a really good game.
And to your points on the defense, and Georgia Tech might have some trouble. Look, first of all, they start off like they did the last 2 weeks. This could be a pretty quick game, and it could be curtains for Georgia Tech early. You mentioned the Haynes King injury. That's certainly something. A nagging lower body injury is what they're calling it. That's certainly something to keep an eye on, and he could be much worse for the wear going against this physical Clemson defense. Interesting that the total has come down significantly as well, and even more so over the last couple of days. I mean, it's at 58.5 all the way down to 53.5. Now we're looking at 51.5. I mean, if Georgia Tech's offense is going to struggle, and then again, Klubnik and the Clemson offense has struggled as well. I mean, it's tough to endorse this after a 7-point move or a 2-point move over the last couple of days, but we could be looking at a low-scoring game here as well today, and an ugly game as they come out and start taking the field right now.
Yeah, ESPN just showing the graphic. Brent Key 6-1 against ranked ACC opponents. Clemson's won 9 straight against Georgia Tech, and I did see the stat, Paul, that Dabo 0-5 against the spread in his last 5 straight ACC openers. So again, something to help out the Georgia Tech bet if you're on that side today. So that's really the game that we all kind of expect to be close today. Toss up, maybe an upset. The rest of the noon slate, Paul, is really about like big spreads, look-ahead spots, letdowns, like which of these dogs are going to keep it ugly and keep it close. We'll start with a game getting ready to kick off in Evanston, near your neck of the woods there. Oregon, number 4 team in the country, who a lot of people think might be playing the best right now. They are on the road today taking on Northwestern. This line was about 27.5, 28 all week, and then truly like 10 minutes, 15 minutes before kickoff, we saw some big Northwestern money come in. It's going to close at 25.5. The total also ticked up a little bit to 50.5. Did you have any plays today on Oregon and Northwestern?
It's tough for me to get there on Northwestern. Just being in Chicago and seeing like how, I don't know, you hear a little bit about Northwestern, and then it's just like it's a pretender at best. And so look, I would never want to take Northwestern against a top tier program like Oregon. I will say this, on Friday, BetMGM Insights came out. Oregon, -28, the most bet top 25 side of the week at BetMGM. That doesn't feel great if you're back in Oregon. If it was that easy, it'd be easy. I just don't want to sit there, start my day by like seeing like if Northwestern can keep it within 4 scores. Like that does not sound like a fun start to a Saturday for me. So yeah, I'll check in on it. I can't even say I'm going to watch it, PJ. The line move is certainly interesting. I see -25.5 right now at BetMGM. But I can't say I've got much to do on this game either way. I will say this, Jeff Schwartz, Duck alum, kind of snuck into our show on Wednesday when he was doing another show with Sammy P. And he made this point, like if it's a blowout and Oregon's reserves come in, he's like, these guys are looking for like positive reps, like meaningful reps. Like they're not going to let their foot off the gas. So like even if the second string is in there, like they're going to continue to step on their throat. So like that would worry me as well. I thought it was an interesting point. That would worry me as well for like if I'm holding Northwestern, +28. I don't know that I bet it, after it's come down 3 points at +25.5. But if I'm holding a Northwestern ticket and it's a 3-score game, fourth quarter, mid-fourth quarter, and you see Oregon's second string coming in, I don't know that it's like, oh, okay, we can breathe a little easier. That was an interesting point from Jeff as well.
It's definitely one of those bets where if you click Northwestern, you don't feel good about it at any point. I did bet the Cats though at plus. I did take him at +27.5. For me, the spot for Oregon, I think, is tricky because they have a rivalry game. They play the Civil War next week. They go back to Eugene and play Oregon State. And then the week after that, they play Penn State. So they got 2 big games coming up. And now they got to make this trip, and they got to play a 9 a.m. local time game against Northwestern. And Paul, like even though Northwestern isn't good, they have nowhere near the talent that Oregon does. I've just seen Northwestern in enough of these games where they can muck it up and just keep it ugly and just bring Oregon down to the slop with them. And this just be kind of like that Oregon-Wisconsin game that we saw last year at Camp Randall, like kind of one of those. So I think this could be a tough game for Oregon. I'm listening to all these pregame shows, and everybody's talking about the Ducks as national title contenders and how good Dante Moore is and how we're overlooking this team, right? And, I mean, you know me, like when everybody starts talking that way and you've played an FCS team in Oklahoma State, it's like, let's see what they do against teams in their own conference, right? Let's just pump the brakes a little bit on the Ducks. So this line's moving down. I know we have some weather in the Chicago area a little bit. They're obviously playing on campus right off the lake, which could affect some things as well. So I did take a stab with Northwestern today at +27.5. A game that we were talking about before we hopped on air was this Temple and Oklahoma game. They're scoreless right now. Oklahoma is moving the ball on their first drive of the game. But, Paul, another one of these tricky spots for Oklahoma, like a big-time sandwich spot where you had that massive game against Michigan last week. Auburn's on deck in Norman next week, and all that stands in between is a trip to Philly and taking on Temple. So it would either be Temple or pass. I got him at 22.5. It closed 24. I got a bad number. But that would definitely be the side that I would look at today. Did you take anything in that one?
I can't, kind of a Northwestern corollary, and growing up in the Philly area, like, look, Temple's had some competitive-ish teams in the past. Some good coaches have come through that program. I liked your case that I saw and send it in, like, and I'll add to it with this, like Oklahoma letdown spot, a little bit of a look ahead spot, and just this is a get in, get out, take care of business sort of deal. And I'll say this: there's going to be no juice like that. I can't give you a hard number of how many people are going to be in the stands, but Temple plays in the Eagle Stadium. It holds 60-something thousand people. There might be 10, and I think that's high. There might be 5,000 people. Like, there's going to be no atmosphere. There's going to be no juice. I think it might have been Herbie on College Game Day, and maybe it was a bold prediction segment. I don't know. My ears perked up because I heard him say it. Something about it being it's going to be 17-17 at halftime. I'd be floored. But I think, if I had the big number with Temple, I'm not interested in laying that with Oklahoma. I think Mateer gets to pad his stats for his Heisman case a little bit today. But I understand your case, and I like your case for back in Temple, where it's just like, look, Oklahoma, let's just get out of here healthy with a win and get ready for next week.
PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. We're going to have Christian Kirby join us here coming up in about 8 minutes. Paul, the other game in this early slate I think people will have their eyes on is Bama and Wisconsin today in Tuscaloosa. Wisconsin's going to punt on their first possession, so we'll see Ty Simpson and the Alabama offense responded nicely last week from the Florida State loss, beating Louisiana Monroe 73-0. They have a bye upcoming, and then Georgia in a couple weeks. To me, Paul, this game feels similar. They played Missouri last year when Missouri had a great defense and Brady Cook, their quarterback, was injured all year. Bama won that game 27-0. I kind of felt like that was going to be the same game today. I really liked the under earlier in the week. It was 46.5. It closed 45.5. I just don't know how Wisconsin is going to score the ball much in this game. But I also think that Bama's offense is going to struggle to score some points because this, a Wisconsin-type defense, is the type of defenses that has given DeBoer offenses trouble so far since he's been in Tuscaloosa. If you can stop the run and make Bama one-dimensional, they can get into a little bit of trouble, and that's what Wisconsin can do. So I think this is going to be an ugly, 24-6, 21-7, one of those types of games. That spread, Wisconsin took a little bit of money before the game kicked off, but I kind of think the under is probably the way that I would go in that game. Anything for you in Bama, Wisconsin?
I don't hate that look. I mean, Wisconsin, they were giving up big plays, explosives to Middle Tennessee State. So that would worry me a little bit. Look, as someone who's holding a Ty Simpson Heisman ticket, I think that's as good as in the trash, unfortunately. I think under or nothing is a pretty good look on this game. I do have to ask you this. So, the big story of the week, woman crossed the border to Tennessee to buy a Powerball ticket and then told people, you know what, if she won, which she didn't, spoiler, because the winning tickets were sold in Missouri and Texas, did a deep dive on the Powerball this morning. She would buy out DeBoer's contract, about $70 million.
Yeah.
So as a Bama guy, PJ, I got to ask, on a scale of 1 to buying out DeBoer, let's say that's a 10, this Powerball lady, Susie, I believe is her name. Where are you at on the Kalen DeBoer experiment and wanting it to be over?
I'm probably a 2 or a 3 right now. I'm way more patient than a lot more people. It's only the early part of year 2. I've always said I want to see what they look like against Georgia. We'll see that game in a couple weeks, but they haven't played an SEC team yet this year. We'll see how they do. But I'm much more patient than a lot of the other fan bases right now around Kellen DeBoer. We're going to take a quick time out. Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bama turnover on downs, but then on the ensuing play, they get an interception, so they take right back over around midfield. Still scoreless from Tuscaloosa between Wisconsin and Alabama. Also scoreless from Evanston between Oregon and Northwestern. Northwestern with the ball 3rd and 2 in their own territory against the Ducks. Oklahoma up 8-0 early against Temple in the first quarter. Michigan 7-0 on Central Michigan, and then Clemson with the goal line stand to keep that game scoreless against Georgia Tech. So Cade Klubnik and the offense on the field for the first time today in a scoreless game from Atlanta. We'll keep you posted on all the Week 3 games going on in college football. And let's talk about some of these games and the rest of the slate that we have on tap for today. And we welcome on Christian Kirby II. Give Christian a follow on X at Kirby_24K, writer for Bulldogs on SI and producer for the Film Guy Network as well. Christian, great having you back on, man. Let's start with the game you're at today, Georgia and Tennessee. And I don't know how you feel about this game, Christian. I really like Georgia today. It feels like there's a game or two every year where we do this with Georgia, where we go in and people kind of think they're overrated, they're not looking very good, they're not playing well, and Kirby just has a way of getting his boys up for these kind of games, and they obviously have played Tennessee very well in the past. What are your thoughts on the matchup today?
Yeah, that's certainly the sentiment you get amongst the Georgia fans, the optimistic ones, that is, at least. I feel like coming into this game, this is the two teams that we don't really know that much about. It's the earliest they've played since 1995. They haven't had that, 6 or 7 games. They haven't begun SEC play. It's two teams that have played two other really, really bad teams, and you don't really know a ton about them. Like you said, though, I feel optimistic that Kirby Smart and that Georgia defensive staff kind of has had an answer for Josh Heupel. But then again, Joey Aguilar might be the answer to Kirby Smart. We don't know yet. So it's going to be very interesting to see what comes down to this game.
Christian, to that point, do we know who or what Gunnar Stockton is? His first road start in the SEC. And, Kirby Smart himself has said Gunnar Stockton needs to start creating some explosive plays. So, what's a realistic expectation? It's kind of been, again, against lower competition, it's been kind of a mixed bag so far. Like, what is a realistic, optimistic expectation for him in this game and moving forward?
If you want to be optimistic about it, Gunnar hasn't necessarily looked great pushing the ball down the field, taking the shots, doing all those big things in those first 2 weeks of the season. But you could also argue, hey, they weren't really playing the opponents that you needed to do that. And then you look back to that 2024 season when he came in the second half of Texas and obviously played that full game against Notre Dame. He's an extremely competitive quarterback. Might be one of those guys to where when the lights shine brightest, that's when he shines as well. So, hey, big SEC matchup today, going to have a rowdy home crowd going against him. This might be the game where he turns it on. So,
Christian, I saw a crazy stat that since Heupel's been at Tennessee, they're averaging about 39 points a game. When he goes up against Georgia, they're only averaging 14 points a game. So as someone who watches these matchups every year, what is it about Kirby and those Georgia defenses that really gives Tennessee fits on offense?
It's the talent. Tennessee is a high-flying offensive system, but it's always been predicated on running the football. They hit you over the head because they can run the football. They've had the Dylan Sampsons before. Kirby Smart, on the other hand, has a defensive philosophy that keeps it light boxes. They will never put, more than 5 or 6 guys in and then dedicate the rest of that to stopping the overhead shots. So the fact that Kirby Smart defenses have always been able to stifle Josh Heupel's running game, it kind of renders their entire offense meaningless. So that's kind of what the big success story has been for Kirby Smart these past 4 years. And yeah, like you said, he's played Josh Heupel 4 times now. They have not reached 20 points in any of those matchups. So they've definitely had the answer for him up to this point.
So, yeah, piggybacking right off that, Christian, total of 50.5. What style of game are you expecting today? More of the same?
Yeah, I'm expecting – this is 2 really, really good defenses and I think 2 offenses that are still trying to figure out what they have as far as talent goes. Expect one of those, old-school SEC slobber knockers. I would be astonished if either team surpasses 30 points in this game. I think you're on track for a really, really defensive bout.
We're talking with Christian Kirby here on Inside the Betting Lines. Give him a follow on X at Kirby_24K. Christian, another big SEC matchup tonight from Baton Rouge is going to be LSU in Florida. Gators looking to bounce back after that tough loss against USF. How do you see that matchup going tonight? Do you think the Gators bounce back, keep it close, and maybe even have a chance to win tonight?
There's no better opportunity for a bounce-back game than going into Baton Rouge against the top 5 LSU team that hasn't been undefeated at this point in the season in 5 years. So the opportunity is certainly there. My worry for Florida is that the fan base has kind of written Billy Napier off. It seems like the fans are not buying into that. The players are kind of looking that way. I could be completely wrong about this. Florida could come out and give LSU all these sorts of fits. Lord knows that LSU's offensive line has certainly had holes up to this point in the season, but I think you've got one team that's riding higher than they've ever been and one team that is certainly in the dumps, and I think that's going to be how it plays out on the field.
Christian, obviously Georgia's got to get through today, but then it's a bye week, and then it's Alabama. How does the Georgia fans view Alabama right now? Obviously, they got their own problems, the Crimson Tide do, with their fan base and how they feel about Kalen DeBoer. How does Georgia view Alabama right now and this matchup coming up in a couple weeks?
Georgia fans might be some of the most traumatized people when it comes to Alabama because no matter how bad or how good they've been, they seem to always find a way to beat Georgia these past 15 years. And when you talk to Georgia fans, that is the sentiment you get. I've gotten a lot of people say, yeah, Alabama's not good this year, but I'm fully expecting the 85 Bears to roll in on September 27th. So they don't think Alabama's a good football team. They think that, Kalen DeBoer might not be the answer. They share that sentiment with Alabama fans. That said, they are prepared to lose that game mentally because it's just happened so many times before.
Christian, I was going to ask you, do you almost think what happens today in Knoxville might dictate what your pick is going into that game in a couple weeks? Because, look, if Georgia wins today and they don't have any losses, they're going to be playing a super desperate Bama team that really needs that game to win the SEC potentially or just make the college football playoff. Whereas if Georgia loses today, then you're looking at one team is going to have 2 losses before we even get to October. And the desperation in that game is going to be nuts. So do you think that plays a part to it as well? Whether or not Georgia wins that game today against Tennessee and kind of sets up the matchup in a couple weeks?
It's certainly going to have a factor into it. I would argue, though, that what happens in Tuscaloosa today and what's going on right now is really going to determine that. I don't know what type of Alabama team you get. And they had a really good win against UM Monroe, and people are kind of saying, Bama's back. They're mad. They're really motivated now. But we've seen so many ups and downs from Kalen DeBoer's Alabama. I'm not ready to buy that yet. So if they look flat against Wisconsin, they might look flat against Georgia. So I'm more paying attention to see what happens in that game. I think Georgia versus Tennessee is going to be very important as well. But Georgia would want to beat Alabama if they were 0-3 heading into that game. So I don't know if it's going to change the motivation or the desperation from that fan base and that staff.
Christian, dipping out of the SEC for a second, something I believe we are aligned on. Down on Dabo. This is, as you tweeted out, supposed to be his most stacked and deep team in years. Got pushed around at home. Said the glory days might be behind him. I tend to feel similar about Clemson. A lot of offseason love, a lot of talk about all the talent they have. Look, they're down. Georgia Tech just went ahead 3-0. Now, this doesn't really have to do with this question. Overall, just where are you at on Clemson?
I think that it's so hard to view Clemson because when we talk about Clemson, there's the belief that, yes, they should always win the ACC. They're the supremely talented team in that conference right now. Even with Florida State, with what they've been doing, even if Miami looks good, Clemson's always been the safe bet for at least the past decade in the ACC. The problem is when you get to national play. Dabo Swinney's now 0-7 in his last matchups against ranked SEC teams. He's kind of seemingly always gotten to that big stage, but unlike he was able to do in 2016 and the 2018 years, he has not been able to shine against that top-tier opponent. I think Clemson, for as long as Dabo Swinney's there, will remain a top 15 team. They might even be a top 10 team at times, but it's very apparent to me that the talent that they have in Death Valley right now is not adequate to go against the big boys of the world. So I think that that's kind of where I am on Clemson right now. If Clemson fans want to be down on him for that and say, he's not the answer, we need to move on, that's on them. But I don't think Dabo Swinney, consistently having a national title team is in the cards anymore for Clemson.
Christian, who would be your pick to win the ACC right now? I think everybody just figured it would be Clemson at the start of the year. They were heavy favorites, but with them disappointing and Miami and Florida State looking really good up to this point, would you still roll with Clemson to win the ACC, or would you take one of the other teams?
Miami's offensive line play this year has really surprised me. They pushed Notre Dame around for 2 quarters. And then obviously with a guy's experience as Carson Beck, I know everyone talks about how experienced Cade Klubnik is. Carson Beck is equally, if not more experienced in these big moments. It looks like Miami might be the trendy pick to do so, and that's what kind of scares me about it. But judging by what that offensive line does and the experience they have at quarterback and the wide receivers they've gotten in the transfer portal have shined thus far. That was a big question coming into the season, but they've answered a lot of those questions. So I would say Miami's probably my pick, but it's very tentative right now.
All right, so following up on Miami, Christian, I mean, you cover a perennial national title contender. You cover the SEC. Is USF, do they get a dose of reality today against a major program like Miami, catching 17.5 points against the U?
Yeah, I think they do. I picked Miami to cover the spread here in this one. Like I said earlier, I think the offensive line is just so different. And that's really the big thing that you get when you get these, non-Power 4 schools going against these big-name schools. It's not always the skill players that make the difference. It's not even the quarterback necessarily. I think Byron Brown's a really good quarterback. He's got some really good running abilities. I think it's that offensive line. I think guys like Ruben Maine on that Miami defensive line are going to just be able to control USF the entire game. And if you can't get anything going on the offensive line, your run game's not going to be there. Your passing game's not going to be there. So I like Miami to cover in that one.
Christian, who do you like in Columbia today between Vanderbilt and South Carolina? Gamecocks only 3-point favorites at home. Do you think Vandy makes it 3-0 on the season?
Man, I have been high on Vandy the way they've played the last 2 games. They finally look like a team that actually is not just, hey, we're the trendy underdogs here. We're physical. I actually picked them earlier in the week to win this game. As we get closer, though, I'm starting to wane on that a little bit. A top 10 environment, Columbia is going to be rowdy. Vanderbilt's also never been in this situation before. They've always been the, hey, we're coming into play spoiler. Never really, hey, people are actually on us to win this game. So I'm leaning South Carolina right now, but I still really like the Commodores.
Looking at a guy in the SEC who has made himself early in the season at the top of the Heisman odds board, John Mateer. Look, he's got Murderer's Row coming up in the SEC. I mean, how, again, as someone who covers Georgia and the OG SEC teams, how do you view someone like Mateer as a Heisman candidate?
I love John Mateer as a Heisman candidate, and it's been a very apparent thing for these first 2 weeks of the season, especially against that Michigan game. Oklahoma is going to live and die by what John Mateer does, and John Mateer has shown that he is fully capable of carrying them to the finish line. He's also one bad game away from them losing to anyone else on that schedule. So that's why I'm cautious on Oklahoma as a whole. But as a Heisman candidate, he has shown that he can make the plays, and Oklahoma's going to lean on him to do so. It's not like a Alabama situation or Georgia where the quarterback is more someone who just kind of keeps the offense rolling. No, John Mateer is Oklahoma's offense right now. They cannot run the football to save their life. So I like John Mateer as a Heisman candidate.
Christian, couple minutes left. Last one from us. Notre Dame and Texas A&M, man. Notre Dame loses this game. They might have to run the table if they want to make the playoff. Big opportunity for the Aggies on the road today in South Bend. Who do you like to win that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, Notre Dame, if they lose this game, they might not be in the playoff. I don't think there's a ranked team currently on their schedule after Texas A&M unless USC and Lincoln Riley really pick things up. So to start the season 0-2 would be really bad, especially with that home loss. I think Notre Dame is the better team here. I trust them more from the talent-wise. But again, we've seen one game from them where other teams have played 2 games now. Some have played 3. So I don't necessarily know what to expect from Notre Dame. I think it's going to really hinge on what C.J. Carr can do at that quarterback position. If he can be a playmaker, if he can push the ball down the field. I think Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love is one of the better 1-2 punches in the backfield. But it's going to really end up being what C.J. Carr can do for that offense. I like Notre Dame in that game, especially in the home field advantage, but I could also very well see Mike Elko getting the signature win in this one.
Christian Kirby II, give him a follow on X, at Kirby_24K, writer for Bulldogs on SI, producer for the Film Guy Network as well. Out in Knoxville today for Georgia and Tennessee, which should be a good one. Christian, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the game. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, great stuff there. Christian Kirby II as Georgia Tech still up 3-0 on Clemson. The Tigers are driving the ball a little bit into Georgia Tech territory. They have a second down upcoming. Oklahoma now up 11-0 on Temple. They scored a touchdown, went for 2, and then kicked a field goal. 3 minutes to go in the first quarter there. Bama punched it into the end zone on 4th and goal from the 2 to take a 7-0 lead over Wisconsin. Oregon gets an interception and finds the end zone to take a 7-0 lead on Northwestern. And Michigan is up 14-0 on Central Michigan as well. We'll continue to keep you updated on all the scores going on week 3 of college football and look at some games that we have coming up later on today. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Assman, live on the BetMGM Network.
We got Sierra Clark joining the show here in about 20 minutes. Break down Florida LSU for later on tonight. Talk some other games on the college football slate as well. But quickly, let's tell you about a promo from our friends at BetMGM. And it's time to zero in on every snap. Activate your odds boost token on any college football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Clemson misses a 53-yard field goal trying to tie the game at 3, so Georgia Tech still on top, 3-0 in that one. Oregon up 7-0 on Northwestern as the Ducks are getting ready to get the ball back, 32 seconds left in the first quarter. Wisconsin trailing Bama 7-0 as they just started the second quarter. Wisconsin's got a 3rd and long coming up in their game. And then Oklahoma still up 11-0 on Temple. You also have Michigan up 14-0 on Central Michigan. Paul, I thought about taking Central Michigan today just because another one of those sandwich spots for Michigan. Oklahoma last week, on the road at Nebraska coming up. And also Sharon Moore is out this week and next week, so interim coach. But that's what kind of held me off was I thought the interim coach in a letdown potential spot was actually a good thing because, you know, he'd be fired up, have the guys ready to go. So ultimately, I stayed away, and Michigan up 14-0 there. Any of the other games that we didn't discuss in that first segment, any of these big spreads like you were considering taking today, or was it just mostly those 4 or 5 big games we were talking about?
So there's one that's coming up at the top of the hour that I'm considering. I'd like your take on Louisiana against in Mizzou at Mizzou.
Yeah.
27.5, I believe, is the number. See if it's been updated at all there. So this game was actually moved up from 4 p.m. Eastern up to 1 o'clock at the top of the hour because of heat concerns. So Raging Cajuns lost their starting quarterback for the season due to an oblique injury. They're counting on a freshman, which, again, taking a 4-touchdown underdog with a freshman quarterback on the road doesn't feel great. That obviously explains why the line has jumped almost a touchdown from 21.5 to 27.5. But you talk about letdown spots, PJ. You talk about, the border war, Mizzou and Kansas last weekend. Mizzou had no business winning that game, and I definitely say that as someone who was holding a Kansas ticket, or they had no business covering that game. Certainly say that as someone who was holding a Kansas ticket at +6. Felt pretty good about it for most of the game, but got away from it. Mizzou won, covered. Louisiana could protect their freshman quarterback with a dual threat running attack, Bill Davis and Zylan Perry. And here's the thing with it's supposed to be extreme heat temperatures, big spread, low total, ball control for both sides. Just kind of get in, get out, kind of a little bit adjacent to your Temple, Oklahoma theory, which again, might not look the best right now with Temple being down 11-0, but again, a smaller school against a Power 4 school. I think I'm going to take the Raging Cajuns, a 27.5-point dog against a Mizzou team. They just need to get through this game. They got South Carolina on deck.
Absolutely love it. And it was another game I was eyeing, another one of those sandwich spot games. Paul, they came off a big rivalry game last week against Kansas, right? The border war. Those two fan bases do not like each other. And that was a big comeback for Mizzou. If you had Kansas plus the points, that was a brutal beat at the end of that game. And then Missouri's got South Carolina coming up next week. Obviously a ranked team, Lenore Sellers. So you kind of have those 2 rivalry games for Missouri, and sandwiched in is a Louisiana team out of the Sun Belt that I think can put up some points. So, like you said, the game's getting moved up, which is throwing off the rhythm as well. This is definitely just one of those where Missouri, I mean, if they win it, 20-3, they don't care. They just want to get out of there. So I was on Louisiana today, so I'm definitely with you there at the plus 27.5. I also am kind of liking Delaware, Paul, plus the 8.5 against UConn. I know you were on the Huskies last week against Syracuse, and that was just so brutal. I mean, the fact that they didn't even win that game, let alone cover. So you were that close to winning a big game like that, and now you go on the road. I thought Delaware was pretty competitive against Colorado last week, and it's just such a sleepy spot for UConn going on the road today. There's been some line movement. It was at 10.5. Now it's down to 8.5. I'm going to be on Delaware today at plus the 8.5 against UConn. So that was another game I was eyeing as well.
It's definitely Delaware or nothing. So many things, PJ. I mean, a Syracuse alum, like totally out on the football program. Look, they had a nice little season last year, but mostly been a dead program since before I graduated, back to like 2005 or 6. Some like the least returning production in college football, at least among the power schools, power conferences. I could not, I remember looking at the scoreboard, they're down 2 scores. It's like the fourth quarter, holding UConn plus 6.5. It could not have gone wrong except for going to overtime. And once it went to overtime, I knew it was totally dead, and it was totally dead. Syracuse wins by 7. Does UConn lose that game twice? I don't know about that, but I certainly see the case, and the case for the Blue Hens against UConn today.
Paul, interesting game. We get the backyard brawl today in Morgantown between Pitt and West Virginia. Pitt opened up 4 early on in the week, went to 5, went to 6. Now it's at 7.5, and you got a rivalry game. These ones are usually close. We like to fade Narduzzi as a big favorite. West Virginia's coming off that tough loss against Ohio. Rich Rod is back, gets a taste of this rivalry. At the 7.5, I'm kind of liking West Virginia. Now, I don't think they're very good, and I think Pitt has a chance to be decent this year in the ACC, but rivalry game like this, I kind of think at the number now. I'm interested in West Virginia. Were you considering betting that game today?
PJ, West Virginia isn't pretty bad. They stink. They stink. They got nobody. And I am 100% with you. This is insane. 4 through the 7, plus 7.5, the backyard brawl in Morgantown. PJ, they've been burning couches since 6 a.m. today. This is literally their entire season. This is all West Virginia has to play for. Rich Rod, man, the last time he was in West Virginia, his star was only on the rise, and now he's come all the way back home. This is kind of all he has to coach for this season. They lost their starting running back for the season. West Virginia did. That's pretty tough. Ohio's kind of scrappy. I don't know that that's that terrible of a loss for a team like Western Virginia in the Big 12. Yeah, that's a bad loss, but not terrible. I just think, look, here's one guy to watch, okay? Was it Chase Wilson Jr.? He already has 3 sacks this season. I think, Pitt is – this is what I want to ask you. Is Pat Narduzzi Tom Thibodeau? Because, when I'm reading Phil Steele's magazine, it's like, man, if the offensive line can stay healthy. Man, if the quarterback can stay healthy. Yeah, there's injury luck. But year after year after year, granted it's only week 3, but Pitt is just banged up and banged up and banged up. I just think this is an all-in – season on the line, at home, backyard brawl. Look, I wanted to get there on the money line. I did. I did not. And I certainly, if I was doing a 3-leg dog parlay, I would hate to have West Virginia as the leg. I'm counting on to get me home. Country Road, Shenandoah, all that. But I'm with you. Absolutely. Mountaineers plus 7.5. I think it's a wild overreaction.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I just in a game like this, coming off a tough loss, Narduzzi's usually such a good fade as a big favorite, and I do like Pitt. Holstein's I think's a solid quarterback. Little Desmond Reed, the running back's one of my favorite running backs in the country. They can put up points, but man, how many times do we see it in sports? When you get rivalry games, you throw that stuff all out the window. And I think part of West Virginia losing that game last week, like you said, they're not very good. But certainly looking ahead to a rivalry matchup, they get Pitt at home. Morgantown's still a tricky, difficult place to play. I think I'm going to be on West Virginia today, plus the points against Pitt. Miami, South Florida, interesting game today, Paul, because, last week I really liked Florida, laid the 17.5 with them against USF. That obviously didn't work, but I'm coming right back to the well, and I'm betting Miami again today. It's just if you're USF, how much more do you have left in the tank, right? You beat Boise in week 1, the team that made the group of 5 or made the playoff and won the group of 5. Then you go into the swamp. You beat Florida. They're taking pictures on the field after the game. There are videos of the coaches from the press box making all this noise, running down to the locker room, can't wait to celebrate. And then you got to collect yourself, regather, and get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country. And Miami, I'm sure they probably weren't taking them granted before, but now they're definitely not after watching what they just did to Florida. The Canes beat them 50-15 last year, and that was with a bad defense. Now they got a much improved defense and still a good offense. So I like the Canes today, Paul. I think this is going to be a rout. Did you take anything in the Miami South Florida matchup?
I can't get there for the game. Plus 17.5. Look, I like South Florida. This is a group of 20-plus seniors who's been together for multiple seasons. And PJ, as an Alabama guy, I don't have to tell you this. They play major schools tough for a half.
They do. Yes.
Now, they played Alabama tough for a half under Saban, and they played them tough under DeBoer. The game got away from them at the end in that second game. 5 minutes left, it's a one-score game, turns into a blowout. That Miami game, one-score game at the half, hanging around, fell apart in the second half. They finally get home against a major program last week. Couple concerns on the USF side. Look, if I was going to play it, I did play it. I played it a couple ways. I played USF plus 9.5 in the first half. I think adrenaline. I think they could get up for a half. I think it could absolutely be a runaway in the second half with Miami, kind of like it was last year. But I think, and my other concern is that they're just beat up after playing Boise State in week 1, a playoff team, after playing an SC school, Florida, in the second game. I think they could be pretty beat up against Florida. I think that could certainly wear them down against a very physical, athletic team in Miami. So I'd have a tough time getting there on South Florida plus 17.5. But I'm going to play the Bulls in the first half plus 9.5. Again, like you said, you saw all the celebration. You saw Byron Brown on ESPN this week. Sure, right? ESPN or Miami's taking all those notes.
Yep.
And they're not going to sneak up on Miami. But one other way I played it, and this is just a little fun, but if you believe in like how South Florida's played some of these major schools in the past, and kind of if they can hang around for a half, South Florida plus 9.5 in the first half, Miami minus 7.5 in the second half.
Ooh,
almost 3-1.
Yeah, betting South Florida to kind of keep it close early. Miami pull away late. Think that's a good look in that matchup. We'll talk about more of the slate coming up in the second hour of the show. Sierra Clark also going to join us to talk some college football as well. Georgia Tech now up 10-0 on Clemson. They get into the end zone. They're getting ready to force a punt as well. I think I'm going to bet Clemson live here, plus the points. Bama's up 14-0. They score another touchdown as well. And Oregon's still up 7-0 on Northwestern. We're going to take a quick timeout. Hour 2 of Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. Coming up next.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hour 2, we reached the second quarter in all the early games in the Week 3 college football slate, and we got some interesting scores, including what's going on in Atlanta right now. A lot of people like Georgia Tech, and so far they're looking good, up 10-0 on Clemson with 10.5 minutes to go in the second quarter, and they have the ball, and they're in Clemson territory looking for some more points. Oklahoma, maybe some people, myself, thought there'd be a letdown today looking ahead. Not so far, up 18-0 on Temple. Wisconsin's down 14-0 to Bama, and Oregon just knocked in a field goal to take a 10-0 lead on Northwestern. We'll keep you posted on all the scores of the early games in Week 3, but let's check in with our next guest, Sierra Clark, who joins us. Give Sierra a follow on X at Sierra Clark TV, sports reporter and host for the Believe Network, joins us here on Inside the Betting Line. Sierra, appreciate the time. Florida and LSU tonight is going to be a big one. And last year, especially early on in the season, it was a lot of bad press around Billy Napier, and a lot of fans wanted to change at head coach. After the loss last week, is this the loudest you've heard the fire Napier chatter? Is it kind of reminiscent to what it was last year? Like, how much is that starting to build again with Billy, and how much is he on the hot seat in your eyes?
See, last year with Billy Napier, he had a little bit more of an excuse because his quarterback, Graham Mertz, went down. And then we saw DJ Lagway, the quarterback now, emerge. He was a true freshman then. But then he got hurt against Georgia with a hamstring injury. So they had to come in with a third-string walk-on quarterback who transferred in from an Ivy League school. So he had a little bit more of an excuse. Now the excuses are absolutely out of here for Gator fans. He's here with his quarterback, DJ Lagway, who's his second year player, and it's time to go now. There's no excuse why Florida should have lost to USF last week. The Gators haven't lost to an in-state school not named Miami or Florida State since the 1930s, and they did that at home. You cannot do that. Now, USF could be on a roll. If they beat Miami today, then he might get a little bit more of a cushion, but still there's no excuse why you should lose to a directional school called South Florida that's not even in South Florida. It's in Tampa, but that's besides the point.
The vibes are bad, Sierra. The vibes are bad. Napier's on the hot seat. They're undisciplined. They took a bunch of penalties. Like you said, they lost to USF. They're spitting on opponents. As a Philly native Eagles fan, I had to watch that a couple days before with Jalen Carter, and then Florida decided to do the same thing. They're going to LSU tonight. Tough place to play. One of the toughest places to play in college football. All that being said, give me a reason to believe. Give me a reason to believe in the Gators tonight, or multiple.
It's a guy named Jaden Baugh, Florida sophomore running back. He is an absolute bowling ball that can just absolutely run through defenses. He ran over 90 yards against USF, and I think that's someone that Florida has to rely on, him along with Jacoby Jackson, just because I just don't trust Florida's quarterback, DJ Lagway, right now. We saw all of the hype he had into this season, rightfully so. He basically saved Billy Napier's job, but because of his injuries that he had during spring ball, during fall ball, I am just not confident in him right now. When we saw him play against USF, he looked a bit nervous, uncomfortable, kind of danced in the pocket, and he just doesn't look comfortable. Now, he has all of the tools to get there. He is built like a linebacker. Some said that he might even be too big to be a college football quarterback. But I trust what he can do, but I think we need to relieve a little bit more of that pressure on him. And if I'm Florida, I'm giving the ball to the running backs because that's something that has really improved and I trust more than the throwing game right now.
Sierra, the total in this game is only at 47.5. It looks like LSU is a much improved defense this year. We know Florida has a good defense. Last year, this was a low-scoring game. But prior to that, these games have been shootouts, right? They've been up and down, first to 40. Do you think this game is more of a slugfest like we saw last year, or do you think we could see some points tonight? Maybe the winner of the game scores in the 30s?
See, I think anything can happen when it comes to Florida LSU, but I would just go on the under end just because this LSU defense has really impressed me as Blake Baker, their defensive coordinator, has gotten more time under his belt, and they've really loaded up in the transfer portal. Of course, they had Jack Pyburn, a Florida player, linebacker, come over to LSU, so that'll heat things up even more. But Garrett Nussmeier, LSU's quarterback, has all the Heisman talk around him and everything. But last week against Louisiana Tech, he looked a little bit shaky. Now, they could have just been playing to the level of their opponent, but still, with this LSU defense, they really look dominant right now. And Florida just offensively hasn't been clicking as of lately. So I think this will be something on the lower scoring end.
Sierra, how much of a difference and an impact can Caleb Banks make today? I mean, he's a projected top 20 pick in the draft. He's returned to the field tonight against LSU. How much of an impact can he make and shore up that Florida defense?
Oh, yeah, that's something that Florida absolutely needs because this LSU offense is just something that's really strong right now, especially, like I said, with Nussmeier. And so Florida's going to need all that help they need defensively to really just limit those explosive plays, and that's something that Banks can do.
Sierra, you talked about Jaden Ball in the running game. For Lagway in the passing game, who are some receivers or maybe a tight end that needs to step up today for Lagway?
Ooh. Let's see. Vernell Brown, this is one of my favorite players to watch right now. He's a true freshman, so I'm putting a lot on him right now. But he's a third-generation Gator, and he's just been able to make those plays. He made this one-handed catch. Now it was against LIU Brooklyn, so not saying too much there, but just seeing that chemistry that Lagway has had with players like that really gives me a little bit of hope, saying that, he does have some chemistry with certain players. And if they can really capitalize off of that, I have a little bit more confidence in Florida. In practice 6 weeks, they said that this Florida team has a little bit of a fire lit under them after last week's loss. So we'll see what they can do there.
So Sierra, you put a piece of content out there this summer. I believe it was like SEC schools as girlfriends or crazy exes. So I think I only saw part 2. Like, I got to agree with you. Like Texas A&M, I spent 2 years in Houston. A little weird. Just Aggie Land's a little weird. Kentucky was one you mentioned. They talk about their one accomplishment. Some others, some other good ones in there. So my question for you is this. Let's take the Gators out of this because you're a Gator. Who would you choose to be friends with? Or how about this? Who would you choose to wing woman on a night out if you had to choose one SEC school in this scenario you painted?
So you're saying the SEC team is like my friend?
Yes.
That I'm trying to ring woman? Ooh, okay. I would not Alabama. I can tell you that. I would say LSU. I have LSU winning the SEC championship right now, just because they have a lot going. They seem like a fun time. LSU fans, it's also a night game in Baton Rouge, them playing the Gators. So that's always LSU just seems like your friend that's fun to go out with. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to wing woman her. Now, I might have to take care of her if she drinks a little bit too much, but I think she's a fun time. So I would gladly put her on with any guys that she wants to maybe date in the future.
And when she's trying to order another round of tequila shots, all right, sit one out, time to go. Yeah.
Sierra, you said definitely not Alabama. As a Florida fan, I thought you would go definitely not Georgia, definitely not Tennessee. Which SEC school do you personally dislike the most, you think?
Ooh, I would say Georgia.
Okay.
Florida-Georgia gets real messy, that matchup. Georgia or LSU, but Georgia, I think we're just a bit jealous because they've won a lot as of recently, and Kirby Smart seems to really have it clicking right now. Now, Georgia-Tennessee, I haven't checked this. Oh, that's games in a few hours, but Georgia-Tennessee should be a really good one to see if I trust Georgia or Tennessee.
Then Oklahoma and Texas, the newcomers are just kind of over in the corner, stay away from us sort of deal.
Yeah, I said Oklahoma and Texas were that couple that were married for a really long time and they needed to get a divorce, but then they moved in together because of the kids, whole thing.
Sierra, I want to talk to you about Florida's schedule because, after LSU, it just doesn't stop. It's at Miami, it's home Texas, it's at A&M. So what do you think Billy Napier has to do to make the fans feel good, right? Because like you said, maybe he gets a pass for last year. After the way the season started, it looked like it was going to be really bad in Gainesville, but they got competitive. They had some nice wins. But with all the expectations this year, and especially the loss to USF, you think he has to get to 9 wins, 8 wins? In your mind, when you go through the schedule, what do you think it's going to take for Billy to feel safe about retaining his job?
I would say 9 wins or at least a college football playoff appearance, which I feel like you would get both if you win 9 games with this schedule, because Gator fans are tired. They want to go back to the days of Tim Tebow and when they were winning those national championships. They won a national title in basketball. And after that basketball national championship, Gator fans felt so much hope. We had the hope of DJ Lagway, and Gator fans were like, okay, this Florida program seems like it's back to the glory days. Like, now it's time for us to get it together in football. And they haven't been. They don't want to just go to a bowl game or win 8 games, maybe beat Georgia or upset someone every few years. No, Florida wants to be a contender for a national title. And that's what Billy Napier has to do. And if he can't do that, then I'm afraid he might not be the coach of the University of Florida at the end of the year.
I mean, on the surface, right, you're going to LSU after a terrible loss and one of the toughest places to play in the country. But with everything, all the sentiment around Billy Napier and the Gators right now, I feel like this could be a good thing for them. Like, if they're at home and they go down 14-0, the crowd turns on you, right? Now it's just them. It's just that room on that huddle on the field against LSU. Is this almost like, hey, rather than be in a hostile environment than at home where things go south quickly, you're going to have everyone turning on you?
Definitely. And you can kind of be the villains in this situation. And also, because of how hard the Florida schedule is, that does give Billy Napier an advantage if he can actually win. Now, it sounds a bit contradictory, but if he had a cupcake schedule, he can kind of ski on by and be like, oh, well, we won, even though our schedule wasn't that hard. But no, Florida has a tough schedule. So if they were able to beat Texas, beat Georgia, beat LSU, maybe even just those games alone, it's like, okay, well, he can win big games. So maybe we should keep him a little bit longer. So if he has those opportunities to show that Florida can win those big games, like the end of last year when they beat LSU, they beat Ole Miss, they beat Florida State, who was a crappy team at the time, but it's still Florida State. If they can get those big wins, then I think that can give Billy a little bit more time, especially with now we're in the NIL era where boosters want to allocate their resources properly to NIL and not so much for a buyout.
Sierra, we'll leave you with this one. Where are you on DJ Lagway as a pro prospect, right? Coming into the season, we all looked at him as one of the top college quarterbacks. I mean, the physical gifts like jump out to you. He's a great athlete. He's got a cannon for an arm. You watch him play every game. Like, when you watch DJ, do you get like the impression that, man, this kid's going to be like really good? He's going to be a really good NFL quarterback, or do you think he still has a lot of growing to do?
Oh, he's still so young. He's only 19 years old, and I just haven't seen enough from him. Like, last year, we did see the flashes of talent that he has, especially at the end of the season. And he came in midway through after Florida's quarterback, Graham Mertz, went down against Tennessee. And then we saw this DJ Lagway kid, and we're like, whoa, who is this? And how did Florida get him? And we need to see a full season with him. And he still hasn't found that yet. Even though we're started on in the season, he was hurt throughout practice in the spring and the fall. And I would like to see him feel more comfortable. And I just haven't seen that confidence from him yet.
Great talking with Sierra Clark. Give her a follow on X at Sierra Clark TV, sports reporter and host for the Believe Network. Sierra, good luck to your Gators tonight. Should be a good one against LSU. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Thank you so much. All
right, great stuff. Sierra Clark joined us here inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. Georgia Tech added another field goal. They're up 13-0 on Clemson. Bama up 14-0 still on Wisconsin. Oregon still up 10-0 on Northwestern as well. I will say, Paul, Clemson did just have a 3rd and 22. They ran a draw up the middle and got the first down. And, I mean, you know, those are the kind of things that can maybe just spark a comeback. So we'll see if that was the play maybe that Clemson needed to wake them up. I did bet them at plus 7.5 when Georgia Tech took a 13-0 lead. I'm a firm believer. Clemson's beaten Georgia Tech 9 straight times. I'm just a firm believer, like, when a team is a long win streak over another, if they're going to snap that, it's never easy. Like, I don't think Georgia Tech's going to win this game by 2 touchdowns. I think if they do, it's going to be close. I think Clemson's going to come back and make it interesting. So I was waiting for that number over the possession, 7.5, 8.5, to buy back in on Clemson, and that's what I did. So we'll see if this game comes down to the wire. But how you feeling about your Georgia Tech plus 3.5 so far?
I mean, couldn't ask for a better start, I would say.
Yeah.
I will say this. If Clemson scores here, they get the ball first in the second half as well. And then all of a sudden things tighten up. And look, I feel pretty good about the 3.5, but is Georgia Tech going to hold on and win the game? That again, you get tight, head games, everything, all the pressure comes into the crowd's going to start getting tight. It's going to get pretty quiet in there. I love where you're at with your 7.5.
Yeah, I was looking to buy back in on that game live, and that was the number I was waiting for. So we'll see if Clemson can score on this possession. We'll keep you updated on what's going on with all these games. Bama just got into the end zone again. They're up 21-0 on Wisconsin. We'll look at some of the other games coming up later on today.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Assman, live on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks again to Christian Kirby II, Sierra Clark, for joining us today on the show. Some more college football talk coming up here in the second hour. We'll get into some more of the games we have coming up today, get into some Heisman talk as well, and then we'll turn our attention to the NFL in hour number 3. We're also going to have Christian Walker join us coming up in the fourth and final hour to talk a little Eagles. So looking forward to that. Bama up 21-0 on Wisconsin. Oregon 10-0 on Northwestern. Oklahoma 25-0 on Temple right now. And Georgia Tech's up 13-0 on Clemson, but the Tigers do have first and goal from the 3 as they are ready to punch it in. So we'll see if Clemson can finally put some points on the scoreboard, trailing by 13 against the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Georgia Tech now down to a 3.5-point favorite. Yes, we'll have Chris Franklin joining us later on in the show. I said Christian Walker, Addy, because you got Astros all in my brain today. Do we like them against the Braves later today, coming up?
If they play like they did yesterday, then absolutely I do.
Who do they have on the mound today?
It's either Hunter or Fromber. I need to double check. If it's Fromber, then actually I have zero confidence.
Really? He's been struggling lately?
So glad we're talking baseball.
Baseball.
That's what I'm here for on September 13th.
We got a couple weeks left until October, pennant races. So, yeah, we'll get into some baseball in a couple weeks when playoff starts here on the show. But let's continue talking college football. Paul, big one from Knoxville today. Georgia and Tennessee. Bulldogs a 3.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 50.5. Did you take anything Georgia Tennessee today?
I'm on the Bulldogs. I'm on Georgia. There's a couple different reasons for this. I mean, I think let's start with the narrative that Georgia hasn't played anyone. By the way, neither is Tennessee. Sorry. I'll go back to my Syracuse point. Least returning production of a Power 4 school. So you can't really say they've played a dynamite schedule either. So I think that's a wash. I think Tennessee probably has the better quarterback in Joey Aguilar as opposed to Gunnar Stockton. As I said to our guest Christian Kirby II, the Gunnar Stockton question is kind of like, all right, what is he? Who is he? Look, you know what? If we're gonna see, I'm not expecting a Heisman candidate, but look, Tennessee, 2 of their starting corners are out today. If you're gonna do something, you gotta show up against this defense. Gunnar Stockton's gotta hit some explosives against this defense. He should have the opportunity to. Now look, corner for Tennessee, Colton Hood. He's done a nice job in mop-up duty for Ricky Gibson and Jermon McCoy. But that's got to be an area that Georgia attacks. And I just think, look, all the numbers come crashing down in favor of Tennessee. It's more than a field goal. Don't necessarily love laying that in this spot. But this is just always a Georgia spot, right? I mean, Kirby Smart has had Josh Heupel's number. I think I've got to bet back Georgia until I see it. That's kind of where I came down on it.
I'm totally with I really like Georgia today, Paul. To me, what's interesting about this game is so far the first couple weeks, these teams have done what they always do. Kirby Smart's 0-10 against the spread against FCS schools in his last 10 games. And he's 0-15 against the spread when he's favored by 38 or more against an FBS. He literally never, ever covers against teams that Georgia's played the first 2 weeks. So he just does what he always does. They play possum. It's vanilla. They don't want to run it up. They just want to get in, get out. And everybody's just overreacting. And then on the flip side, Tennessee, they always beat up on FCS schools and always beat up when they're a big favorite on teams. So this is what happens. But I think what Christian Kirby said earlier in the show was fascinating, how this is the earliest these teams have played since the early 90s, right? So you see them later in the year, and by then, Tennessee, Georgia have gone through SEC opponents. The perceptions of the team have been a little different, but because Tennessee usually starts the year hot, Georgia doesn't. Now that we're getting them and they're playing their first SEC games, I think this line is way too out of control. And I mean, there have just been enough times I've seen people who don't think Georgia's any good, or they're going into a game where they haven't been impressive and people are betting against them, and Kirby just has the ability to get his teams up for a game. And like you said, Paul, he has dominated this matchup. They've won 8 straight versus Tennessee. They've covered 6 straight, 8 of the last 9. And Heupel's offenses, since he's been in Knoxville, have been awesome. Average 39 points a game. He goes up against Kirby. They only average 14 points a game. They've never scored more than 20. So he's had his number in this matchup, and his defenses always play Tennessee well. So I do like the Bulldogs minus 3.5 today against Tennessee. One of my favorite plays on the board. Looking at some other games that we have coming up later today. Ole Miss Arkansas is an interesting one. Ole Miss is all the way down to 5.5. It looks like they could be without their quarterback, Austin Simmons, today. Kiffin said he is a game-time decision. So, Paul, if this line keeps dropping, this is the interesting conversation, especially in college. We're seeing this as well with the 49ers and Saints tomorrow. Purdy's not going to play. The line is down to 3. Has the line dropped enough to a certain point with Ole Miss where even if the backup starts, you like them at home today against Arkansas? Where are you kind of on this game?
Yeah, I'm just going to stay away. I think it's, shocker. Lane Kiffin playing, gamesmanship, saying earlier in the week, hey, could have come back. Austin Simmons could have come back against Kentucky. He's probable. So, yeah. And then on the other side, look, Taylor Green talking on ESPN this week about how Bobby Petrino, tells him, hey, man, kind of compares him to Lamar Jackson. And, they're kind of coming in riding high. Arkansas is converting – they're averaging 10 third downs per game, and they're converting 70% of the time. Maybe it's not this week, but I feel like there's some regression coming. With the uncertainty, I'm not going to get there on either side, but I understand the point about hey, the market comes, low enough on Ole Miss and backing them. I've seen some love for Arkansas out there this week, and I'm sure people were getting ahead of the move. I'm not going to get there on the Razorbacks.
I'm not either. And if it is official that Austin Simmons is out and maybe we can get a 4 with Ole Miss or something like that, I'd actually kind of be interested in the Rebels at home. I think they're a much better team at home than they are on the road. These games tend to be over-type games too, Paul, and I think we could get some points even with the backup because I do like Taylor Green a lot, the quarterback for Arkansas, and I think that they can put up some points in this game. So maybe the over is worth a look. I have not done anything yet. Obviously, if you got Arkansas plus 9.5, plus 8.5 earlier in the week, great bet. And now you might even think about buying back potentially if you get 4 points of value. But I think current line, wait to see what's the deal with Simmons and then maybe make your play off that. But nothing for me in that game. Paul, a game that I do like, I'm on Old Dominion, plus the points and on the money line against Virginia Tech. I know you took them in week 1 against Indiana. They came through for you. Man, I love this team when they go up against Power 4 opponents. Nearly beat South Carolina last year, covering the whole game against Indiana week 1. And now you got a Virginia Tech team who played South Carolina and Vanderbilt the first 2 weeks. 2 SEC teams. Vandy was a revenge game. They get blown out 44-20. Is Virginia Tech really getting up for this game today? Are they really treating this game as serious as ODU is, who's got confidence going into Blacksburg today? This line's come down from 7.5 to 5.5. There's some sharp money coming in on the Monarchs. So, Paul, I took ODU plus the points. I took a money line. I think Virginia Tech starts the season 0-3. Are you going back to the well with ODU today?
I love it, PJ. I love it. I could not be more in on Old Dominion. I'll play the money line with you. I think I grabbed a 6.5. I would still play it at 5.5. I think they're very live. Talk about vibes being bad. Now, we talked about this with Sierra Clark about Florida, and this is kind of another game I was thinking of in comparison. Virginia Tech's at home. Florida's going on the road. They get to get away from Gainesville, away from all the noise. Whatever kind of happens, happens.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Virginia Tech at home against Old Dominion. PJ, they're canceling recruiting visits. Brent Pry is hearing all kinds of he's saying things where people are reading between the lines about his quarterback. Oh yeah, he's got tremendous potential, but he's a senior, so people are like, okay, so you're saying he hasn't reached his potential? There is so much bad vibes, and they're at home. And if they kind of the scenario I painted for Florida, if Virginia Tech goes 3 and out, or the quarterback overthrows receiver on 3rd and 7. Crowd starts to hear the murmurs. You might not get boos yet, but they go down 7-0. Man, that crowd is going to turn on them so fast. At first, I'm man, I don't love for the ODU spot. I was I don't love that Virginia Tech got blown out last week, but they got blown out in the second half. They were up 20-10 at halftime, and then Vandy just steamrolled them in the second half. And then here's the other thing, PJ. Their offensive line is all banged up. They could be missing a couple of offensive linemen. If you want to look at a name to keep an eye on for Old Dominion, Chris Trinidad, he's their top sack guy. He could have a day against a couple of backups. So, and look, ODU, look again, what else is the head coach going to say? But Ricky Ronnie's saying it's the best team since he got here in 2020 that he's had. And we've talked about how they've played some of these top teams tough in the past. So, yes. We are a Monarch show today.
We absolutely are. The Fighting Justin Verlanders hopefully can win outright for us against Virginia Tech today. Temple knocks in a field goal, could be significant to some, makes it a 22-point game, 25-3 against Oklahoma. Also on 4th and goal, Cade Klubnik, QB sneak, gets into the end zone. So that is now a 13-7 Georgia Tech lead as Clemson is trying to chip away there in Atlanta. 49 seconds left for Georgia Tech, no timeouts, so we'll see what Brent Key decides to do at the end of the first half there in that game. Some other games that we have coming up later tonight, Paul. Obviously, Florida and LSU. We were just talking about this game with Sierra. Man, LSU is now down to 6.5, so it has gone through that key number. I liked Florida to begin with. You could have gotten them at +7.5, +7. They were 8.5. I think they were 9.5 early in the week. I mean, you could have gotten some good numbers on Florida. And that was the way that I was leaning in the game, Paul. Usually, when you have a team with a look-ahead spot who's a big favorite that loses outright, when they have a big game that next week, I usually always back that team, like Florida, right? And the reason is you normally get good value. Again, they were 9.5. If they would have beaten USF and covered the spread especially, this is what the line would have been. And I think that's what bettors are starting to realize is those 8.5, 9.5s. Yeah, USF is a good team, but Florida, I mean, they should have won that game, and they probably should have covered the spread. They settled for a lot of field goals. They didn't do much on offense. So I think this line, 6.5, 7 is about right. I think this is the lowest we get on LSU. I don't think it goes down anymore. And I certainly don't like Florida as much at this price, but I do like the Gators. If there are still 7.5s out there, I would take Florida. I don't know if they win the game, but I do like them to keep it close.
Looks like there are a few 7s still left out there. If you shop around, I would bet I'm holding Florida +7. So I like the Gators today in this spot. I think it's a classic buy low spot. I mean, all the vibes are bad. They're could not have played worse last week. One of the toughest places to play against the top team. Haven't won in Death Valley since 2016. Their 1 in Florida is 1-4 straight up and against the spread in their last 5 against LSU. The good news is that one win was last year. Granted, it was in Gainesville. But with these same 2 quarterbacks running the show, look, there's going to be more than 100,000 people at Tiger Stadium. They're going to be barbecuing alligator in the parking lot. Like, it's going to be wild down there. I think you could also maybe have a low-scoring game. Total has gone under in 9 of the last 12 LSU games. Florida, unders have hit in the last 5. Last number I see is 46.5. Oh, it's 47.5 right now at BetMGM. So I think, and again, I do think Caleb Banks coming back for the Gators, defensive tackle. I do think that will be a big addition playing for the first time this season. So I think it could be a slog, but I am in on the Gators.
Yeah, I do like them as well. Total in that game, 47.5. Then we have Texas A&M and Notre Dame coming up later tonight as well. Irish also a 6.5-point favorite in that game. The total is 50.5. And that's where I'm looking, Paul. I actually like the over in that game. I liked what I saw from C.J. Carr, especially in the second half against Miami. And I like the fact they're coming off a bye week, so we get some more reps. You have game film. And this Texas A&M team, we think of Mike Elko and we look at the talent that they have, and we think they have a great defense, but I've not been impressed with their run defense the first couple weeks. And now you have Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, and Carr who can run the ball as well. I think the Irish are going to be able to have some explosive plays on the ground. I also think Marcel Reed and the Aggies are going to be able to score some points too. So that's gone up from 49.5 to 50.5. I agree with the move. I like the over. The spread, it just feels too easy for Notre Dame. It's just one of those games like you look at and you're like, I don't know if I want to lay it. I just probably want to take them on the money line, put it in a money line parlay, something like that. I think Notre Dame wins the game. It just makes me a little nervous, so I'd probably just bet the over if I had to make a play on the game.
I'm on the Aggies catching the 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. Like, it was great to have Shamar Stewart on campus during the summer, as he said, his contract dispute with the Bengals. Unfortunately, he did get it done with Cincinnati, so he will not be lining up, and that defensive line could be a problem for the Aggies. Otherwise, a lot of experience, but that's the concern. Although, is Jeremiah Love, are we going to see the burst again that we saw from him last season? I think that'll be interesting.
That will only had 10 carries for 33 yards against Miami. So the Canes held him in check. Be interesting to see if Notre Dame uses him a lot more today against Texas A&M. We're going to take a quick time out here inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. We'll talk Heisman Trophy, Week 3 odds, when we come back.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen here with you. We got a bunch of the early games at halftime right now in college football, but we have a BetMGM promo that we have to tell you about. And no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning parlay, winning college football parlay. Make it legendary. Take advantage from our friends at BetMGM. We have started the second half, and Bama's bringing out the trickeration, trying to get Ryan Williams involved. He's got a lot of blockers out ahead. That might be a touchdown for Ryan Williams. There's no flags on the field, and I think it will be 75 yards. Bama out of the halftime. They take a 28-0 lead on Wisconsin. Absolutely love that, Paul. I have to say, Ty Simpson looks really good, man. I mean, we talked about it at the start. Like, Wisconsin, they're good against the run. They're going to kind of force you to beat them down the field outside of that play. But I think Ty's his accuracy, his placement has been very, very good so far today. So good start there for Bama. And again, there was some late steam coming in on Wisconsin, but so far, Bama big lead on the Badgers right now.
You know what that looks like to me, PJ, in the box score? What did he throw it? 10 yards? 5 yards? But in the box score, that's a 75-yard bomb touchdown pass for Ty Simpson's Heisman case. That's what I'm seeing right there. No, this is a look. I mean, I don't know. Is that an explosive? I mean, again, it is. It's a 75-yard touchdown. But that was the issue for Wisconsin against a team like Middle Tennessee State. Granted, it was a screen pass, a kind of little trickeration that went the distance. But yeah, your Rolling Tide are off and running. I don't know. Like, this is obviously as good a scenario as you would want to see from them. But when you think big picture, is this like, okay, we're back to equilibrium's kind of fixed, or it's like, okay, we can get, again, there was kind of, we were talking about Clemson earlier, there was some respected love for Bama as a playoff team, possibly as a title contender. I mean, again, where you're kind of close to it, that could be good and bad. I mean, this is as good as you would want to see from today. But what's this kind of do for your overall outlook on the Crimson Tide?
Paul, I can't make any judgments until the Georgia game, because honestly, what they've done the first 3 weeks is what they've done under DeBoer. You know, when they're on the road as big favorites, they don't play well. When they're at home as big favorites, they play well. And then when it's a ranked matchup, when it's a marquee game, they also tend to play well. They beat LSU in Baton Rouge last year. They beat Georgia at home last year. So, you know, that's why everybody is rushing to judgments after the Florida State game. I think the two things, Paul, that really hurt DeBoer following Saban is the fact that they couldn't be any more different from a personality standpoint. And Saban was just the king of beating unranked teams. He was the king of beating teams that he was supposed to beat. I think he lost like 4 games in 17 years, and DeBoer's already done that in like 16 games or whatever it is. So, you know, Bama fans, they're not used to being upset. They're not used to losing games to teams that they should beat by 2-3 touchdowns. And this is just the reality of college football that we're now in, where they're going to be upsets every single week. But he's been so good at Washington and Bama in big games and in ranked matchups that I just want to see what they look like against Georgia. And because, I mean, their season's pretty much on the line in that game, right? You lose that game to Georgia, 2 losses before October, with the rest of your schedule, you still have to play LSU, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Auburn. Like, they're not winning all those games, so they have to win the Georgia game as Wisconsin takes the ensuing kickoff back to the house. So all of a sudden, you have the over 45.5 in this game. You've gotten 2 touchdowns in probably about 15 seconds, and now it is 28-7 Wisconsin. See if on BetMGM we have a live total. We do not right now, but Paul, that's how quickly it can flip right now. Where are you on Bama, though? Like, would you be willing to buy an SEC ticket because you know you're going to get a good number? And if they win that Georgia game, I mean, to have that tiebreaker against the Bulldogs, the fact that they don't have to play Texas in the regular season, I do think there's some value there on them to win the SEC. Would you take a bet there?
I get a bye week to think about it, right?
You
Coming
do.
into today, they're plus 725 to win the SEC. I think it's, if you believe, instead of playing them on the money line against Georgia, if you believe, I wonder how much this price will shorten after this. I can't see. I mean, let's assume Georgia takes care of business in Tennessee, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know how, they're supposed to, there's a 20.5 point spread. I don't think this number moves all that much, their number to win the SEC. I think you kind of see where you're at heading into that game against Georgia. And if you like Bama in the game, instead of playing them on the money line, you play them to win the SEC at plus 725. I think that's certainly a bet to consider if all that kind of plays out. Plus 150 to make the playoff. I can't really get excited about that right now. I'm certainly not betting plus 1,500 for the Natty. But the SEC number, that'll be an interesting one to kind of see where we're at going into the Georgia game. I feel like the number should be similar, again, assuming Georgia wins, but just kind of seeing how everything's shaking out coming out of a bye and going to that Georgia game. That'll be interesting to consider. I would like to reiterate to any Heisman voters, there's no reason to watch the replay of a 10-yard pass that was thrown about up here and Ryan Williams had to jump up and grab it. It was just plain and simple, 75-yard touchdown pass. That's all you need to know about Ty Simpson on that touchdown pass that Alabama just had. I will say, if you're holding Wisconsin plus 20.5, all of a sudden you're like, well, not dead.
That's what you needed. That's what you needed. Kick return for a touchdown because their offense has not been able to do much so far today. Paul, you mentioned a couple times during the show you did have Ty Simpson to win the Heisman Trophy. You can get a really good number on him now to win the award. He's north of 40-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. As you look at the current odds board, Garrett Nussmeier plus 900, John Mateer plus 900, Carson Beck's 10-1, Dante Moore 11-1, Arch is back down to 12-1, Lenore Sellers at 15-1. I don't see the value with Mateer at plus 900 because of how brutal their schedule is. And they're going up against a lot of really good defenses that even if they do win some of those games, I don't know if he's going to put up those Heisman-type numbers. I think Nussmeier should be the favorite. I think that's fair. But I know Sammy P's been talking a lot about Carson Beck, and I don't know if I'd bet it at 10-1, but to me, he feels like the guy that's probably got a really good chance to win this award. The only thing that concerns me about Miami is that their final two games of the season are at Pitt and at Virginia Tech. And at the end of November, those are going to be two difficult, cold places to play, and Miami's probably going to lean on their ground attack and this much improved defense that they had. So I don't know, while Beck is looking for marquee wins, Miami's trying to make the playoff and make the ACC title game potentially, if he's going to put up monster numbers in those games. And there's a chance with Cristobal's track record, they can maybe lose one of those games. I just worry about the end of their schedule. But again, I mean, they have tough teams and their offense should be really good. And he looked great against Notre Dame. So I think Beck makes a lot of sense, but when a guy's at 30-1, it's hard to justify him at 10-1 to try and bet him to win the award.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, I think Sammy got him north of 30, north of 35. I want to say the number was 37. So I can't really say it's a good bet at 10-1. Again, the way that schedule shakes out, at least, until the end, I could see, the case for him putting up points. I mean, toughest games, right? You got Florida next week, maybe, but I mean, they'll be coming off a pretty tough game today, and then obviously against Florida State. So yeah, I mean, the path is certainly there for him. Looking at the rest of the board, I understand the Nussmeier case. Mateer, again, couldn't bet it at 9. Time to bet that was a couple of weeks ago. Again, with the Murderers Row schedule coming up. Arch, not really interested at 12-1. Lenore Sellers at 15. We can talk about this Vandy South Carolina game. I think that's a little pricey, or it's not as much value as I'd like on him at 15-1. Gunnar Stockton at 18, never. Drew Aller at 20, never. One that is interesting that's come up on our show on Bet Sweats the last couple weeks, and it's kind of come back down the board a little bit, is Devin Dampier of Utah. And he's sitting at 20-1. I could get interested in that. And then I was like, all right, let me look at the number on Marcel Reed coming into tonight's game. 25 is interesting. There's a whole write-up on him. I believe it was CBSSports.com about, his quarterback coach and wanted to become more of a passing quarterback. We've obviously seen him as a dual threat. If he wins today, I'm just wondering if he can be consistent enough to actually get all the way home. And I mean, again, you talk about a tough slate. You got Auburn after a bye week. I mean, you're going into Death Valley. You're going to Austin, and for your last game of the season, probably not buying him at 25-1. But that was one I wanted to look at. And then now Ty Simpson, I think he was at 50 before today's game. I now see a 35. DJ Lagway, can't say I'm really interested in him either. Again, with like whispers of like it's kind of hurt, and they have a tough schedule, or it might not be 100%. So yeah, maybe it might be coming back to Dampier at 20-1. Might be the one I'd be most interested in right now.
Man, and Utah plays Texas Tech next week, which is going to be an awesome game between maybe the two best teams in the Big 12. So if you do like Dampier, they're big favorites on the road against Wyoming today, but this might be your best opportunity because if they beat Tech next week and he looks great, that number is just going to only continue to go down. So I think that's a good look. Jackson Arnold with Auburn, Paul, I think is an interesting look too if Auburn's able to get into the college football playoff because he's got those two great receivers. You have a great offensive coach in Hugh Freeze. They do have Bama and Georgia at home this year, so there's a good chance that they probably win one, if not both of those games because Auburn's just a really tough place to play. And they usually don't beat Georgia and Bama on the road, but when they get them at home, they usually win one of those games, and I think they're going to win the Iron Bowl this year. So they have the big win over Baylor. They do have to go at Oklahoma, at A&M the next 2 weeks. If they're able to win one of those games and then split Bama and Georgia, I mean, there's a chance Auburn could get to 10-2. Maybe they get to 9-3, but I think there's a case there maybe for Jackson Arnold 20-1 if Auburn is a college football playoff team. But he is somebody that I was looking at potentially as well. But I'm with you. No Stockton, no Drew Aller. Lenore Sellers, and you were talking South Carolina and Vanderbilt. Paul, this line is getting down to a point where I think I'm maybe going to take South Carolina at -3. You know, Vandy was like 6.5, 5.5, 4.5. Now we're all the way down to 3. And I think people are looking at the common opponent between Virginia Tech. Both of these teams have played. It's a tough place to play at night, though. And they've beaten Vandy 16 straight times. So they have their number. We'll see if they make it 17 straight. We have our number 3 coming up next inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen.
Every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Action is non-stop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that, Parker!
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser, Paul Mush Aspen here with you. We'll get to that in a moment. We got Georgia Tech and Clemson going on in Atlanta. This is Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. We're with you for 2 more hours here on the BetMGM Network. We're at commercial break. Paul's on Georgia Tech plus 3.5. I got Clemson -3. And Paul's like, oh, man, here comes Clemson. And there's a little bit of delay. I'm ahead of him in the studio. And all of a sudden I go, oh, no, he got picked. And Paul's like, really? And he tells myself and our producer, Addie Bates, that he is a notorious mush. So, Paul, well done on your that was because that was a backbreaker. I mean, Clemson was driving in the red zone, all the momentum, and then to get that interception. Now they got a 3rd and 22 right now, so they might have to punt the ball right back to Clemson. But in a low-scoring game where points have been hard to come by, and as somebody holding a 3.5 ticket, certainly a big play in that game. So unintentionally, well done, sir, for you. That was impressive.
PJ, I wish I could say I could control it and use my powers for evil and for good when it suits me, but it's got a mind of its own. If followers of Bet Sweats and like just my golf bets, oh my God! Like PJ, you bet golf. The beginning of not this past year, but the 2024 year, Thigala, Ben On, Sam Burns. I think back to back or within a month and a half, just pulling defeat from the jaws of victory. So that one worked out for me. I'm more than happy to contribute to my cause with Georgia Tech. We are far from out of the woods, though, because
yes,
I think Clemson's about to get the ball back here.
Yeah, and again, well played. Far out of the woods. Peter Woods with the big play there for the Clemson defense. So injury timeout. They're getting ready to punt the ball back. I bought back in with Clemson plus 7.5, so that was massive that they were able to get that stop. But the game definitely has changed. Paul, we talked about it a couple segments ago. Georgia Tech had them 3rd and 22, draw play up the middle for Clemson. They get the first down. They go down and score. Then they just had they were in the red zone on their first drive out of the second half. So it's amazing how just one little play like that can flip the game. But Clemson right now with the momentum and hoping to put another good drive together.
PJ, do I have to watch Dabo cry because they win by 1 at the end of this game? Is that what we're going to see?
I know.
Is that what we're going to see?
Probably. That would be the worst. As somebody who bet Clemson -3, I don't like them to begin with. And part of me betting them today was hoping that, you know what, if they don't win and cover, I hope they just lose the game. So, yeah, watch them win by 1. And I'm just going to be disgusted with that from Clemson. But, he's going to cry, talk about how much he loves his team, what a gutsy effort, what a difficult place to play in. You'll get the whole spiel from Dabo. And it feels like this game is setting up that way. Georgia Tech, again, 2.5-point favorite right now at BetMGM. If you do want to bet Clemson on the money line, plus 130 to win the game. Ryan Williams just had his 2nd touchdown in about a 5-minute span, take a 35-7 lead on Wisconsin. People have been wondering what's up with Ryan Williams. Well, he had a concussion against Florida State, missed last week's game. He's back, and he looks like Ryan Williams, so that's good news for Bama. Memphis is up 21-7 on Troy. Troy was up 16-0 on Clemson last week, but struggling today with Memphis in that game, down by 14. Auburn's up 21-9 right now on South Alabama as well. So we'll keep you updated on everything going on in the world of college football. But Paul, let's turn our attention to week 2 in the NFL. Start diving into some of these games that we have on the card for tomorrow. And we'll start with the Bills and the Jets. Buffalo is 6.5-point favorite on the road tomorrow at MetLife. Total in the game is 47.5. This game just will not touch 7. You know, I keep waiting for a +7 with the Jets, and it just won't get there, which tells me, Paul, that the Jets are probably the right side in the game. I haven't bet it yet, but if we do get a 7, I am going to take the Jets tomorrow against Buffalo. How would you look at this game?
I could buy the Jets at 7. It's never the Bills for me here. I mean,
Yeah.
what a comeback victory last week against the Ravens. So maybe a little bit of a letdown spot on the road in the division. Interesting to see Justin Fields do some things against the Steelers. I mean, Steelers defense did not look like a Steelers defense last week. Buffalo also dealing with an injury on the offensive line at Oliver, defensive line rather at Oliver. That could be an issue for them. If it touches, I'll say this: the Bills were floated as a survivor option this week, and I was like, no, thank you, not at all. I would say Jets at 7. I could definitely get on board with. I have not done anything with the game.
Total, I think, is a little interesting too, Paul. I do like Justin Fields over 44.5 rushing yards in the game as well. I mean, if you're the Jets, why? I mean, just look at what the Ravens' game plan was. And I understand you're talking about Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, but obviously you have a mobile quarterback and a very good running back. And the Jets have a mobile quarterback, a good running back in Breece Hall. Bills are so banged up on defense. Ed Oliver's not going to be out there tomorrow for Buffalo, who was probably their best defender in that game against the Ravens. So, look, Justin Fields looked good against Pittsburgh. He had some success on the ground. I think Aaron Glenn, the Jets, are going to try and use the same game plan. So I'd go over rushing yards for Justin Fields. And again, if we get a 7 with the Jets, that's the way I would lean against the Bills. I'm with you. It would be Jets or pass for me in that game. What about Miami and New England? Paul, Miami's a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 43.5. I thought all week this would be a Joes versus pros game, right? A lot of wise money, a lot of professional bettors would be on the Dolphins. But I feel like a majority of people I listen to, Paul, even some of the smarter people, they do like New England at the price at +2.5. Where do you fall on this game tomorrow?
I mean, Miami was on. They didn't make my card last week, but I was thinking Miami, and I kind of got scared off, and I'm glad I did because they got run out of the building in Indianapolis. I gotta say, I know Sammy P was in on the Dolphins at -1. I could not be less interested in this game. I think it's funny how the Patriots offseason hype has all come back down to earth, and now they could start 0-2. I think them going to Miami since the Tom Brady days, especially early in the season, has always been a problem. I don't think I think Drake May has gotten maybe a little too much credit, a little too early. I think the whole Mike Vrabel thing is, look, he's a good coach. He's a good cover coach typically and historically, but I mean, do you think this is getting to 3? I don't think this is getting to 3. I think at 3, it's almost got to play the Patriots. 2.5, it's Patriots or nothing. But it sounds like, obviously, all the money and sharp action has pushed this out from -1 to 2.5. So maybe there's a buy spot on the Patriots there. But again, this is God. So I'll say this: my brother, lifelong Dolphins fan, he's like, I have to watch this game tomorrow and hate my life. I have zero interest in watching this game. I will say that.
I like the Dolphins tomorrow, Paul. I got them at -125 on the money line. I mean, look, you know the NFL. It's all about buy low, sell high, right? And you can't get any lower on the Dolphins than what you saw in week 1. I really think that game against the Colts, though, they didn't have a chance. I liked Indy in that matchup. Obviously, it was an emotional spot with them honoring Jim Irsay and everything like that. So now they come back home. It was one game. They have a big advantage of playing in Miami in September in the heat, like you were talking about. But also, Paul, this is just a fade in New England, man. Drake May is 1-10 as a starting quarterback. And that was one of my big things with New England coming into the year. The Patriots just had such Justin Fields, Chicago Bears vibes to me, where we all fell in love with the Patriots because of how they closed the season. We saw the potential with Drake May. He did a lot of good things. They upgraded the roster. And I get it's Vrabel and it's Eberflus, right? You obviously can't compare those coaches. Vrabel's much better. But it was just a very Fields-Bears vibe to me where, look, it's great that Drake May has potential and he could be a really good quarterback, but is he winning games? Because we're pricing this Patriot team in the futures market. We're pricing them in these point spreads like they win games, and they just don't. So I agree with Miami being favored. I like them to win the game tomorrow. And Paul, I mean, think about it, right? Anybody who took the Dolphins last week against the Colts and had to watch that game, there aren't going to be many of them that want to come back to the well and bet the Dolphins again this week. And because they're favored, it would either be the Dolphins or pass for me. I think New England's still overrated as a team. And I don't think a lot of people have quite caught up to the fact that, again, Drake May has just won one game as a starting quarterback. We just don't talk about that. We don't think of him in that way. We still have this idea that the Patriots are going to be like a playoff team. I haven't bought it for 1 second, and I'm not going to start now. So I like the Dolphins on the money line tomorrow against the Patriots. Game that I really don't want any part of that I think is pretty interesting is Cincinnati and Jacksonville tomorrow. Bengals 3.5-point favorite at home. Total in the game is 49. Paul, did you have a play in Cincinnati, Jacksonville?
So I got there on the Jags plus 3.5. I think the one thing that concerns me is I have not heard a soul on the Bengals.
Yeah.
And that's never a place you want to be. But this is more about the Bengals, I think, than the Jaguars for me. I mean, getting more than 3.5 against a team that has a very leaky defense, I think you could see a high-scoring game for sure. I do feel like last week, as I wasn't overly encouraged by the Jags, like I do feel like at least early, now there was a weather delay in the game, whenever red zone would cut to the Jags, like at least early, Trevor Lawrence was like kind of getting rushed out of the pocket again or making a low percentage throw. And I mean, again, it's always the like underlying metrics are there and the yardage is there and they move the ball, but when they get to the red zone, they don't finish or they turn it over. So, I mean, we'll see with Liam Cohen if it's a different story for Trevor Lawrence. Big season for him. I think more than a field goal, though, I think I'm very comfortable with the Jags catching 3.5. I just think that's a lot of credit for a Bengals team to win by margin there that struggles notoriously. It's a trend, but it happens year after year after year early in the season. So I'll be on the Jags plus 3.5.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially getting the hook in a game like this. I'm still not sold yet on Jacksonville. I think that week one game was a lot about Carolina and Bryce Young kind of looking like the quarterback we've seen for most of his career. And Paul, I mean, Cincinnati, Joe Burrow threw for 7 passing yards in the second half. And we're not talking about that. I mean, he was bad in that game. Jamar Chase had 2 catches for 26 yards. But again, the Bengals always struggle in Cleveland. Always. I don't think Burrow's ever played well against the Browns there. And we know they are notoriously slow starters. So it's just, it was a bad spot. Opening game against a team they never play well against. I just, like you said, nobody's taking the Bengals. I think it's a pretty interesting spot to maybe back them. I think I'll bet this game live. Maybe hope Jacksonville gets off to a nice start, get a cheaper money line price on Cincinnati. I wanted to bet some Chase props, Burrow props, thinking they're going to bounce back against a much worse defense in Jacksonville. But the odds makers were kind of feeling what I'm feeling, and those lines are pretty high. So I'm staying away from that. No play for me in Jacksonville and Cincinnati. Browns and Ravens tomorrow. Baltimore 11.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 45.5. Paul, do you like anything in this game?
I'm on the Browns, double digits. I mean, it was what? I don't think it touched 14 earlier in the week, but I think we saw a 13.5. We definitely saw a 12.5. Now we're down to 11.5. Double digits, divisional game. And again, it's still early season, Flacco, and just a very good defense. It's still their win total might have only been 4.5, but still one of the best defenses. Maybe not one of the best defenses in the league, but a very good defense, a lot of great players. I think, and especially the way the Ravens, as we saw again last week, PJ, don't have to tell you, but fourth quarter Ravens, they just leave that back door open. Flacco's return to Baltimore, certainly something to be said about that. I getting 11.5. I'm on the Browns as one of my 5 contest picks at plus 11.5.
I love it. I like the Browns too. Paul, look, man, when John Harbaugh is your head coach, the Ravens are just very consistent. There are games that they get up for. There are games that they don't get up for. And these kind of games, they just don't get up for. And it's the same spot that you saw the Ravens deal with last season, right? Week 1, they opened the year at Kansas City, a team that beat them in the playoffs the previous year. They have a tough loss with Likely's toe out of bounds. Week 2, they're at home, double-digit favorites against the Raiders. They lose that game outright. Now here we are again. Buffalo, week 1, tough loss, come back home, double-digit favorite. And now it's against a divisional team. And Paul, like, the Browns always play the Ravens tough in Baltimore. And obviously the Ravens have had the way more talented team here, just about since the Ravens have been a franchise. But there's something about when these games are played in Baltimore and when they're played at 1 o'clock early, the Browns just always give them problems. And I would look at Cleveland as well. I'd also look at Lamar Jackson over passing yards, 206.5. These kind of games, the Ravens don't really run Lamar and Derrick Henry very much. AFC North games, physical, they take a lot of toll on your body, and they like to save those guys for certain games. This is not one of them. They like to throw more in these types of matchups, so I think that 206.5 way too low. I'd look at the over passing yards for Lamar tomorrow against Cleveland. We'll talk more of the NFL Week 1 slate when we come back.
Texan trouble.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen here with you. Of course, you can watch and listen to the show on the BetMGM Network, streaming on Twitch, on YouTube. We're also streaming live right now on X. If you want to watch and listen to the show, we are locked in on Georgia Tech and Clemson. Big stop for the Georgia Tech defense. Just get some momentum back. Clemson with 14 unanswered points, have a 1-point lead, still 7:40 to go in the third quarter. We've reached the fourth quarter in Bama and Wisconsin. It's all Bama today, 35-7 over the Badgers, and they are driving in the fourth quarter. Live total up to 55.5. Oregon Ducks with another touchdown. They take a 31-0 lead on Northwestern. You know, it's going to be interesting, Paul, that Oregon-Penn State line, those look-aheads, because I think Oregon's good, but a lot of the opponents they have played have been really, really bad. So that'll be interesting, but they're taking care of business so far today. And, yeah, Memphis up 21-7 on Troy. Oklahoma still up 28-3 on Temple. So hoping Temple and Northwestern maybe can get us a couple of backdoor covers here in these early games. But anything jumping out to you? I know you're locked in on Georgia Tech and Clemson.
Big first down for Georgia Tech right there. That was needed a little bit of a breather. Yeah, I gotta be honest, PJ. Don't feel great about Georgia Tech right now where they're at. So yeah, that's not great. I will say, so Penn State you brought up. How about FIU hanging with Penn State for a half last week? Yeah. Now we got the Shula Bowl today between FIU and FAU. You know where FAU is, right?
Boca Raton.
Boca Raton.
Boca Raton. Where's FIU? I don't know where.
Miami.
Okay.
So it's it's basically right down the street from each other. So I'll actually be on FIU in that game on the money line. Minus 130, I believe, is the price I saw. Not because they hung with Penn State last week for a half, but it's a couple of first-year head coaches. Willie Simmons, he's been a head coach at Prairie View, Florida A&M, total of 8 seasons, 8 winning records. So look, PJ, this is a huge revenge spot for the Panthers. FIU,
Love it. Let's
the
go.
Owls have dominated. FAU has dominated this series. They lead 17-5. They're 7-0 ATS in the last 7. Total has gone over in 4 straight, 7 in the last 8. So we could see a little bit of a shootout. But yeah, FAU has a lot of new pieces on defense, especially the secondary. That could be a tough spot. Panthers can also throw multiple running backs at FAU. And then I think, FAU has some firepower on offense, but there's a lot of continuity, like new head coaches, but FIU has a continuity on defense with their defensive coordinator who's been there in his 4th year. They have an NFL prospect at corner in Brian Blade. So we are rolling with the FIU Panthers in the Shula Bowl. And I don't know if you can see, that may or may not be our guy right there.
Yeah.
Don Shula.
Let's
overseeing the Shula Bowl today. But yeah, FIU minus 130 today on the money line. They finally get over the hump against FAU.
All right, very good. This is why you tune in to Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. We got a 3-minute spiel on FIU and FAU. Absolutely love it. Paul, I want to turn our attention, though, back to the NFL. Continue talking tomorrow's Week 2 slate. Giants and Cowboys in Dallas. Cowboys favored by 5.5. The total is 44.5. Really, my thoughts on this game are pretty simple. I feel like every year in the NFL, there is a really bad team that the Sharps just can't quit, right? And you see their line move every year and early in the season, and it's at like 6.5, 5.5, and it's just like, why are they? It was the Panthers 2 years ago. It was the Titans last year. They're just teams they can't quit. And I think the Giants are this year's version of that. And look, I had them +6 against the Commanders. Watch that whole game. Russell Wilson, it's just, it's bad. And, Dallas's offense, they're going to put up points, man. The Dak hate, I've never really understood, especially for the regular season. He puts up numbers and he puts up points in the regular season, and he's been great in divisional games, and he's great against the New York Giants. So I like Dallas tomorrow. If I had to bet it, I'd lay the 5.5. We were talking commercial break. they're my survivor play for tomorrow, Paul, because you can't really use them after this and feel as confident as probably you would about the Giants game. They want to avoid trying going 0-2. They could have won that Eagles game. I mean, if CeeDee doesn't drop those passes, they probably do win. So I think using that, they're pissed off. They want to, they see an opportunity against a Giants team that struggled last week. I like Dallas tomorrow at home, and they would be my survivor play.
Yeah, they're my survivor play as well, at least for like the bigger entries, like out in Vegas and a couple other entries. Mix it up a little bit, but Dallas definitely has the most of my shares. Yeah, I mean, look, I was on the Giants last week, catching 6 against the Commanders. You hear all this sharp love. That's exactly the point I was going to bring up, so I'm glad you did. I mean, look, you go 7 and out from inside the 5. Definitely doesn't help your case. But as long as Russell Wilson is there, don't we know who this guy is at this point? Like, honestly, I think maybe your biggest case against is, like, does Brian Dable go to Jackson Dart as soon as at halftime of this game? I don't think that he does. Or, like, if Jameis Winston sees the field, I actually think that makes the Giants offense a little bit more potent. But no, again and again, like, Dak Cooks against the Giants, I think you made the point about him being a great regular season quarterback. He's got a really good history here. I will be asking Chris Franklin, our guest coming up at the top of the hour, like he covers Eagles, Jets, Giants. Make me a case for the Giants this weekend. I mean, look, the number is telling you, 5.5. That's telling you they will be in this game. But I can't, famous last words, I guess. But like, this is as long as Russell Wilson is playing quarterback for the Giants, I feel pretty good about the Cowboys. I'm not laying 5.5, but I'm pretty comfortable with the survivor pick.
Agreed. I think, if you want to use Dallas and teasers tomorrow, anything like that, I think that's a good option as well. Rams on the road tomorrow taking on the Titans. LA, a 5.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 41.5. Paul, I'm going to take the ugly dog in this one, man. Give me Tennessee plus the points. I don't think they win the game, but I like the 5.5. Tennessee covered 2 games against the spread last season, and I certainly think that's still built into the market a little bit with how bad they were against the number, but I like this defense. I like what I saw out of Cam Ward. I think they'll have a good environment in Nashville tomorrow with his first road start. And look, the Rams are on the road at Philly tomorrow, man. I mean, that's probably as big a look-ahead spot as the Rams will have all season. Obviously, going back to the place where you lost in the playoffs, you had a chance to win that game, going up against arguably the best team in the NFL. So I think a little look ahead for the Rams. Tennessee, I like their defense. I think Cam Ward's going to play better, even though the Rams have a good defense, man. I mean, just what a brutal spot to start your NFL career on the road in Denver. I like Tennessee plus the points. I think that's a low-scoring, close game tomorrow. Feels like Rams 20-17, somewhere in that neighborhood. So I'll take the Titans plus the 5.5.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm on the Titans as well. I am in some groups where the Rams are going to make the card for some survivor entries, which there's not a ton of future value on them. I'd rather use them now with a healthy Matthew Stafford, because I got to be honest, I just don't know how much that's going to last. But PJ, I was on Tennessee last week in Denver. Calvin Ridley, catch a football. Any of the receivers, catch a football. And it's a totally, Cam Ward, again, I liked what I saw as well. And that's, again, a tough defense. I do think the Rams have a pretty stout defense as well. That's a little bit concerning, but 5.5, yeah, I'll be riding with the dog at home in the Titans plus 5.5.
All right, I like it. Bears and Lions. This is an interesting one. Lions favored by 6.5. Total is 46.5. Both teams tough week 1 losses. Detroit, maybe that was more about the Packers. We saw Green Bay again on Thursday look really, really good. Paul, I go back and forth, right? Part of me wants to bet the Bears because it's just been all negative this week. I mean, people think they need to move on from Caleb. Disaster in the second half. Regardless of who's coaching the Bears, they'll never be good. Like, it's just as bad as it can get. But I don't know if any of that is, like, false, I just think the Bears just, like, might be bad. And now they have to go on the road and play a Lions team who... Are they also going to struggle this season? Was that more about just how great Green Bay is? You have Ben Johnson back in town. Dan Campbell's 10-0 against the spread off of a loss. I mean, the Lions are normally really good in these type spots. So I think because there's been so much bad press around the Bears, it's driven up this price. It makes me want to bet because it was 4.5 earlier in the week. Now you're getting 6.5. So part of me wants to take the Bears, but man, Dan Campbell in Detroit have been awesome in these kind of spots. So I'm staying away. I don't think we get a 7, but if we do, I think that would probably be where I'd bet the Bears. At 6.5, though, I think it's a stay away.
I certainly understand the support for Detroit at -4.5 and on the way up to 6. Yeah, being here in Chicago, I got to tell you, man, like watching that second half, watching that fourth quarter, there's like, I don't know if it was a 3-and-out or something, but then I'm like, I've seen this movie before. I saw it in Matt Nagy's first year when they were up on Aaron Rodgers and company in Lambeau and up multiple scores, and then it falls apart at the end. I ended up staying away from Detroit in all of Survivor. I just think there's some weird divisional vibes, Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell vibes. Look, I think Caleb, I'm in the camp. I want to give Caleb some time. I don't know that he's going to get time here. And you've got former players like Nate Collins comes on Bet Sweats, and Joe asked me, he's like, all right, is Caleb going to be okay? And his reaction was, it's like, oh, it's like, that's not great. I understand it's Bears or nothing. I'll put it that way. At this number, it's Bears or nothing, but I can't say I'm excited about backing them just because, and I've been in Chicago for 10 years, so I've seen this way too many times to be like, oh yeah, this is the spot.
100%. Seahawks and Steelers tomorrow. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen rolling through the Week 2 NFL slate here on Inside the Betting Lines. Clemson gets a big stop on 4th down, so they'll take over on their own 41-yard line. That's still a 14-13 game. Bama's up 38-7 against Wisconsin. They just force a punt. Oklahoma back into the end zone. They take a 35-3 lead, so that just might do it for our Temple Owls today. Don't know if they'll get a touchdown, 2 touchdowns against Oklahoma to cover that number. Paul, Seattle and Pittsburgh. It's one of my favorite bets of the week. I really like Seattle plus the 3 against the Steelers. Some tough injury news for Seattle. They're going to be without Devin Witherspoon, Nicky Minori, some of their key pieces in the secondary. I just trust Mike McDonald. He's one of the best defensive minds in the NFL. I think their defense is going to be really good this year. I'm not a Darnold fan, but I think Seattle could have some success on the ground in this matchup. And I kind of like the under 2. With the way that Jets-Steelers game went, now people might be thinking, oh, wow, Pittsburgh, they got an offense this season. Rodgers looks great. That was an emotional win, though, for the Steelers. And Rodgers was obviously very adamant about how much he wanted that. He was very emotional. He was fist bumping the crowd. He was hyped up in the post-game interview. So now you take a deep breath from that, and you play a team in Seattle coming off a tough home loss, divisional loss against San Francisco. I think they bounce back. I think they win the game, Paul. I like Seattle outright, but certainly the plus 3. So give me the Seahawks tomorrow against Pittsburgh.
Wow. We are heads up on this one. Okay. I'm on the Steelers. It's just, for me, it's as simple as Sam Darnold on the road against that Steelers defense, which, again, did not look great last week against the Jets, but historically. And then Mike Tomlin, home in a, let's get everything together spot. It's not really a buy on Aaron Rodgers. I'm not sold on that. I think I understand your case for the under. It could be a slog, which means it could be anyone's games. I do have a piece or two, a couple shares on Pittsburgh and Survivor, which your points are now making me a little bit nervous about that. But I'll be on the Steelers. I think I just don't know if the Seahawks winning in this spot. I buy Mike McDonald, but Sam Darnold, it's tough for me to see that Sam Darnold is winning this game, especially with the injuries they have on defense.
That's fair. Darnold definitely, this could be one of those games he goes out and throws 2-3 picks, and it's they dominate the stats, they should win the games, and those interceptions, and Steelers win and they cover. So I fully understand that with Darnold, but just have a feeling Seattle's going to play well in that game tomorrow. And these West Coast teams, Paul, I think a lot of us think, oh, these West Coast teams flying across the country, they normally struggle. They're actually doing really well the last 15, 20 years. And Seattle's been one of those teams. They won 7 road games last year. So they were a great road team under Mike McDonald. And I think they're alive tomorrow against the Steelers. 49ers and Saints. Any thoughts on this game? Line now down to 3. Mac Jones will be the starter. No George Kittle. San Francisco beaten up. But has the line gotten to a point where even against the Saints, you'd be willing to take San Francisco at a discounted price?
Yes. Mac Jones, just come in, do your job. Don't do anything crazy fancy. Follow Kyle Shanahan's script and just, get through this game, win by a touchdown against a team that's just not good. And from a talent standpoint is very much outclassed.
I'm staying away from this game. I want no part. I mean, there's so much variance. There's so much that could go wrong for both of these teams. I understand why the line has dropped, but Paul, I'm kind of leaning towards you now, where it's almost like I want to bet San Francisco. You know, you worry about this maybe being a little bit of a sleepy spot off the big emotional win against Seattle. And then following up with another road game against the Saints. But now with Mac Jones in there and no George Kittle, I think that gets the attention of everybody. I like the defense under Saleh, forcing Rattler into some turnovers. So I think I'd probably agree with you and lean San Francisco -3 if I had to bet it. Talk about some of the afternoon games we have coming up tomorrow in Week 2, including Broncos and Colts and the Super Bowl rematch between the Eagles and the Chiefs.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
John Mateer in Oklahoma into the end zone. 51-yard rushing touchdown for Mateer. 42-3 lead. No letdown for Oklahoma today in Philly as they get ready for their big game tomorrow against Auburn. We thought Clemson and Georgia Tech had the chance to be a good one and a close game, and it is certainly looking like it is going to be that. Clemson 1-point lead with 13 and a half minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Georgia Tech just crossed the 50-yard line into Clemson territory. And Paul, somehow, someway, I'm hanging on to a thread with Northwestern plus 27.5 as they are down 34-0 against Northwestern. You know what's awesome about betting, Paul? Is that we are so delusional in our mind that we can watch an entire game and an awful offense in Northwestern and just think that maybe, just maybe, they can go down the field for like 75 yards and score a touchdown. You know how we do that? We just play these scenarios in our head like, all right, it's 34. We just need a touchdown. Like maybe this drive, they'll just get lucky and break
like
one.
The defense will just let up. I mean, talk about like for the first half of last season back in the Panthers, where like it was like pulling teeth trying to watch them move the ball.
Yes.
It's like, just get me inside the number. And it felt so hopeless, but you still held hope anyway. Yeah.
That's a great call. You were talking about earlier, Jeff Schwartz, who popped by on Bet Sweats, Oregon alum, huge Ducks fan, was talking about how, Dan Lanning could pull some guys early fourth quarter, and that's what they did. They got a turnover on downs. They were inside the 20-yard line. Dante Moore's out of the game, and Northwestern was able to hold them to a field goal. So now they got some of the backups in on defense. So we'll see if Northwestern's able to go on a drive here and punch it into the end zone. Bama still in control. Ty Simpson's had an unbelievable day for the Tide as they are up 38-7 on Wisconsin. They'll have a bye week and then get ready for Georgia coming up next week. Paul, let's dive back into the NFL, though, and look at some of the afternoon games we have coming up tomorrow, including those Carolina Panthers on the road tomorrow against Arizona. For the second straight week, Cardinals are laying 6.5. This time it's at home, and they are minus 300 on the money line. The total in the game is 44.5. Any plays for you, Arizona, Carolina tomorrow?
Not laying it with the Cardinals, but honestly, back to my previous point, yeah, there was some love for what Dave Canales and Bryce Young were able to do in the second half of the season. I think I got to see it again because we did not see that last week against Jacksonville. Now, weird spot, weather delay, et cetera, et cetera. I'm in no rush to back the Panthers. Honestly, interestingly enough, for every reason we just talked about. I don't want to be down 21-7. Bryce Young has the ball, fourth quarter trying to sneak inside the number, or 21-10 even. It's a better example. And we just need Bryce Young to get a garbage touchdown because they can't move the ball like that. It's a tough watch. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of talk about Kyler Murray struggling at home, and the numbers kind of back that up. I am high on the Cardinals this season. I would be comfortable. I used them a lot in Survivor last week. I'd be comfortable using them here if I had not. I don't love the idea of laying a touchdown or needing the Cardinals to win by a touchdown to bet on this game. But this is just, I think, a stay away for me. I'm big on Marvin Harrison Jr. this year. I think he could have, as a second-year wideout, and I think this applies to Malik Neighbors as well, Brian Thomas Jr. Historically, those guys do not win Offensive Player of the Year. They just don't. Justin Jefferson had a hell of a season as a year 2 wide receiver. He didn't win until year 3. But I think Marvin is definitely going to have a bounce-back year. He had, 71 and a touchdown last week. I think you could look at him. The price I saw was plus 130 to get into the end zone again this week. I think they should be feeding him in the red zone. But I can't really get interested in a side either way here. How about you?
No, I'm with you. I'm passing on the game completely. I'd probably lean with Arizona if I had to bet the game. I think I'd actually lean the 6.5 with them. I can't bet that many points with Kyler Murray. I just can't do it. They shouldn't have covered that spread against the Saints last week. So no. I'll pass on that game. Paul's all excited because Georgia Tech just found the end zone. Now they're going for 2, trying to make it a 7-point game, and they're going to do it. What a great play call as they had a reverse to the wide receiver, and then he threw it to another one of the wide receivers. So 21-14, Georgia Tech lead. Paul, are you actually happy, though, that they got that 2-point conversion? Don't you want the weird score like the 19-14, right? So you don't get burned in like overtime again or anything like that? Or are you glad that they got the points?
No, this was for the touchdown, PJ. Like, this is how far behind I am. Like, they just converted the 2-point conversion. I do not, like, they were lining up to go for it when you were taking me through it. So, do not love to see that. I can't see Dabo doing something crazy like going for 2 in the win at the end or something like that. So, no, I prefer to be, like, off the 7 so that we get a decision one way or another. Man, is this going to be 2 weeks in a row, PJ? Overtime just comes back to get me. Although I will say, I'm just kind of noticing this now. Georgia Tech, the official team of the BetMGM network, I kind of feel like I'm on the sidelines, like the black and gold and the white. Let's hope they hang on, but it's got bad vibes. I think that was a huge drive.
Yes.
Huge drive because I thought Clemson was about to kind of take off from them, but we'll see.
Oh, we just got it. Oh, man, I thought Northwestern was going to score a touchdown, but they're down at the 1-yard line. Oh, it looked like, Paul, the guy was going to coast into the end zone, and then an Oregon linebacker came out of nowhere to tackle him. So we got 4th and goal at the 1. Northwestern completed like a 40-yard pass driving down the field. What a great tackle, though. Oh, the guy just tried to reach it across. I think he's just short of the end zone. So here we go.
Have they gone 3 and out from the goal line, basically?
They had 3rd and goal from like the 13-yard line. Now they have 4th and goal at the 1.
Oh, okay.
They're going shotgun. Oh, this is
that's
tough.
great.
Here we go. Oh, he's in. Touchdown Northwestern. This coach better kick the extra point. He better kick if he goes for 2, Paul, and they lose by 28. I think they're bringing out the kicking unit. 6:20 to go in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
Let's just take some knees.
Fundamentals.
Yeah. God, let's work on the extra point team, huh? Let's do that. Love that. Northwestern into the end zone, hopefully making the extra point. Georgia Tech now leading 21-14, but still only a 3.5-point favorite against 4.5-point favorite. Paul, I'm gonna buy back in. So I took Clemson plus 7.5. I mean, they're up 7, and the live line is minus 4.5, so they are fully expecting Clemson to score. But I'm going to try and middle this thing because I think there's an absolute real possibility that Georgia Tech wins this game by 7. Like, I mean, there is 10 minutes left, so maybe Dabo thinks about settling for a field goal. But and now it's off the board. I think they're moving back up to 6.5 because I was going to say I think probably Dabo at this point is thinking 4-down territory, right? I don't see them settling for field goals.
I was surprised to see that number too. I think obviously. If it gets to overtime, and then but still in overtime, it doesn't necessarily become a field goal game. It's not the NFL. I mean, I guess if you get to 2-point conversions, then you're in trouble. But do they still do that after 3 rounds?
Yeah. Once we go to 3rd overtime, they do the dueling 2-point conversions.
Yeah. So you get in trouble there, but
you do.
Yeah.
21-14, Georgia Tech on top as, the live line are still off the board. Northwestern did knock in the extra point, so that is a 34-7 game. Let's go. Wisconsin also scored a touchdown to make it 38-14, so the over cashes in that game, and now the Badgers have an opportunity to maybe cover the backdoor, potentially 38-21, so hold all tickets on that game as well. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen here with you inside the betting lines. We're updating you on the college scores, also rolling through week 2 in the NFL. Paul, Super Bowl rematch tomorrow, Eagles and Chiefs. Philly is a 1-point favorite in Arrowhead, minus 120 on the money line at BetMGM, and the total in the game is 47. Not often you see Pat Mahomes as a home underdog. Chiefs are trying to avoid going 0-2. Philadelphia, not super impressive at home against the Cowboys in the season opener. Do you like a side in Eagles-Chiefs tomorrow?
No. I will say this. I believe Eagles -1 was the most bet team at BetMGM on Friday. So I don't love that for the Eagles side. And as a Philly fan and Philly native and Eagles fan, although, I mean, look, a couple years ago, I was happy to back the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. That one worked out. Last year, back the Eagles in the Super Bowl. That worked out. I think it's Chiefs or nothing. I can't say I'm overly interested. I think maybe as like a teaser leg, I could see the case for Kansas City. Look, they got blown out in the Super Bowl. Is Patrick Mahomes going to get blown out at home? I have a tough time seeing that. Travis Kelce, look, he got into the end zone. But as far as moving the ball, Xavier Worthy officially downgraded to out today. I think they're still got some trouble moving the ball on that Chiefs offense. Eagles did not get much of Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown involved last week. Dallas Goedert is out this week. As we were talking about it on Friday, and even more so now, I'm starting to be like, is this an under game? That's kind of the direction I'm trying to get to, or I'm starting to get to with this Eagles Chiefs game at 47. So I think if I had to play the game, it did not make my 5, but I think I would on a side. But I think the under, which kind of sounds crazy between Chiefs and Eagles on the surface, but I think I'd go under.
I think that's fair. When they played in the regular season last year on Monday night, that was a lower scoring game. Now, the conditions weren't great. It was rainy. But I think that's fair. Jalen Carter's going to be back in the mix as long as he doesn't spit on anyone, so that should help the under and defensive side of things. And then the Chiefs, Xavier Worthy was ruled out. No Rashee Rice still suspended, so they're still going to be out, missing their top 2 receivers in this game. I lean towards Philly, Paul. That's probably the way I would bet the game. I think, again, because the Chiefs are missing their top 2 receivers, it looks like the real weakness of this Eagles defense is that number 2 corner position. And as great as Mahomes is, the Chiefs, I don't know if they really have anybody to kind of exploit that matchup. So I think that is why I'm leaning Philly. And then also just, a lot of people who are betting the Chiefs in this game are saying to themselves, there's no way the Chiefs are going 0-2, right? There's no way they're going to lose as home underdog. So those kind of things make me want to buy into Philadelphia as well. But I think Chiefs teaser plus 7.5 like that feels like a really good bet. And this being a 1-score game as well. A couple more games to look at, the Week 2 NFL slate. But coming up, Chris Franklin going to join us to talk about those Philadelphia Eagles. We'll talk about the Giants and the Jets as well.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. moving, and the action is non-stop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Got a lot of live sweats going on here on Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. Fourth and final hour of the show. PJ Glasser here with you and Paul Aspen as well. We have Chris Franklin getting ready to join us here in moments, but some updates on what's going on week 3 college football. Oregon, 4th and 9 with 3 minutes to go. Looks like they're punting it away up 34-7. We got Northwestern plus 27.5, and they're using every bit of that. Bama getting ready to get the win against Wisconsin, 38-14. Badgers just going to run the ball one more time and get out of Tuscaloosa. Clemson is trying to score a touchdown. It looks like we have an incomplete pass, but I think they're going to get a holding penalty in the end zone. We'll make it a fresh set of downs. Georgia Tech up 7, 3.5 minutes to go. Clemson trying to answer with the touchdown, and what a sweat on both sides in that game. I got Clemson -3. Paul has Georgia Tech plus 3.5. Clemson trying to tie the game up there, and it has been all Oklahoma early and often. They're up 42-3 on Temple. Let's check in, though, with our guest standing by, Chris Franklin. Give him a follow on X at @CFranklin News, NFL writer covering the Eagles, Giants, and Jets for NJ.com, South Jersey Times, Lee Valley Live as well. Chris, appreciate you joining us, man. Let's start with the Super Bowl rematch we have tomorrow in Arrowhead between the Eagles and the Chiefs. For you, what do you think is the biggest storyline heading into that matchup tomorrow in Kansas City?
Well, PJ, thanks, guys, for having me on. I think the biggest headline so far that I'm watching is how well will the Eagles withstand that first 2 drives of the Chiefs offense? Because we all know what happens. You know, you're going to have the Arrowhead's going to be loud. The Chiefs themselves are coming off this embarrassing Super Bowl loss to the Eagles, and you know they're going to give everything they have. I wouldn't be surprised we see that whirly bird type formations. Andy Reid's going to go to the back of the playbook to try to bring them back as well too. So I want to see how well that Eagles defense withstands all that stuff and how well they can make those adjustments so that way the Chiefs don't get out to say a 14-0 lead and then all of a sudden the pressure's on them to try to come back and with all that loud, raucous crowd noise and with that Spagnuolo being able to tee off with the blitz.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, if you're talking about like a scenario kind of like you're painting, I mean, we could be talking about a shootout up and down the field here. Dallas Goedert out for the Eagles. Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown not really involved so much in the passing game last week for the Eagles. How do you see the Eagles offense and like especially feeding those 2 guys? How do you expect that to look this week? And just kind of with that, overall, what style of game do you expect? Kind of, you know, again, Xavier Worthy out. You know, Travis Kelce, not as young as he used to be. Is it going to be kind of more of a slog, or do you expect some fireworks on offense from both teams?
I think it's going to be fireworks. I think it's going to come out. I'll start with the Eagles offense first. Last time, Dallas got it's almost like an annual thing now. You're waiting, you're going to lose him for at least a week or two. It's become that part right now, which stinks because he can be a top 10 tight end in this league. But last time they did that, they threw in Brett Calcaterra and tried to go plug and play, and it worked out decently for him. He became involved in the offense. Wasn't getting as much target share as A.J. Brown Smith, but they threw him in there and they go that. So I expect them to try to do the same thing at first. Personally, I think we'll definitely see A.J. Brown involved a lot more often, even if it's quick screen, quick slice strengths, at least something to get him in the game to try to get that narrative going away of, well, A.J. Brown's not part of this offense. A.J. Brown's going to get frustrated, what have you. When he's on the field, he's one of, if not the best player on that field when he gets on there. So I expect him to evolve early. And another thing is the Eagles don't use a lot of 4 wide receiver sets. This will be the perfect game to do that because you don't have Goddard. Remember they traded for John Mechie as well too. You still have Jahan Dotson, who caught that 51-yard pass downfield in the Week 1 game against the Dallas Cowboys. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to maybe elevate a little bit more of Dotson's catches that way, but still have Calcaterra being there in that 11 personnel front. So I still think they try to establish the pass. It starts to pass, but I also think that especially when you look at that Chiefs offense, even though they mentioned Worthy won't be playing, Hollywood Brown, his speed, I wonder, will the Eagles have to match up Quinyon Mitchell against him? Or if he stays against Adoree Jackson, that's a matchup that if I'm Patrick Mahomes, I'm trying to exploit all day.
That's what I was going to ask you about, Chris, was that second corner. I think a lot of people's takeaways from that season opener against Dallas was certainly Quinyon Mitchell's awesome, but Dak was definitely looking to exploit the other corner position, and most of the times it was Adoree. Is there a guy on Kansas City that you would be looking at because of the injuries to Worthy, Rice serving the suspension? Like, do you think it's going to be Hollywood? Do you think they feature Kelsey more? Like, who's the guy on Kansas City's side you think, if we're looking at props potentially, that Mahomes targets to try and exploit that quarterback 2 position for the Eagles?
I really think it's Hollywood Brown. I do. I think when it comes to Kelsey, I think they're going to try to they may try to manufacture some things, like I was mentioning with the Eagles with A.J. Brown. They may try to manufacture some quick things to try to get them in a rhythm early. But when they want to take their shots, especially in the intermediate range, if they want to try to get the first downs, they find themselves in second, third, and long situations to try to get. I think Hollywood Brown's the way to go for them. And also, when you look at the spec, you want to put as much pressure as you can on those safeties as well. You know, you got rookie Andrew Makuba back there with Reed Blankenship. The Makuba has played well in preseason, and he was a starter, and he had a decent game against the Cowboys. Still a rookie, and speed can lead to a lot of mistakes a lot of times. So, if I'm them, I'm using a lot. I mean, if I'm the Chiefs, I'm using motion, trying to get Hollywood Brown to get going in speed and get him that free release in a sense, to get off the line and try to go attack that either the deep ball or intermediate routes. And I think that's where you can really go with Patrick Mahomes and trying to attack this Eagles defense. Excuse me.
Chris, let's stay in the NFC East, at least related to the Eagles. But Giants, Cowboys down in Dallas. There's a team like this every year. PJ and I were talking about it. You know, the Giants getting a lot of love from sharp bettors. They got it last week against Washington. Granted, they went they couldn't convert from about 7 times inside the 5-yard line. That doesn't help. Russell Wilson's still under center for now. Can you make a case for the Giants this week? Because PJ and I can't really get there with the Giants.
See, the thing, if Russell Wilson looked at least like Pittsburgh Steelers Russell Wilson early last year, in that offense I think you could make a case. Thing is, I just don't see it. You look at the way with that Giants defensive line, with Dexter Lawrence, Abdul Carter, Brian Burke, I think they could really put some pressure on Dak Prescott. Thing is, when you look at the back 7, I just don't see how they stop Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's going to be ready to go and try to disprove the whole hands thing. And after he literally cost him the game last week. So I look at that and saying, you know what, the Cowboys' offense are going to be raring to go. I just don't trust this Giants offense. Malik Neighbors, he saw his frustration going on. And the fact that it took Dable a day even to say, Russell's our starter. It's like, is the foundation breaking a little bit already? And you got to figure Dable's coaching for his NFL job, his job as well too, because Mara's looking at that, he and Joe Shane. So they need to have something ready to done. I think worst case scenario, I wouldn't be surprised if, say, Russ comes out struggling in the first half. Maybe they pull him and put Jackson Darcy if he leads to a spark. So I just don't trust that Giants offense enough to be able to overlook that. And I think this is one game where the Cowboys look good in this.
All right, so Chris, that was my question. Could we see Jackson Dart as soon as halftime? And it sounds like that's very much in play.
I think it would. It depends if they have the same similar look as he did last week. Because the last thing the Giants need to do is have something where it's a lot of frustration going on. It looks like nothing's lifeless. You want to keep that defense effective because I think the Giants actually have the pieces, at least the defensive line, to be a top half, maybe sneak into the top 10 when the year's over because I like that pass defense they have, and against the run, I like Lawrence enough to be able to feel confident enough to say that. it's if they continue, you keep putting them out there on the field 30, 45 minutes because you can't get anything done. It's punt, can't even have trouble in the red zone, what have you. You can't put points on the board. You start looking, okay, what can you do? Abel's, you've seen him. He's treating Jackson Dart like the son he never knew he had on the sideline. Like, I want to stay after practice and really work the script. I'm going to do all this stuff with it. If
Talking
they need
with
a spark, I wouldn't be surprised at least to do that.
We're talking with Chris Franklin here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM, NFL writer covering the Eagles, the Giants, and the Jets. And, Chris, that's where I want to go next. They have a divisional matchup against Buffalo coming up tomorrow. Man, how impressed were you with Justin Fields and that offense and what they were able to do against Pittsburgh?
I was really shocked because I think it would take some more time in terms of Justin Fields getting there, and the way that for the most part, most of the decisions he made, the way that he was able to extend time with his legs and design runs as well too. I really like the way that offense was efficient, and it's funny when you see that when Garrett Wilson actually has a quarterback that can actually do some of those things and really get moving and everything. It kind of looks like a top-tier wide receiver. It's funny how that happens when you actually have good quarterback play. So I look at the Jets, and I think it's sustainable. And I'm not saying Justin Fields is going to be a Pro Bowler, but I think he could be a quarterback that can at least get the offense moving, at least get things going, keeping them in rhythm. And then when you have the passing game going, that opens up things for Breece Hall. And he can do his thing. So I like where this Jets offense is going. I've said it before. I think they're a team to watch as a dark horse to earn a wild card this year, just because of the AFC East. And you look at besides the Bills, you can get some wins there, and then you can get some wins other places as well too. So I think the Jets are a team to definitely watch, and I wouldn't be surprised if Justin Fields has another good game this week.
So, Chris, when we talk about the Jets, you're talking about a potential wild card team. We're going to need the Jets to look like the Jets defense we're used to, right? Last week's game against the Steelers, if there was Justin Fields, might have been surprising success on offense, but this was one of the lowest totals on the board, and it flew over. One of the few games to go over the total last week. So, was that kind of week one? Aaron Rodgers had a little turn back the clock game. What do we expect from this Jets defense moving forward, or was it just kind of an aberration? What should we expect from the Jets defense against, again, another good offense in the Bills and kind of moving forward? Because that was a surprise to see last week.
I think it was one of those things where also that you look at Aaron Rodgers, he kind of knew what those defenders did very well and what they didn't like doing. So he practiced with them last year. So I thought he started to look at them. So I look at that and I'm thinking, you know what? Okay, maybe that's where Rodgers had the advantage in that point. And they were new inside of Aaron Glenn's new system. So I think it's more of an aberration than not. I look at Sauce Gardner. I felt a little bit better than what we saw last year about him. There's still some improvement. I don't know what's going on where he lost some of that it factor where he's like, all right, he's automatically shut down corner. Well, he still, to me, gave up some opportunities that I thought he could have really, really, really clamped down on them. But I look at it, I think it's more of an aberration. I think the Jets defense is able to turn around. It'll be a pleasant surprise for a lot of people this year.
Chris, we got about 2 minutes left, man. It's early, and listening to you talk about the Jets, I feel like your answer to this is probably going to be yes, but do you feel like the Jets have found their head coach in Aaron Glenn? I compared, obviously, working under Dan Campbell and Campbell taking over a team and a franchise that was used to losing. He had to come there and kind of change the culture, and then the GM and the front office finally started drafting really good players. Even though it's early, do you sense that the culture with the Jets is changing and that Aaron Glenn is the guy moving forward for that team?
I think so, because especially when you look at I like the hire a lot, because when you look at the good traits of these coaches, it's communication and accountability. Well, we saw already the accountability part. Whether we agree with it or not, Xavier Gibson with that fumble on a kickoff, he's gone. You heard the way that he's talking about his team. He's gotten on both sides of the ball in terms of the way they've been practicing, what have you. So that was key. The players seem like the vets are usually the toughest ones to try to get buy-in to do whatever you do, and they've bought into him, and and you see them playing hard already for him, and that. So I like those things that they did as well too. And then with some of the decisions and it comes to everything else wrong, it just takes time with that stuff. But I look at it the way he's adapting. I think he's a guy that you can really hang your hat around, and he's going to make a culture builder, and he can stay there for beyond. I think he can be better than Robert Saleh was while he was during his tenure there.
Great stuff. Chris Franklin, give him a follow on X at @CFranklin News, NFL writer covering the Eagles, Giants, and Jets as well. NJ.com, South Jersey Times, Lee Valley Live, and Penn Live. Chris, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the games tomorrow. Hope to catch up with you again soon.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys very much for having me on.
All right, great stuff there, Chris Franklin. Paul, we got a sweat in Atlanta. Clemson gets in the end zone, tied up at 21, but Georgia Tech trying to go on a game-winning drive. We've hit the 2-minute warning. They're at about probably their own 45-yard line or so. They're minus 155 on the money line. Clemson is plus 125. How you feeling? You think the Yellow Jackets get it done on this drive?
Yeah, you got to run this down and take a shot. Field goal, 40-yarder. Let's go, Yellow Jackets.
Game-winning field goal. How about Delaware up 7-0 early on UConn? The Fighting Joe Flacco's with an early score. They're now 3.5-point live dogs. A couple more segments to go here on Inside the Betting Lines. We'll continue talking college and NFL.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
51-yard touchdown for UConn. Tie the game up at 7 against Delaware. We got Auburn 31-15 over South Alabama. The Jags looking for the cover with 9 minutes to go. Oklahoma is going to cover the spread. They're up 42-3 against Temple. And then we got Clemson and Georgia Tech. Time winding down in the fourth quarter. And I don't know really what Georgia Tech's doing. I don't think they're close enough to kick a field goal. But they're definitely making sure Clemson doesn't have enough time to take the ball back and try and hit a game-winning field goal of their own. So their kicker is longest field goal. Aiden Burr is 51 yards. He's 7 for 8 on game-tying or go-ahead field goal attempts in the fourth quarter overtime, and they're hoping that one first down can get them into field goal range and try and win this game. So we're monitoring Georgia Tech and Clemson. Paul has Georgia Tech plus 3.5. I have Clemson minus 3. Also took them plus 7.5 on the live line as we have the last time out for Georgia Tech on this big 3rd and 4. So while we wait for that, we'll tell you about a promo that you have to take advantage of from our friends at BetMGM. Open your playbook and choose your boost for the action. Grab this Pro Football Boost Pack and you'll have 3 ways to boost your odds for your next bet. Activate one of your boost tokens for any pro football bet and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. How does it work? Log in to receive your Pro Football Boost Pack. Add a bet on any pro football game to your bet slip. Bet up to the specified max stake and activate the token of your choice. And if you win your bet with one of the tokens activated, you'll score extra winnings. Make it legendary. Take advantage of that from our friends at BetMGM. But here we go. 3rd and 4, 26 seconds left. Georgia Tech's at the Clemson 39. And Haynes King isn't going to get there. He's going to get 1 yard. Clock's running. Georgia Tech's going to run the fire drill. Paul Aspen's way behind me, so I got to give him play-by-play. His hands are just in his face right now. Can't believe it. 4th and 3, 7 seconds left. Georgia Tech from about 55 yards to upset Clemson. Ball is on the way. If it's deep enough, it's good. Oh, my God, he drilled it, Paul. Game winner, Georgia Tech, 24-21. Upset in the ATL. And Dabo Sweeney's Clemson Tigers are 1-2 on
I get to watch this on a delay right now. This is
you
amazing.
Do. Can I tell you, beautifully executed. They ran the clock down. That kicker drilled it. Drilled it, yeah.
Wow.
Nice little
action.
Yeah, right to left action. He drilled that, man. So
take that, Dabo.
What a great win for Georgia Tech, 24-21. And it'll be interesting, Paul, to see the live odds for the ACC. We'll see what Miami does against South Florida today. Obviously not a conference game, but Miami's definitely going to be your favorite now in ACC play. I mean, are we sticking a fork in Clemson? Paul, they got to run the table at this point, don't they? I mean, they still can get into the ACC championship, and that can be their path. But if they want one of the other spots, right, not getting the auto bid and at-large bid, they probably got to run the table.
Are we going to do what we did with them last year? They're dead, and then they get a gift into the ACC title game, and then they get in.
Yeah.
I think I've been high on Georgia Tech. I think they're a really good football team. I mean, looking at the rest of Clemson's schedule, Florida State, who apparently their talent is living up to the hype this year. Duke could be tough. South Carolina to close the season down. I'm gonna say Clemson's done, man. I think it's done. They're done. I guess they could back their way in the ACC title game and we get in that way, but I don't know how you can be high on them. LSU's a quote-unquote good loss. This is, I guess, a quote-unquote good loss, but this is not a national title contender for all the talent that they supposedly have. And we know who they are, so it's almost like why, if they earn their way in, I guess you got to put them in the playoff. But, I have no interest in seeing this Clemson team in the playoff. We know where they are.
We do. And look, they got a really good defense, but offensively, Klubnik's just not the guy. And I never understood all the hype for people liking them to win the national championship. ACC, I mean, they won it last year with Klubnik, and their team should be a lot more talented this year than they have been in the past. So I could absolutely see that. I thought they were going to win the ACC, but all this talk about the national title, I've just never thought Klubnik was any good, and he has not been good so far to start this season. Give Georgia Tech a lot of credit, man. I mean, Brent Key's done a heck of a job, and his team's been getting better and better every year, and now they have their marquee win of the season. And, Paul, the way that their schedule looks out, man, I mean, this was really the game for Georgia Tech. No Miami, no Florida State, no Louisville on the schedule. They do have Georgia to close out the season in Atlanta, as they play them every year in the season finale. But, I mean, after this, it's at Wake, home against Virginia Tech, at Duke, home Syracuse, at NC State, at Boston College, and home against Pittsburgh. So they're going to be favored in every game the rest of the way. Maybe the Duke game, they're a slight dog, maybe a pick 'em, maybe they're a short favorite, but I mean, they're in a good spot, man, Georgia Tech, to make the ACC title game. This was really their one game you looked at with them potentially dropping, but Georgia Tech in a good spot to maybe make the playoff, get to the ACC title game.
I did not pull the trigger on it. I brought up the idea on Bet Sweats this week. Like, if you like Georgia Tech in the game, is 10-1 to win the ACC worth a bet? Ooh. I guess it was.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good number. Definitely not gonna get anywhere close to that after the fact this week. I wonder what the number, back to the kind of beginning of this conversation, I wonder what that number is on Clemson coming back the other way. But yeah, they're a tough physical football team. Haynes King, man, he's battling through. Like, he was obviously not 100% today. Maybe they give him a little bit of a blow next week with Temple coming to town, and obviously not an ACC game, so they can let him kind of rest up, maybe like they did against Gardner-Webb. I guess that would hurt you don't want to take Temple too lightly. You don't want to like blow your shot at the playoff via, without the ACC automatic berth part of it. But they got a gamer at quarterback, man. They got a lot of talent. They got a very physical defense. They're a fun team to watch. I mean, they muck it up a little bit, but I still it's a fun brand of football to see them play. I wonder how they'll stack up against some of those teams that we've seen Clemson not stack up against. So, we'll see.
And Paul, next week they're home against Temple. Am I going to go back to the well? I mean, letdown spot, rush the field, right? Fade the storm. Oh God, am I going to do it again with Temple? Probably, because I hate myself. But it's kind of funny that Temple, for the second straight week, they're going to find themselves in a letdown spot. Against a team off of a massive win. But, Clemson 1-2 to start the season. And now, Paul, I know we both like Florida in the game tonight, but is this also just making you like more and more just like how good is LSU?
Yeah. I mean, I think they pretty much dominated that second half against Clemson. I think they were clearly head and shoulders above Clemson. But, yeah, I certainly, again, the number's below 7 now, but it's 7 there. And again, it was 8.5, 7.5 for most of the week. I think if you're holding one of those tickets, you got to feel pretty good about where Florida is. Can we get to a point where we're saying Florida is live? I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they won this week. But I'm not saying to bet them on the money line or anything like that. But I think I got to feel pretty good about Gators catching 7.5. You got a number north of 7. I think you got to feel pretty good about that. I don't want to ding Clemson or LSU too much, just with Clemson looking at that game. But maybe that game, once you lose that game, it kind of sends you tail spinning a little bit to the Clemson point. And I mean, once you lose that, it's like, okay, start doubting yourself. And I mean, down by what? Was it 16-0 Detroit at halftime?
Yeah.
Like, that, I think, was the bigger indictment, but maybe there was a hangover effect there.
Yeah, so we talked about Georgia Tech's schedule and how it sets up for them. Clemson's schedule, look, they got Syracuse at home next week, at North Carolina, at Boston College. They do still have to play Florida State at home, SMU at home, at Louisville, and at South Carolina as well. So do have some tricky games left on that schedule for Clemson as they drop to 1-2 with the 24-21 loss to Georgia Tech. Paul, all right, let's talk about some of these games we have just getting ready to start here in a little bit. Can go rapid fire, too, on some of these games if you have no thoughts. Penn State very un-James Franklin-like. They are 0-2 against the spread to start the season against a lot of these bad teams. 47.5-point favorites today against Villanova. What would you do in that game?
Next.
All right. Same with me. Not touching. Georgia, we both like them today, -3.5 against Tennessee.
Yep. Yes, sir. Go
Rolling
Dogs.
with Georgia. Texas Tech laying 24.5 at home today against Oregon State. Both teams have rivalry games next week. Oregon State has a rivalry game next week against Oregon. Texas Tech, a big game against Utah. How would you play that one? Would you take the dog just because, Texas Tech laying 24.5?
I think it'd be dog or nothing, but I got to be honest, don't really have much of an interest in the game.
No, me neither. I did lock in West Virginia +7.5. That one starts in 3 minutes. Backyard brawl against Pitt. Would you take West Virginia money line or just the points?
Oh, you tempted me with the money. I'll say just the points. I want to say money line, but I will say just the points. Let's keep the Georgia Tech. We got there +3.5. Let's keep the good vibes going, not get greedy. Just the points.
I agree with you. I couldn't get there on the money line, but I like the 7.5. Bill Belichick in North Carolina, 24.5 point favorites against Richmond today. Total 47.5. Would you do anything with Belichick and the boys today?
I would watch anything else.
Okay. What about USC Purdue? Would you rather watch that? USC laying 20.5 on the road today. Total 59.5. Seen some people that are on the over that game today.
Yeah, I looked at USC laying it. I think this is a team that's getting some buzz as like a long shot playoff national title. Like could get in the playoff and make a run with that high powered offense. I ended up not making a play on it, but I have zero interest in taking Purdue. I think it's I could see a shootout. I can understand the case for the over or laying it with USC, but ultimately no play.
I kind of think Purdue might be an interesting first half look at 11.5, just because traveling from LA to West Lafayette, that just is a sleepy spot. Purdue is going to be improved this year under Barry Odom. I think they're going to be, and I think they could bring USC down to the mud a little bit and muck it up, keep it ugly for a half. So I don't think I'm going to play it, but Purdue first half, if I had to play anything, that might be my look in the game against USC. And then that's really all we got. North Texas, 7-point favorite over Washington State. SMU, 29.5 over Missouri State. And you have a bunch of massive favorites with some FCS schools taking place as well. So that's what we got coming up here in a little bit. And these 3:30 Eastern time games getting ready to start. Delaware did just score another touchdown, so they're at 14-7 now on UConn. Let's go. Absolutely love that for Delaware.
I almost got there on Wazoo. I think this is the best number you're seeing all week on them if you're going to take them at +7. It was south of 7 for most of the week. So I almost got there. I did end up not pulling the trigger. I got one total for you, PJ. You know who's allowed the most yards in college football?
Ooh.
The team I was high on earlier in a matchup earlier in the week I mentioned when you were on Bet Sweats.
Okay, who has allowed the most yards in college football so far? I'll go with, is it a game getting ready to start here in a little bit?
Nah, 6 o'clock. So it's Georgia Southern. Georgia Southern has allowed the most yards in college football. You know who's allowed the 8th most yards in college football, PJ?
I'm going to go with Jacksonville State, their opponent.
Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State coming off a big win against Liberty. The preseason favorites win Conference USA. Look for Cam Cook. He could have, running back for Jacksonville State, could have a big game against Georgia Southern. They've allowed 330 yards per game on the ground. That is the worst in FBS. Over 58.5. Jacksonville State and Georgia Southern.
All right, very good. A lot of good stuff there. Real quick, I think we can get in one more NFL game, Paul, as we wrap up the rest of the slate in week 2. We got 2 Monday night football games this week, but Broncos-Colts, really interesting. This line's been going back and forth all week. Do you buy into the Colts' love? Would you side with them, or do you like Denver tomorrow in Indy?
I guess this is sharp for square. I mean, all week I had Denver circled at -1, and then I kind of got scared away, I would say, because it's who's taking the Colts and some sharp action on the Colts. And now I see Broncos -2.5. So that kind of talk about confirmation bias. It's okay, was I on the right side? Man, at this number though, you got to think about the Colts. I have no interest in the Colts. I don't want to watch this game. I think the Broncos. I think it's an interesting bounce back spot for Bo Nix in a dome. I don't think the Colts are going to be able to run on the Broncos the way they ran on the Dolphins last week. So then it turns into a Daniel Jones. He's got to win the game, and then maybe get a late fumble, sack, fumble, scoop, score, or Danny Dimes pick six. I'd go Broncos or nothing. I can't get there on the sharp side, I guess, which is the Colts.
All right, I'll give my thoughts on that game when we come back. We'll also talk about the Sunday night game, Falcons-Vikings. We got Bucks, Texans, Chargers, Raiders, and all of our favorite college plays coming up for tonight's slate. Stick with us. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen, live on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, West Virginia had all the momentum. They get a stop on defense, moving the ball down the field, and then college kickers, hashtag, misses the field goal. We are still scoreless from Morgantown as Pitt and West Virginia underway. We're also getting ready to be underway from Knoxville. Yeah, not a good one. Not a good one. Georgia and Tennessee. Paul and I both on Georgia today, -3.5. We'll give you some of our favorite college plays coming up for later tonight. But Paul, let's wrap up the NFL conversation. You would lean Colts, you said, at the current number, 2.5. I like the Broncos, anything under 3. I've been on Broncos from the start of the week. I think that Miami Colts game in week 1 was more about how bad Miami was in that particular game. I think Denver's going to run the ball. Dobbins looked pretty good in week 1. They have a good offensive line. And I think the jump going from facing Miami's secondary that might be the worst in the NFL to Denver's that might be the best, I think it's going to be a big upgrade for Daniel Jones. So I like Denver tomorrow -2.5 against the Colts. Sunday Night Football, Paul, I'm going to be on the dog in that game. Atlanta +3.5 against Minnesota. Emotional win for the Vikings, man. Great comeback fourth quarter. J.J. McCarthy now is everybody believing. But I like Atlanta bouncing back on the road after a difficult home loss to Tampa, a game that they should have won. Drake London's playing, so like the bet a lot more. I'll take Atlanta plus the points.
Game the Falcons should have won. Drink. That's, I mean, pretty much every Atlanta game ever. I understand the case. I have zero interest in laying 3.5 with that Rook, even if he's at home. I think the building, look, it's going to be rocking Sunday Night Football. I do like that both Drake London and Darnell Mooney are off the injury report. So Penix's weapons seem to be healthy. I think, that's dog or nothing for me. I did not put in any contest plays. I think there's a potential for Atlanta to be a popular dog. And I was on Washington on Thursday, which, again, at the start of Thursday, did not think was going to be a popular dog. They turned out to be a pretty popular dog, and that did not work out great. So I'd say, but I think it's Atlanta or nothing. And, I was floated – a lot of teams were floated past me in Survivor this week. Minnesota was thrown out there. It's like, man, start number 2 for, again, essentially a rookie in prime time. No, thank you.
All right, then we got the 2 Monday night games. Texans favored by 2.5 against the Bucks. Chargers favored by 3.5 on the road at the Raiders. Would you take anything, Paul, in either of the Monday night games?
I'm debating Houston -2.5. Again, Bucks should not have won that game. The Houston offensive line very much worries me. It's just such a, moving pieces, new parts. So that's my hesitation. But I think it's Texans are nothing for me there. And then probably the Raiders. It's Geno can put up some yards. I mean, man, PJ, as a show, we had the Raiders last week. And sure enough, they come down the field and they score a touchdown against the Patriots. And the next time they're coming down the field, granted it was a tip ball, but welcome to the Geno Smith experience where he has a chance to step on a team's throat. Or, make a big play in the red zone. And just when you think you're in, he throws a pick in the red zone. It's an agonizing experience. All that being said, I think I'll be on the Raiders catching 3.5 at home against a Chargers team that is getting a lot of love, I would say, after the win against the Chiefs.
Lot of love, man. It just, I don't know. There's something about that Raiders game that just feels like the 3.5 is too easy. The fact that they're, divisional game, Raiders are at home. It just, something about that just doesn't sit right. I think the Chargers on the money line are probably the play if you want to pair them with something on Sunday. I think even Texans-Chargers money line on Monday night. I'm with you. I lean Texans because, Tampa's been a great story these last couple of years. Baker's been awesome. They've won the division. But that was a game they had no business of winning on Sunday. And that Texans defense is still really good, especially at home. So I do like them in that game. So I lean both favorites on the money line. I want to get there with the Raiders. I like that team a lot in the offseason. I thought they were going to make the playoffs this year. They got off to a great start with that win against New England. But I don't know, Paul. That game just feels like it should be 2.5, 3 to me. The fact that it's 3.5 and it's kind of been sitting there worries me a little bit. So I'll probably pass, definitely be rooting for the Raiders, though, because I have 3-1 to make the playoffs from the offseason. What about tonight in college football? Favorite bets for the rest of the day? What do you like in some of the night games that we have?
All right, so I am on as far as games that have not gone off yet. So it looks like I might have gotten the worst number, coming a little bit down on FIU. Played a little bit pricier money line, but I'm on FIU on the money line. I believe I see minus 115 out there now. A&M plus 6.5. Gators, I got 7. Interesting. So Minnesota, I think that has gone up. So I just found this funny. I guess Cal is trying to do a gold out. Did a little bit of a deep dive on the gold out. The Cal messages boards. Let's try to make this as gold as we can. And then the first response, serious question, because curious minds want to know, what is the point of a gold out, especially when the Golden Bears are playing the Golden Gophers? So a lot of inner strife on the Cal message boards, but it's a PJ flex spot for me. I just think I trust the coach there to get them to win. So I'm holding 1.5 on, that's a contest play, Minnesota. And then, so yeah, I talked about the Aggies, holding West Virginia right now. I'm played South Florida plus 9.5 in the first half. So hopefully they show up with some juice, whatever's left. I couldn't get there on anything with Vandy, South Carolina. Fascinating game. And PJ, Vandy has been talking all week. Pavia saying this summer all summer really, saying this summer he had this game circled. One of their offensive linemen saying we know they can beat them. I guess they broke a huddle the other day saying F South Carolina. To your point, what you said earlier, this number's at 3. Might have to look at the Gamecocks, but there's cluster injuries in the secondary, so that'll probably keep me away from actually betting it, but just a fascinating game. So those are some of the ones I'm looking at as we get into the night slate. Obviously, we're both on Old Dominion, plus 5.5, I guess is the number now. And the money line, Duke against Illinois last week.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like the final score looks terrible, and Illinois certainly pulled away, but a bunch of turnovers. Darian Mensah, their quarterback, 2 fumbles, an interception. They had in a key part of the game, they were as a 1-score game. They're about to get the ball back. Illinois actually punts on 4th and 5, and Duke had 2 players with the same jersey number on their special teams return. So that was a penalty. Ball back to Illinois, and Illinois kind of took off from there. So Duke against Tulane, that line jumped around a bunch. It was like +4, then Duke up to Duke -1, now back to Duke +1.5. So I think Duke is a good play there. I mentioned the Jacksonville State, Georgia Southern over. I think that pretty much wraps up my card for the night.
Very nice. Tennessee, 8 plays, 75 yards on their opening drive in 2.5 minutes to take a 7-0 lead. So a good start for the Vols. Not the first time this has happened, though, Paul. I want to say off the top of my head, I think the last 2 times these teams have met, Tennessee's gone on an opening drive touchdown. And Kirby's teams do this a bunch, where the first drive, they're terrible. Team goes right down the field, and then he makes some adjustments, and Georgia's defense starts to get rolling against Tennessee. So if you didn't have any action on this game, and, you didn't have a dog in the fight, well, Georgia's now plus 105 on the money line, just like that. Tennessee minus 2.5. So some good value on Georgia. I took Clemson plus 7.5, and if we get to it, I will definitely be doubling down on the dogs plus the points against Tennessee. Some of the late games that I like, I did lay it with Miami, minus 17.5 against South Florida. That starts in 40 minutes. Just a brutal spot for the Bulls. 2 great wins against Boise and Florida as a dog. Now you got to do it again against Miami. It was so good on both lines of scrimmage. I just think that's a bad matchup. So I laid it with the Canes today. Love Old Dominion. Our Monarchs against Virginia Tech. Got to take them plus the points money line against the Hokies as well. I think they win that game. Old Dominion the last couple of years been really good against Power 4 opponents. Ole Miss and Arkansas, I'm getting intrigued. It's down to 4.5. It looks like the backup Chambliss is going to be in there for Ole Miss. If Arkansas gets an opening touchdown and we get Ole Miss like close to a pick'em, like we do in this Tennessee-Georgia game, I could see myself betting Ole Miss in that one. If you get the Gators at +7, +7.5, I like them tonight against LSU. I like the over in Notre Dame and A&M. I think we're going to see some points in that one tonight. A&M's defense, especially against the run, just not quite. Haven't been impressive with them the first couple weeks, so I think that's an over. I am going to be on South Carolina tonight, Paul. I'll just take them on the money line. I'll lay the juice and have no problem. I just think this line's dropped too much. I understand that, Gamecocks not being a 6.5, 5.5 point favorite, but now that we're down to -3 and it's -150 on the money line, I am going to bet South Carolina, so I like them. And I'm with you on Duke, man. I like them tonight against Tulane as well. 5 turnovers last week against Illinois. And Tulane also beat up on Northwestern that I think has people feeling like, oh, Tulane's pretty good. Then they barely beat South Alabama last week. As long as Duke takes care of the football, which is a big if. But the fact they turned it over 5 times last week, I think they'll have better turnover luck today. And I think they can get the win. So I like Duke as well, Paul. So on similar bets, most of the games we're eyeing in that late slate should be a lot of fun tonight. In college football, would you be looking to double down on Georgia if you get a good number with them against Tennessee? Like if we get a 7.5 again, would you be on Georgia?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, this game was tied 17-17 last year, right? And Georgia pulls away in the second half. I think it'll be very interesting to see what it is at halftime or as the game develops. I am not scared off of the dogs at all. So yeah, I'm with you.
Delaware up 21-10 on UConn. They're now 2.5 point favorites. Penn State 7-0 over Villanova. Tennessee, as we mentioned, 7-0 over Georgia. Went into a lightning delay in Texas Tech and Oregon State. So they are scoreless. That game, a couple minutes underway in the first quarter. Still scoreless in the backyard brawl at Morgantown. Awesome environment there today. That should be a fun game throughout. USC Purdue getting ready to start here in a little bit, and Bill Belichick in North Carolina up 3-0 on Richmond. So that's what we got. Georgia getting ready to get the ball. We'll see what Gunnar Stockton and the Bulldogs look like on their opening drive. But thanks again to Christian Kirby for joining us, Sierra Clark and Chris Franklin today. Thanks to our producer, Addie Bates, Kenny Henderson, our board op back in Chicago, and the great Mike Brown for filling in today, our video producer. Paul, enjoyed it, man. We'll do it again next week for week 4.
Yes, sir. Excited. Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it as well. Hopefully our bets cash the rest of the day, and hopefully Georgia answers with a scoring drive of their own. That'll do it for us inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen. See you guys next week.
You've been listening to Inside the Betting Lines. If you missed any of the action, listen back on the Odyssey app. Coming up next is the Bettor Angle on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
BetMGM Network. I am Kate Constable in today and going forward with the one and only Sean Little.
Yeah!
Woo! Let's go!
Yeah, I'm here. Let's make some money. Let's have some fun. Let's talk some ball. Let's watch some ball from here till the rest of the year. Tons of stuff to do.
Yeah, we're excited. Yeah. Sean is in going forward. We love Cam Smith, who was on the show with us for like 2 years. Cam's doing some other stuff. He's got a lot going on over at CHSN. Just nominated for an Emmy, actually. So congratulations to him. We love him, but it's time to move on. And Sean is the guy that's stepping in, and we're excited to have him. Sean, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, let's not get it twisted. Cam wasn't kicked off and I was selected. Cam is so busy. He had other things to do, and I'm just going to try to fill the seat as well as he did, and I will do my best.
You're going to do a great job. You're going to do a great job. We're going to have a ton of fun, make some money along the way. Like you said, watch some football, which is what we've been doing this morning. And these games haven't, some of them have disappointed. We've had a lot of heavy favorites win very easily. But the biggest game this morning, Clemson, Georgia Tech. Clemson, the slight favorite on the road, but Georgia Tech does not lose against ranked ACC opponents. I want to say this is now 5-0 when Brent Key and Haynes King are together against going back to the previous year. Like, you go into Georgia Tech, and that's a scary place to play right now.
Absolutely. And I think coming in, we were about to sit down and talk about this game, and the first thing that came to mind, and this goes back to Belichick at North Carolina, Dabo Swinney at Clemson, I think it might be time to pack it up. Overall, like, this has been a few years in a row where it's been a lot of chirping behind the scenes of we're going to be okay, we'll be fine. Cade Klubnik's a veteran. He's going to come in and take care of business. He had a really bad fumble today. It's such a young man's game, and you need to have a lot of dollars and a lot of energy, and something tells me that Dabo doesn't have control over the program like he once did and isn't ready to dig in and change and adapt like he's going to need to keep up with guys like Tennessee, like Josh Heupel, like Alabama and DeBoer, who's still trying to get his stuff going. Oregon, deep pockets. They're just – you need to be – ready to raise money, be young, get going, and Dabo's been around for we didn't get the final number, but it's 15, 16 seasons, couple natties. It might just be time to go relax in the rocking chair and go hang out for a little bit. Yeah. And I mean that with all due respect. I just don't know if he has the energy to dig down and do what needs to be done to compete and be the Clemson that we once knew.
Dabo's been at Clemson for over 21 years, joined the coaching staff in 2003, named head coach in 2008. It's been a long time. And they had their run when they were very, very good. What was that, like 2018, 19, 2017, like that span right there?
They won 2 in 4 years, right?
Yeah. Like they were
Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence won one, right?
Yep, the peak of college football, even over Alabama at that time. But ever since then, it's kind of been downhill, and there's been so many conversations that Dabo needs to dip into the portal. Okay, he finally did that a little bit this year, but maybe not quite as much as he needed to compete with these other programs that, like you said, Sean, are bringing in a ton of money and are paying players big money. It hasn't gotten it done this year.
Yeah, I mean, from 15 to 19, they lost 4 games total.
Yeah, that's crazy.
5 games. 1-1. They lost 1 in 15, 1 in 16, 2 in 17, and 1 in 19. And it's Orange Bowl, Fiesta Bowl, national championship appearance, and a couple titles. They're losing. It was a rough year when they lost the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
That was where Dabo got the program. So many things have changed. We're talking about in 2023, 4 losses, 2024, last year, 4 losses. But the last 4 years combined, we're talking 14 losses. There was a decade where he didn't lose close to 14 games.
And a lot of those against unranked teams, too. Like today, Georgia Tech was not ranked going into today. Clemson ranked number 12 in the nation.
Absolutely. So if I'm a young kid and I'm looking for big dollars and competition, where is Clemson at on that list? It's nowhere close to the top. And the days of being able to just walk into the living room and turn the Dabo on and be able to get guys. Yeah, but get guys that were going to come no matter what. Those days are long gone, and I just feel like it's really tough to deal with the new landscape if you're an old school guy like Dabo is and had successes at a high level like he did. Now you're telling me to just change up everything I've done my whole life? Just it doesn't seem like it's going to work.
I mean, that's essentially why Saban is no longer coaching, right? He didn't want to adapt. He didn't like the way the college football landscape was changing and didn't want to be a part of it. He could have coached a lot longer. Right? Like there were no health concerns pushing him out. It wasn't necessarily his age, even though he is older. Like it was just, he saw the way college football was going and thought, I don't really want to be a part of that. Do we see Dabo do that? Something tells me we don't, despite it maybe not being time for him to hang it up, but at least learn how to adapt a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, just look across the country. When we're talking about teams that used to be at a certain level that aren't there anymore, even Mike Gundy, they're talking about that being one of the worst teams in the country.
They're awful.
So, and then on the flip, you got a young guy like Dan Lanning. His name was escaping me earlier out west at Autzen Stadium in Oregon. He's the young guy with a pocket full of money, and the pockets are being stuffed by Nike and a lot of other boosters. But those are the guys that are really spooky. He can raise money. He's young. It feels fresh.
Right.
Out west at a squad like Oregon, it feels fresh at like Tennessee. They're still trying to get to the top of the SEC, but it feels fresh there. It doesn't feel fresh at Clemson. It doesn't feel fresh at Florida State. It doesn't feel fresh in a lot of these legacy programs that potentially haven't turned the page to the new age all the way yet.
Aren't going to get back to the top there anytime soon. Okay, speaking of Tennessee, we're 6 minutes into this game, and it's 14-7. Tennessee right now, they have 150 total yards on offense right now. That is wild. I took the over in this, Sean, 50.5. I feel very good about where we are right now.
Unbelievable start for the over. Ball has been moving. Oh, almost threw a little pick six. That would have really took it over the top. But yeah, the interesting thing, and Merkin and I were talking about it before we went on, was the script. Tennessee's script on the opening drive was sensational. Joey Aguilar, interesting in kind of a polarizing character. Coming into the game, over the last 2 seasons at App State, only 11 big-time throws versus 26 turnover-worthy plays. That's a huge disparity, and that was against Appalachian State comp. Now we're talking about the SEC. This was the first real test here. You get it at home. It's against Kirby Smart and Georgia, which is a big task, of course. Under Josh Heupel, the Vols are averaging 38.2 points per game since 2021. Never scored more than 17 points versus Kirby Smart and a Georgia defense, averaging 14. So they're already at 14 in the first quarter here. So Heupel's had trouble with Kirby Smart and Georgia, not so much today to start this game in the first.
Well, also just with the quarterback switch that happened so late in the offseason with Nico Iamaleava going over to UCLA.
0-3 UCLA, losing by 25 points at home to New Mexico UCLA.
Ooh, that's pretty bad.
Yes.
Yeah. And Aguilar coming in on very limited time, very limited practice time to get, in rhythm with his offense, his receivers, and he looks like he's totally in control of not only this game, but the other games that they've already played this season.
Yeah, I mean, conference play starts now. The season starts right now. Really fortunate to have it at the crib where you could get ready, dial in, and they've been waiting for this game. Josh knows that he's had trouble against Kirby Smart and those boys. Everybody in the program knows that they've been ready for this game, and this opening quarter has been sensational. As they get the ball back here in the first quarter with 8.5 left, already scored 2 touchdowns. They're off and running.
Georgia, 3.5-point favorite in that game on the road, like Sean said, in Tennessee. The other big name that played earlier this morning, there are a couple of them, but Alabama, they're back on track after stumbling in that season opener against Florida State. And unfortunately, they got back on track not only last week, but continued that this week against Randy Merkin's Wisconsin Badgers.
Yeah, some money fell out of your pocket right before we started the show.
It did. I had Bama. I had Bama on to cover the first half and full game.
they looked really good from the jump. And for all the teams in the top 10 in the AP coming out of the Big Ten, Wisconsin is not one. Merkin knows the program better than us. He said he hasn't seen it this bad in totality at the athletic department since he was there. So, and Merkin's a young guy.
But context, that's 1988.
I was going to say, how long ago was that?
1988 Don Morton Veer offense. I think they didn't win a game the first year I went, and I think I won like 4 games over the 4 years I was there. But like they won their first 2 games, but they were against bad competition, like just not quality competition. And then they stepped it up this week, and it was like a glorified scrimmage. Just
glorified scrimmage. Yep.
It was bad, and we were going through the schedule. They maybe have one more win, but Bama, I still would not say they're back. Like I want to see them against a really good football team and see what they do.
Yeah, who did they play last week? Like I don't even know.
It was embarrassing.
It was a cakewalk.
Right.
Yeah. Miami, South Florida. That game is kicking off at 3:30, so about 15 minutes from now, 3:30 Central.
Yep.
South Florida has kind of been the team that has surprised everyone so far early on in the season. They beat Florida last week, Boise State in week 1. I could go one of two ways in this game. Florida State's legit. They can put up a fight against Miami. I don't think they'll win outright, but it could be a close one.
Yep.
Or we're completely overvaluing South Florida. Did I say Florida State there?
Yeah, you said Florida State. Yeah, it's all good, though. South Florida.
Sean, you'll learn. You just kind of get my names mixed up
Yeah.
quite a bit. South Florida is overvalued a little bit. And Miami is going to just roll here.
Yeah, spot play alert.
Yeah?
This is
Miami?
There's some spots for me. I would say I lean towards being a spot better.
Okay.
And this is a very, very good spot for Miami to take care of business. This is one of those spots where, and you can, whatever your process is, if you can go through it and a couple things angle that way, combined with the spot, I'm printing the slip and I'm betting it and forgetting it. USF is coming off 2 straight rake wins, Boise State, Florida. We just talked about it. Now it's back-to-back road games. You just partied all week. You beat Florida. I don't know if you guys saw it. There was videos of the South Florida coaches running out of the press box, screaming, pumping, like
basically in the Florida coach's face because
Yes.
the two teams exited their coaches' boxes.
About as high and happy as you can be. Second straight win. They feel like they have a really good football team. Miami, on the flip side, is coming off a bye week. They beat Notre Dame week 1. That wasn't even in September, 27-24. Then the next game they beat Bethune Cookman, who you could say they've had 2 bye weeks in a row almost to get ready for this game. They might have thought this was going to be a soft game. They were paying attention and saw what South Florida did. They are now going to be paying attention. I have to lay the 17.5. That's my spot I'll lay the 17.5 on Miami, -110 over at BetMGM. Carson Beck has been absolutely nails to start the year. He was 20 of 30 versus Notre Dame, 2 touchdowns, no sacks, no picks. And if you go through his totality of numbers, if you throw in the Bethune Cook, we're talking about pushing the ball down the field. 10 of 19, or balls going 10 of 19 past the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. He's 6 of 8, 75 yards, 1 touchdown. Balls 20-plus yards down the field, 3 of 8, but 88 yards, 3 touchdowns. The 3 completions are touchdowns. The completion percentage is 76.4%. So the transfer, however he got down there or not, if you're into those things, he was dating a girl on the Cavender twin who was on they both of them were on the basketball team. They were dating. Next thing you know, Carson Beck is the quarterback at Miami. They're no longer together. He's still the quarterback, but he's balling. Spot play here. I would play Miami. I think they beat up and lean on South Florida in this spot.
All right, I can get on that with you. We got 15 minutes to put it in.
Yeah,
I'm booking it right now.
I think it's a really good spot. And the quarterback on South Florida, I don't want to.
His name is Brown.
Byron Brown. That's what it is awesome. Super physical. Looks for contact. Go look up a couple of highlights on Byron Brown if you want to enjoy some physical running from a quarterback. But this is a step up in class on a second week in a row on the road, third straight ranked opponent, and they're feeling good and think they can compete. And I think this is a wake-up call today.
I'm with you. Those letdown spots, especially in college sports, are real, and this screams letdown spot for the South Florida Bulls. All right, coming up on the other side, we are talking to Sean Pendergast, host of Payne and Pendergast Sports Radio 610 in Houston. We'll get his thoughts on the Texans this weekend and Texas A&M Notre Dame. That's next here in the Better Angle. Tennessee up 14-7 on Georgia, and Tennessee's really kind of doing whatever it wants. There you go, 21-7, touchdown, Vols. Georgia's losing this game.
No, like whatever they want.
Yes.
Not like every play, wide open, gashing, explosives, everywhere you look. Joey Aguilar looks extremely comfortable. Kirby Smart looks stressed.
Yeah. The Vols have Georgia on their heels for sure, 21-7 in the first two. Like, we're getting points up early and often, which is wonderful for anyone that has the over.
Who has that?
That's me. That's me. I will continue to, tout my plays today. Over 50.5 in that game. Let's move over to the NFL. To do so, we're going to talk to Sean Pendergast. He's the host of Payne and Pendergast. You can hear him at 6 to 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. Sean, we appreciate you taking the time to join us today. The Texans lost in Week 1 against the Rams, but the defense looked really good. How do you see that defense stacking up this week, Monday Night Football against the Bucs?
Yeah, it's good to talk to you guys. I think the defense is going to be just fine against the Bucs. Like you said, Kate, good outing against the Rams. Probably a few plays they'd like back, particularly that 3rd and 8 at the end of the game where Matt Stafford was able to get Puka Nacua matched up on Jalen Petrie. I think they're going to defensively have to avoid situations like that. For as good a defense as it is, there are a couple of Achilles heels out there that good offensive coordinators are going to find. They just had such a good home field advantage last year at NRG Stadium. Aside from the Christmas Day game where Lamar Jackson made them look silly, they forced really good quarterbacks last year into not just season worst games, but like career worst games at NRG. Josh Allen had his worst performance of his career in Week 5. He ended up winning the MVP award. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions and somehow found a way to win the game on a Sunday Night Football game. And then Justin Herbert threw more picks in the playoff game at NRG last year than he'd thrown all season long. So they've made it, by and large, a pretty good habit of making good quarterbacks look bad at NRG Stadium. I think I think they've got a really good performance in them on Monday night.
I agree with you, Sean, wholeheartedly. That's my favorite play on the board for the NFL in Week 2. I could hear the Texans fans screaming the reason Goff could throw 5 interceptions and get a W is because the offense is not up to par. And C.J. Stroud looked okay. Success rate, 31%. That was 6th in the NFL in Week 1. I think that's encouraging. What's happened to the offense? What's happening? How can they improve?
By the way, that honking you heard was literally my wife driving past me on West Gray Avenue in Houston. If you just want something super random, city of 5 million people, my wife is watching me do a radio hit as she drives by and goes, Sean, hey, my biggest fan. So we were talking about the offense for the Texans. Here's the thing, Sean and Kate, is that it's everything's new on this offense right now. They fired their offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick. They hired Nick Daly. They fired their offensive line coach, Chris Strouser. They promoted Cole Popovich. 4 of the 5 guys that are on this offensive line are new to the Texans or new to the position that they're playing. So there's a lot, even the running back, no Joe Mixon, it's Nick Chubb now. So I think a lot of what you saw against the Rams, I think, are 2 things at work. One, this is an offense that's still very much a work in progress with a first-time play caller. And number 2, and I think this will bear itself out over the course of the season, is that I think Rams have one of the best defensive fronts in all of football. They had a good one last year. They added Poona Ford. They're deep. They are bruisers, and they made the Texans feel that on Sunday. So I don't know that there's necessarily any panic or anything here right now. I think that the biggest thing that people came away disappointed in with the Texans on Sunday, aside from the final score, was that Nico Collins was only targeted 5 times that whole game. Yeah. You've got to find a way to get Nico Collins the ball. And if you watch the All-22, he was open way more than 5 times in that game. So that, and DeMeco Ryans has said throughout this week, he has not made it a secret. He's going to get the ball to Nico Collins in this game, and he's not wasting any more carries with Damian Pierce or the rookie Woody Mark or Dario Gumbawale. I mean, they may get a few touches, but he ain't wasting fourth quarter game-winning drive touches on those guys. And Nick Chubb is going to get the football more than 13 times in this game.
So, Sean, you're telling us that for those that want to bet on this game out there, to look for Nick Chubb and Nico Collins props on Monday night.
Yeah. 12.5 is the number for Nick Chubb carries. That's one of my best ones for the week, just based on things that DeMeco Ryans has said. I mean, it's not even stuff where, I texted DeMeco and he told me this, and this is great. Like, he was saying it on his coach's show this week. Like, we realized we got to get the ball in the hands of Nick Chubb more. So I think that, and I think if you could find a prop out there for Nico Collins targets, I saw the daily fantasy app that I used last week. It was 8.5 for the Rams game. Obviously, that went under. It was 8.5 again. I think it's going over. I think this is, especially on a big stage like Monday Night Football, I think this is going to be a game where DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud make sure that the ball is in the hands of the playmakers.
Yeah, we were been talking about this game because this is my favorite spot, as I mentioned, and for a team that scored 9 points on the road, I felt like they played pretty well outside of just massive mistakes. They had 11 penalties, the 2 turnovers. The interception wasn't even an interception. It hit the ground. It was ripped out of the wide receiver's hands. A lot of different spots for the Texans that they can clean up at home. I think it's a great point that you mentioned. At home, they have been a different animal on defense, and they already played really well on the road in week 1. Can we talk to you about a little Notre Dame football here coming up today?
Yeah, that's why I'm out walking right now. I'm burning off all this nervous energy. There's so many Aggies in my neighborhood, and I'm a Notre Dame guy. I'm a class of 91 Notre Dame guy. So it's a big game for Notre Dame. They made the college football playoff last year while losing to Northern Illinois, but they had to run the table to do that. If they lose this game tonight, you're talking about the 2 best chances for equity in that committee room gone by the wayside if they lose this one. I don't know what probably their hardest game the rest of the way would be USC at home, which is, they're unranked right now. So it's a big game for the Irish. I don't think that 0-2 necessarily eliminates them, but you start to get into that realm where you've got to be perfect and you need help. So I think from that standpoint, I think Notre Dame's going to come out pretty desperate tonight. I think they're going to play pretty well. Similar to what we were talking about with the Texans with getting the ball in the hands of your playmaker. Jeremiah Love has to touch the ball more than 13 times. And again, similar to DeMeco Ryans, I think Marcus Freeman knows that. So I look for Love to get the ball quite a bit tonight. Should be an electric atmosphere. From what I've heard from my feet on the ground there is that there's a lot of maroon walking around the tailgates up there in South Bend. Yeah.
We're talking to Sean Pendergast, host of Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. Sean, do you like the fact that Notre Dame had that bye after week 1? So they've only played 1 game. They have a bye, and now they have Texas A&M. How much do you think that helps them today?
I think it helps them tremendously. I didn't like it last weekend when, for once I had a Saturday off not doing anything, and I had to watch all these other teams play. So selfishly, I didn't like it, but I love it for the prep work for this game. Marcus Freeman's record, if memory serves, his record with extra time to prepare since becoming the head coach at Notre Dame is he's undefeated. He's like 5-0, and he's really good against the spread. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me.
6-0 ATS. Marcus Freeman coming off a bye. Yep.
Yes, I knew you guys would have it. So you guys know that. And I don't think that's an accident. He's a maniacal preparer. He's really, really good, and he had to do it all season last year. He's really, really good at taking a situation that's slathered in adversity and turning that into something positive for his team. Last year they lose that Northern Illinois game, and then the next week they beat Purdue 66-7, and they ran the table, and none of the games were particularly close the rest of the way because his mantra after that game was remember the pain, remember how it felt to lose to Northern Illinois, and obviously they channeled that in a positive direction. I would guess the message is similar this week, something to that effect. Obviously losing to Miami in Miami, not nearly the shameful proposition that losing to NIU was at home last year, but it's a game they had a chance to win if they just make a couple of plays. So I think I love that they had the bye week, and I think they're going to come out looking. I think they're going to come out, not on fire necessarily. A&M's a really good team, but there will not be the slow start for Notre Dame this week that there was 2 weeks ago against Miami.
Sean, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I have in my notes here, Jeremiah Love, 15-plus carries, minus 127. That's in the market. The rush yards prop is 83. CJ Carr last week had 11 attempts. Jadarian Price had 6 attempts, and Love only had 10. I have to imagine he, coming off of a 10-carry game, then a week off, pound the big fella all day today at home in this spot against a really good Texas A&M squad. Question here for you. CJ Carr had 11 attempts.
Yeah.
And I feel like the more rushing attempts we see from him, the worse maybe I feel about how he's playing and how the Notre Dame offense looks overall. Is that fair?
I'm glad you brought him up, Sean. Like I was, as you were laying those numbers out, I mean, I could recite the Jeremiah Love thing chapter and verse because of how infuriating it was last week. I hadn't realized that C.J. Carr had 11 carries. I know probably a couple of those were sacks because college football box scores are stupid and they count rushing attempts as sacks. I was really surprised that in certain situations, including if we're being fair, including the game-tying touchdown, they were using him exactly how they used Riley Leonard last year.
Right.
Like direct snap, have him kind of fish around and look for, be patient, look for the hole, and then go through it. C.J. Carr, at least it feels like he's a little smaller than Riley Leonard. He looks a little smaller out there. He's definitely more of a passer than, at least he comes in reputation-wise as more of a passer than Riley Leonard. It felt like them using him that way last week was more out of, or 2 weeks ago, was more out of desperation than anything else. Like they felt like the conventional run game wasn't working real well. So we got to dust off some things that maybe Miami's not expecting to see. If I were Miami, I wouldn't expect them to have used C.J. Carr identical to how they were using Riley Leonard. So who knows? Maybe it was a change of pace thing, or maybe, desperate times called for desperate measures. I'm with you. I don't want to see them using him nearly as extensively. If you need to, if you have a got to have it third and short or something, you feel like this is your best play, go do it. But 11 times with C.J. Carr getting knocked around is no bueno. No bueno.
Sean, can you give us a final score prediction, and then we'll get you out of here?
Yeah, sure. I got 27-17 Notre Dame, so I think they win, and I think they cover also. I think it'll be a lot like the game last year where it's, you can tell these are, two very physical teams. I just think Notre Dame is going to make a couple more plays in the end, and obviously shutting down Marcel Reed is going to be a huge focal point. They've got to get more pressure on the pocket and keep him in the pocket and do a way better job than they did against Carson Beck. Carson Beck had all day to do whatever he wanted in that game against Miami.
All right, Sean, well, you think they're going to win and cover? I'm going to bet them to win and cover today. Appreciate your time.
Oh, man, that's a lot of pressure.
I know it is, but okay. You believe in your team, and I believe in you.
Okay, well, good. Well, it is a day of miracles. Again, in a city of 6 million people, my wife drove past me on a busy road and honked at me while I was talking to you guys.
That's
so there
awesome.
you go.
That's awesome. Sean, appreciate your time. As always, we'll talk to you down the road.
Anytime. Appreciate you guys.
That is Sean Pendergast. He's an awesome, awesome guy. Love having him on. He's the host of Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. I always love talking to reporters and guys that cover the team because they listen to those press conferences.
They know.
They know. Like, I hadn't heard that I hadn't listened to all D'Amico Ryan's press conference this week to know that we're getting rid of Agumbawale, we're getting rid of all the other backs, and we're going Nick Chubb. I just bet that while we were talking to him.
You would be shocked at how much you can pick up from post-game pressers, midweek pressers. Get your hands on as much audio and read as much stuff as you possibly can. And you would be shocked that doesn't seem like what I'm reading or hearing is common knowledge.
Right.
Like, it almost seems like you're spying. You have to be really dialed in, and the public isn't talking about it. A lot of the stuff, just like Sean just said, he didn't text me this.
Right.
He was standing in front of the microphone at the podium and said, I'm going to get the ball to my playmakers. And that's Chubb. That's Nico Collins.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big job for us bettors to listen to every coach from every team like that. I mean,
yep,
that's hard to do. Like, we don't have that much time in every day. And so to find the guys who do that and pick their brain.
And sometimes it's hard to find press conferences.
It is.
For whatever reason. I've even thought about coming up with a company I just aggregate all the pressers. Hey, I don't know how big of a market there is.
Maybe, Sean. Maybe a little side hustle.
I don't know how big of a market that is. And obviously I'd be stealing them because I'd be ripping them from whoever was putting them on the television, and I'd be putting them on the internet. But sometimes I want to hear what blah, blah, blah said post-game. I can't find it.
Yeah.
There was tons of talk about the NBA and his presser. Why am I blanking on the commissioner?
Adam Silver.
Adam Silver.
Yes.
Adam Silver about the highlights and the rights and what they're going to do.
Can't
And
find
I was like, I would love to see the whole presser, and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's tricky. We'll brainstorm next break on our new business venture. All right, coming up on the other side, Florida LSU tonight. Who do we like in that game? Plus this Tennessee Georgia game. The scoring doesn't stop. More college football coming up on the other side. here with you on the Better Angle, rolling right along with some college football talk. We're going to go over some scores from this morning real quick. Oregon beat Northwestern 34-14. The Wildcats, a couple late touchdowns to cover. A little backdoor action there.
Yeah.
Tough for any Oregon bettors. Georgia Tech beat Clemson with a, fire drill field goal right at the end.
Yeah. And really quick, to go back to the Oregon Northwestern, if you want the recap on exactly what happened, just different class of athlete on the field. Oregon, NIL elite athletes that don't go to class.
Yep.
Versus traditional, regular old student athletes that are going to lecture during the week.
That are becoming doctors.
Correct. That's basically all you need to know about. It was jarring. Like, a tight end caught a ball in the middle of the field. It looked like it was going to be like an 8-yard gain. It turned into like 22. It's like,
he's probably got
boy,
so
no one
much
can
size
tackle
and
that.
mass
Yeah,
over
it's just like speed, different caliber of athlete, really jarring. But yeah, salute to the Cats for coming back on the little back door.
Cats are going to have a very rough season this year.
Nice stadium, though.
The nice
Coming.
stadium coming, yeah. A very nice stadium coming. But not getting it done today. Have you been to the Lakefront Stadium at all? The one that they played in this year and last year?
I went for a field hockey game years ago, but I haven't been for a football game. It looks awesome.
I went for a football game, I want to say last year, because last year might have been the first year with it. And it was cool. It was a night game, which I almost think like the noon, afternoon games would be better because you can see the lake and like that setting is so beautiful.
Yeah.
But it was still a pretty cool atmosphere. They've turned it into like a nice, very obviously very small stadium, but a good makeshift
it's like
in the time.
10,000 people.
Oh yeah, it's tiny. It's tiny. I mean, like high school stadiums have more seating
small.
than that.
It's small, no doubt.
Yeah. Georgia Tech, like I mentioned, beat Clemson 24-21 at home. Oklahoma topped Temple 42-3. Bama beat Wisconsin 38-14. And Michigan, they rolled over Central Michigan at 63-3. Not a huge surprise there. Auburn beat South Alabama 31-15. Right now, we've got a 21-14 game in Knoxville, Tennessee, up on Georgia. I mean, the scoring in that game, we're what, a minute and a half into the second quarter, Sean?
Yeah.
This is going to be a 100-point game.
Live total.
We might see our first 100-point game this year.
Live total at BetMGM is 75.5,
Yikes. shaded
to the over at -118. Tennessee's now the favorite at -170 on the money line. Live number -3.5. The juice is shaded to Georgia, catching the 3.5. But yeah, electric start to the game in Knoxville, Tennessee.
It really has been. Coming up later tonight, we do have Texas A&M and Notre Dame. We just talked to Sean Pendergast from 610 Sports Radio in Houston, and he likes Notre Dame in that one. I can get on board with Notre Dame. You sounded like you had a couple props in that one, Sean.
Yeah, me and our guy, I should say, Sean, are locked in on the Jeremiah Love thing. 15-plus carries, -127 is out in the market. The rush prop is 83. That also jumped off the page, too. It's if you're going to be scratching right around that 80, 85-ish number, you should be right around that 15, 16 carry number, unless you're just running wild on explosive plays. I think Jeremiah Love gets a lot of touches in this game. They go back to what got them there. He didn't have a lot of big 15 double-digit. Last year, he scored in every game.
Yeah.
But he was more used along in tandem with Riley Leonard. I agree with Sean. CJ Carr is going to be a guy he's there to throw the ball. He's not a runner. And they did kind of morph back into this, let's try to Riley Leonard in spots with him, and that's not going to be the case. I think Jeremiah Love could be in a spot where he gets 17 to 20 carries in this game, 100 rushing yards, 2+ touchdowns. 2+ touchdowns in the market, I believe, at like +255 over at BetMGM, right around there.
I just looked at his anytime touchdown, -185. Like, they're paying heavy juice for that.
So I think Jeremiah Love gets a lot of touches and has a lot of success in this matchup because when you need a W and you're back home and you're going to be in prime time, you go to your horses, and he's their horse.
And, I mean, a good point that Notre Dame's schedule is so soft going forward that when it does come time for the College Football Playoff Committee to look at schedules, if Notre Dame goes 0-2 in these first 2 weeks, losing to Miami on the road and then potentially losing to Texas A&M today, It's going to be tough to make an argument to put them in because they've lost against the two top opponents that they played this year.
CJ Carr's making his second start. This is in no way, shape, or form I would be shocked, how about that, if Notre Dame ran away with this game.
Yeah.
I think if they do end up getting the W, they're going to be trying to salt the game away as well and trying to run out the clock, and they're going to play that style of game. The game script fits perfectly for Jeremiah Love to get a lot of looks. I think that's a good number at -127 in the market for Jeremiah Love, 15-plus carries.
All right, Florida LSU, that's another big game tonight. Florida coming off that loss to South Florida last week. Big win in week 1 over Long Island, doesn't tell us anything, right? Yeah. LSU, 2 wins already this season. The one big one on the road, week 1, opening things up at Clemson. Now it doesn't look that big.
That's the question, right?
Now putting up 17 points against Clemson doesn't really look all that
impressive. It actually looks kind of suspect at the moment, right? So that's the beauty about just continuing to collect as much data and information as these NFL and college football seasons go on. You just don't know sometimes. So, yeah, I mean, that's going to be a W that they thought they could hang their hat on. It doesn't look so much like that's the case here coming in to play Florida.
So we had a couple weeks ago, Sean, you weren't on with us, but we had Matt Moscona, who works for the ESPN affiliate down in Baton Rouge, and is just locked in to LSU football like no other. And he told us a name to look out for is Barian Brown, that he's going to be someone to score a lot this season. He had a touchdown overturned in week 1, and I think he's going to get on the board today. You got a plus 160 for an anytime TD for him. That might be one of my only plays in this game. I think LSU is significantly better than this Florida team with DJ Lagway. But, again, LSU's win over Clemson doesn't quite look as impressive now. So how good is – 23-7 over Louisiana Tech last week. That's not exactly blowing them out of the water either.
Yeah, and when we start talking about Nussmeier, this is a guy that coming into the year was top 5 guy. We talked about it a few weeks ago when I was on. 4,000-yard passer. He's coming back to school for them to truly compete. Early in the year, he's had 3 turnover-worthy throws. He hasn't been as sharp as I would have liked to see him as a veteran guy that's thrown 4,000 yards and is in the same system along with Brian Kelly. And then when you talk about the number, right before this segment started, I saw 7. It's been bouncing back and forth between 7, 6.5 to 7.5, right around that, with Florida being the underdog. Billy Napier, the head coach, as an underdog, 26-12 ATS, 68.4%. When the number is 7 points or more, he's 12-5 ATS. They're coming off an embarrassing loss. We just talked about South Florida. Throughout this Billy Napier campaign of him being the head coach, when we think he's going to win, he doesn't win. And when he's not, and when he's supposed to get run off the field, they seem to compete and keep it tighter than people think. So 7, if you can get a full touchdown, if you can get a 7.5, I think that's the side in this game.
Yeah, Billy Napier is a very polarizing coach. Some weeks I'm like, yeah, you're awesome, kind of love you. And some weeks I'm like, no, you stink. And
did you watch the SEC Netflix?
No.
You should check that out.
What is it?
Your opinion of Billy Napier would either
probably decline.
I was going to say, depending on where you're at, it might increase or it might decrease, but he was prominent in a lot of spots. And, I have that feeling around Florida that I have around Clemson. It's like the marquee programs carried a lot of weight. The name alone, going to the swamp was a scary thing. Death Valley, Clemson, whoa, run down the ramp, Dabo. He's pulled the bootstraps up to compete with Georgia and Alabama. And I just don't feel like that anymore. And it's starting to go on years. This isn't like, they had a couple down years. Florida's been bad for a while, and they're trying to strap it in. We
always have high expectations of Florida every year. Why is that? Going into the season, it's always like Florida's going to be back this year.
Yeah,
they never are.
They never are. It's Texas football.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
But as an underdog, when we think we shouldn't believe in them, they seem to keep it tighter. So if you can get a 7.5 in the market somewhere, if they're still out there, I would snatch that up if you're looking to place a side in this Florida LSU game.
The other game tonight that we have not touched on, and I don't know if I will be touching on this from a betting perspective at all, but Utah at Wyoming. Utah's really good this year. Laying 23.5, that's a big number on the road. Utah's home field advantage is among the best in the country, I believe. But being on the road, maybe that is a little bit different. But so far, the Utes have they're ranked in the top 25 right now, and they've just taken care of business. They haven't really played anyone. Cal Poly last week, 63-9 win. UCLA in week 1, 43-10. But they're doing their job in terms of blowing these teams out.
Yeah, and it's not Cam Rising playing quarterback
No, it
anymore.
is not for the first time in a decade.
I actually had Utah to make the playoff last year. I thought behind Cam, they could really just win enough games to be in contention. I got I think it was plus 200 coming into the year last year. They just couldn't get it done. Devin Dampier is the new guy. He's looked good to start, but as we mentioned, we talked about UCLA. They're complete dust to start the year, and then the other game was Cal Poly. So I think as you go through these slates, NFL included, continue to ask questions. Don't fall for the okie doke on a lot of these teams. We're going to talk a lot about the NFL here coming up in the next couple hours, but just ask questions at every turn. Green Bay, I'm telling you now, is not as good as everyone's trying to portray them as being. Ask questions. Ooh. Continue to take data points on all this stuff. At least get a game on the road here. And like Kate said, it's a big number for Utah to lay going to another person's building.
Yeah. A lot of other big spreads today. Ohio State, 28.5 over Ohio. Illinois, 27.5 over Western Michigan. And Ole Miss, this one's much smaller, 4.5 over Arkansas. All right, turning our attention to the NFL. I'm going to ask Sean why he doesn't think the Packers are as good as they have been portrayed so far this season. We'll talk about the Ravens and Browns as well. Much more coming your way on the Bettor Angle with Sean Little and Kate Constable. Jay Constable, Sean Little here with you on Better Angle. Turning our attention to the NFL. We have week 2 coming up. Packers Commanders, a little Thursday night football action. Packers won that one 27-18. But we got a full slate of games, including 2 Monday night football games to break down this afternoon. We will talk with Dannon Hughes, who's the analyst for Chiefs Radio. That's coming up 5:20 Central, 6:20 Eastern. Sean, you said in our last segment that you're still not buying in on these Packers despite the performances that they have had. I was skeptical in week 1. Yeah. You know, you got to see, you need a little bit better sample size. The Lions, all their coordinators turning over and everything, like the Lions did not look good week 1. Packers defense looked pretty good week 2.
It's not that I'm skeptical, but I'm just not sold with them being as dominant as everyone's trying to portray. All I've heard in the big-time media on the shows and a ton of talk on the internet is this is the team to beat in the NFC, no question, bar none. We might as well cancel the season. They're going to win the NFC. Yep. Jalen Hurts, we still don't trust him to be able to drop back and throw the ball, especially against this Packers defense that now has Micah Parsons. If I had to pick a team right now, it's the Green Bay Packers, bar none.
That's a pretty good imitation of everyone.
Okay, yeah. Do you remember last year when the Saints, they were calling them the fastest team on what was the
fastest
Rams
show on turf?
The best show on turf or whatever it
yeah.
was. We talked about the Saints like they were going to be an unstoppable force all year long. They fell off the face of the earth. Did they get injured after week 2? A little bit, sure. Give it a rest.
I remember that. They were putting up numbers early on in the season.
The conversation was outrageous. The Saints are going to, when we talk about offense in this league and this year, they're going to represent the city of New Orleans in the playoffs. And Drew, who's Drew Brees? It was insane, right? So let's see Green Bay go on the road. Let's see Green Bay not play a really good Commanders team on a short week that's still trying to figure out how good is Detroit? How bad is Detroit? There's still a lot of questions about Green Bay. They're not a surefire win the NFC team for me. But the eye test, they do look a little different.
Yeah.
Defensively flying to the ball. I tweeted this watching Washington. I said, I hate to say it, but because you see I'm wearing the Bears hat. Green Bay is extremely fun to watch because they try to push it downfield at every opportunity. Mm-hmm. Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur are trying to go down the field at every single opportunity, and it seems like they have the personnel that can handle it. They are really good. They look really good. Let's not crown them yet.
They, of all of the teams that we've seen, and we've only seen everyone once other than Packers and Commanders, they do seem the most impressive. Are you winning the Super Bowl week 2? No, you are not. Is the Heisman winner crowned week 1 of college football? No, it is not. So, yeah, we do need to pump the brakes a little bit on the Packers winning it all, winning the NFC, going to the Super Bowl. They have the third shortest odds right now to make it to the Super Bowl behind the Bills and the Ravens, plus 650 right now. Are they one of the more impressives on the eye test so far? Yes. But going on the road, that's a good point. They've played both games in the comfy confines of Lambeau Field, and they're going to face a really good defense, not so good of an offense, but a good defense coming up playing on the road in Cleveland next week. So that might answer a few more questions, but the schedule gets a little tougher down the road, and they're going to face a lot better teams than, I guess Detroit was supposed to be a really good team coming into the year and still could be a very good team. It's one game without all of their coordinators from last year, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn. And so there might be some growing pains for Detroit. But I'm with you that if we went off of last year and what we saw through week 2, the Saints probably would have been the favorites to win it all with that offense. And look how that happened. Yeah. So pump the brakes a little bit.
Pump the brakes just a touch. There's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. They need to go on the road. They need to do a lot of different things. But, yeah, they do look impressive is the right word because we knew they were good. We knew they were one of the better teams in the NFC. they're pouring a little gas on the initial thoughts because they look sensational to start the year in those first 2 games.
What about Jaden Daniels? Are we, because I heard this listening to Phil Loud Radio this week. Sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels coming. This is the CJ Stroud of this year for him. I mean, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. Yeah, 24-42. You'd probably like that number to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, where's Terry McLaurin? He hasn't started. His season hasn't started yet.
Austin Eckler's now out for the year, right?
Yeah, and they got and we're so loaded. Debo's going to be able to get touches. So Brian Robinson Jr. 6th-round pick, no problem. Now that seems like they would give that 6th-round pick back in a heartbeat to get Robinson Jr. back in the backfield to take some touches, right? With Eckler going down. So the NFL is hard, man. The sophomore slumps and that stuff. I think no matter what he did this year, it was going to be a slump because he was just an outlier last year. It was going to be really difficult for him to have a good year. Or I shouldn't say a good year, but to the level, a better
year, because like even a lateral move from last year would have been great.
Would have been great.
Like that's all you could ask for. He was that good last year. That any sort of dip, I think everyone's going to be all over him. If this is a slump, he's not quite the player we thought he was. Yeah, he probably is. He just had an unbelievable season last year.
Yeah, absolutely. So pump the brakes, relax. I think as a bettor, in a perfect world. If you're the most disciplined of the discipline and you can wait all summer long for football to start and you're a serious bettor, you probably should wait until week 4, week 5, and then really start to dig in and feel like you have an edge. Because coming into the year, they'll try to sell you strength of schedule. We don't even know if the team's any. So how can I tell, this team has the toughest schedule coming into the year? And it's like, well, we don't know any data points on this actual set of teams coming in this year. So that's kind of a fallacy. So if you're the discipline of the discipline, week 4, week 5 is when you really start to maybe open up the unit and bet a little more. But buyer beware here in the beginning of the year, especially in the NFL.
All right, let's talk a little bit of Ravens and Browns this week, because the Ravens, for as good as their first half, 3 quarters was in that game against the Bills, they still did not come away with the win. They lost that one 41-40 to Buffalo on the road. Bounce back for Lamar Jackson, like as simple as that is, okay, you're taking on Cleveland. Yeah, Cleveland's defense is really good, but you got Joe Flacco on the other side. This is the Ravens home opener. Ravens right now, what do we have this line at? 11.5, opened at 12.5. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to lay it.
This is eerily similar to last year. This is deja vu. The Baltimore Ravens go to Kansas City. They lose a heartbreaker.
Week 1.
Isaiah Likely's toe steps out of the back of the end zone. They thought they had it won. His toe's actually out. They don't have the W. Week 2, they're going home against the Raiders. They're playing Garner Minshew. They're a double-digit favorite going home. They are going to roll the Raiders at home. They blow a 14-point lead, and they lose. And they start the season 0-2. This is scary how similar this situation is. I believe last year as well, the Raiders were 0-1. It was 0-1 versus 0-1, but Baltimore was welcoming them into their place.
And that spread was 8.5.
They were up 14 points in the fourth quarter and absolutely collapsed. They go down 0-2. And then if you remember, Game 3 was in Dallas, and they absolutely dismantled the Cowboys in Week 3. That was the true bounce back. Of course, if you're asking me where I would print, where I would look, Baltimore is the side I would lay the points. Offensively, they looked like a well-oiled machine, the way they were running the ball. A lot of unfortunate things happened for them to lose that game in Buffalo. But, man, does this seem very, very similar to the same situation they had last year. Joe Flacco threw the ball 40-plus times in Week 1. They were just trying to stay afloat, and they had a chance to beat the Bengals in that game. Cincinnati didn't look really good in that Week 1 spot. The Browns are chirping a little bit about going to Baltimore. They said they don't care that they're big underdogs.
Flacco revenge game.
Yeah, this is his first time playing in Baltimore since
Really?
he's left, which seems impossible, but it's his first time back in Baltimore playing. But yeah, I would lay the 11.5 if I had to play a side in this matchup. There's no way I'm taking Baltimore, so I would lay the 11.5.
There's no way you're taking Cleveland.
Excuse me, yes, Cleveland.
Okay.
I would lay the 11.5 if I was looking for a side in this game on the Baltimore Ravens. The offense looked insane, and the defense looked good. Got a couple unlucky spots with turnovers, bad field position. They gave up that late field goal at halftime, but overall, they played pretty well. I would take Baltimore at the house.
Baltimore, their schedule also is not all that easy going forward. Like if they were to lose this game at all, you then have Detroit, Kansas City, Houston, and the Rams.
Is this a early Kate Constable must win?
Is
this a must win?
Is it a must win or is it a can't lose?
Is it a must win or is it a can't lose? Can't lose spot. I love it. But I get you. Though.
Yeah. Teams that start the season, the Bengals last year, they got behind the 8 ball, and they played great coming down the stretch and almost made the playoffs, but it's hard. You go down 0-2, 0-3 to start the year.
No doubt about it. And
I don't think the Ravens are going to lose this game. It's just if they cover 11.5. That's the question.
Everyone has them as their survivor pick, including myself.
Well, that's scary.
Yes.
Then that's a little scary.
We had this exact conversation last year. Gardner Minshew's not going into Baltimore and getting a W, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, it is – everyone's on them in the survivor. Ravens are going to bounce back, get to 1-1, and then we'll start the push to compete for, the AFC and the Bills and the Chiefs. The interesting thing about Lamar and the Ravens and that whole situation is nothing matters what they do during the regular season. Right. And, mentally that has to be a little bit difficult to deal with. They're, playing real games that in the grand scheme and the conversation and to their fans and into their front office don't matter, but they matter. It's almost like, let's just fast forward and get to the playoffs so we can actually start the season. But these games matter. They count.
They matter,
and you got to win
getting them to the playoffs.
Exactly.
That's the only thing is they don't necessarily care how they're beating these teams. They just get to the playoffs.
And the only conversation I would be having if I was in LA, if I was in Kansas City, and if I was in Baltimore, and if I was in Buffalo was we cannot, it's not an option to go to Arrowhead in the playoffs.
No.
We're not going to win at Arrowhead in the playoffs. We have to win as many regular season games as we can here and get Patrick to come to our building, and then we'll deal with him then.
Yeah, going to Arrowhead in the playoffs is scary. Not too many teams make it out of there.
It's a zero-sum game.
Yeah.
We were talking about Patrick Mahomes and his playoff losses. He's 14-3, I believe, in the playoffs, and I don't know another quarterback where I could name every single loss off the top of my head.
Yeah.
His record's 14-3, and what are the losses?
Bengals.
It's to Burrowhead when they were calling it Burrowhead. Then it's to Brady.
And then he lost 2 Super Bowls.
And then he lost 2 Super Bowls.
Right.
So no, wait. I think it's 2 Super Bowl losses in Burrowhead.
No, and Brady.
And Brady early on in his career, right? So 4.
Yeah.
4 losses for Mahomes. Yeah. Do you know another quarterback you could just name off 4 losses?
No.
So it's a zero-sum game. You can't deal with those guys in his building.
Every year in his career so far as a starter, he's made it to the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, so
that doesn't happen.
He has 4 losses. 2 are to the best ever to play the position.
Yep.
1 is Burrow in his building, who is known right now probably as a top 2-3 quarterback in the world. And then the other one is to a touted defense that in the Eagles last year that was lights out, and it's in the Super Bowl.
Right.
2 of the 4 losses are in the Super Bowl, and 2 of the 4 are to Tom Brady.
Yeah, you don't want to go
Remember, the Brady loss was in overtime. Where at that
the
point,
shootout.
You only got 1. If Patriots got it and went down the field and scored a touchdown in the game.
And that was
that a Super Bowl or was that AFC?
AFC Championship game in Kansas City.
Yeah, and it was Pat's first or second year playing full-time starting.
Yes.
So, what are we talking about, right? So, zero-sum game going to Arrowhead. You don't want to have to deal with that.
No, you do not. We were going to talk about the Bengals. We're up against the break here. Joe Burrow, speaking of being one of the top quarterbacks in the league, I was almost more impressed with the Bengals defense last week than the offense. And that's like saying a lot because the defense is not good. We know that.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about this game in depth. They're hosting the Jags this weekend. Trevor Lawrence got the win last week. That's coming up next here on The Bettor Angle. Kate Constable and Sean Little. Turnover by Tennessee. Georgia with the ball, 52 seconds left. 21-17 ball game with the Vols having the lead. We're still in the first half. Score sounds like we're in the second, but we are still in the first half right now. We'll see if Georgia can take the lead before halftime ends. Left off last segment talking a little bit about the Bengals, Joe Burrow. Sean, your eyes kind of popped when I said I was more impressed with the defense than the offense over Cincinnati last week. And that's only because I thought so low of the defense. Like, they going into that game, into the season, really, I'm not sure too many people had expectations for this defense to be any sort of good. And they weren't great, but a little bit better, whereas the offense felt slow to me.
Yeah, Bengals, Browns, and Jets, Steelers kind of flipped game scripts. Mm-hmm. We thought that Burrow, I gave out on this program Jamar Chase to lead the league in receiving yards, plus 600. I still like it, even though we had a bad week one. But the offense that we expected to see from Cincinnati wasn't at play.
Nope.
Myles Garrett and those guys looked a lot better on defense. Cleveland did than I thought they would. I thought Cincinnati would be able to move the rock, and not shockingly, I guess, Flacco and the Browns offensively couldn't get rolling. Jerry Jeudy didn't really make an impact. He had a couple garbage time catches super late, but that was supposed to be the connection that would push them over the top. And, yeah, if you would have told me Cincinnati was going to scrap and claw to push towards 20 points, I would have told you they lost, but they were able to get it done.
1,000%. You would have thought they had lost there. Yeah. Especially, I mean, I know it was the preseason, so you can't take any stock really into that, but their offense just looked to be humming in the preseason, and then you get against a good defense like Cleveland, and Burrow looked a little sluggish, or that offense as a whole looked sluggish, but that's kind of been the MO for the Bengals early on in the season. Over the last couple of years. So see if they can turn it around tomorrow. They host Jacksonville right now. The Bengals, 3.5-point favorites. I like Jacksonville getting the hook there. If this were 2.5, 3 for the Bengals, I would not take the Jags, but getting that hook at 3.5, I like Jacksonville. And Sean, you'll learn that we're a Jags show here. Kenny and I are very high on the Jags this year.
Really?
We are.
So you're Trevor Lawrence people, supporters.
This year
believers.
We're
Kool-Aid sippers.
Yes, we are sipping the Trevor Lawrence, the Liam Cohen, Trevor Lawrence Kool-Aid. We're also high on the Bucs, so we're like the public. We're following the public here on being high on the two teams that that has a great offense that we've seen in the past with Baker Mayfield and Liam Cohen. Can Liam Cohen do that in Jacksonville? That's what we're banking on here.
I will say, you know how you look at the slate after it's all over Monday morning and you're like, the free money was here?
Yep.
That was Jacksonville last week. It's like...
And the line kept moving in favor of Jacksonville, and I thought, okay, well, now this is getting out too much. I don't want to lay that number, 4.5. No.
They ran those guys
they did.
out of the gym, the field. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not a Trevor Lawrence believer.
No.
I think he
hasn't proved anything yet.
He's got the super max, got super paid. The Travis Hunter experiment, I think, is going to need a lot of time to play out. I'm excited to see it. I'm rooting for him. I think what he's doing is extremely cool at the end of the day. I think, like, for him to even attempt it and being given the chance to play both ways is just a really cool thing. I'm not sold. Of course, still a lot of questions. They beat Carolina. I think that game is going to be extremely tight, though. 3 and a hook. I will say, this is the one thing you want to look at as a bettor. That number's been 3 and a hook all week.
Right.
Hasn't moved off. So that makes me a little nervous. You would think it would flash and at least get down to a 3 even, because any big bettors, any pro bettors, any pro groups are going to eat up numbers like 3.5.
They're going to see that hook. And
They're all day long going to essentially bang that number until you take it off the board.
Yep.
That hasn't happened, and it's sat there at 3.5 all week long. Is this the time when the Bengals get home and they're like, okay, let's play a shootout, Trevor Lawrence? They can't keep up with those guys. So that would be my only concern. Those are the things when you're betting the NFL is there's a 3.5 out there all week long. Why hasn't it? If people think this is too many or this is a spot where, the Jags could keep it tight, why hasn't this number – and not saying like it goes from 3.5 to 3, then back to 3.5, because then that's two people disagreeing, right? Yep. That's two groups or big dollars disagreeing where, okay, I think I'll bet it at 3, but I won't bet it at 3.5. It hasn't moved at all. It's been like that all week long. So I think that's really interesting.
Do you subscribe at all to the books, like putting the 3.5 out there, thinking Bengals backers aren't going to want to bet it with the hook? But really that's kind of the right side, but they know that Bengals backers, the books think that the Bengals are the right side at 3.5, but they throw that hook in there to get people to bet the Jags side. Obviously that doesn't happen because that number hasn't come down.
I think I kind of know what you're saying, but
I'm probably not explaining that great.
Yeah, I would say that the market is telling you I would take Cincy at 3, but 3.5, I'm not
in.
I'm not too sure. Like, they're very comfortable with that number. That's the right price. Also, with the Jags at BetMGM, it's juiced to the -115. 3.5 at -115 is almost like okay. It's almost like it's a quote unquote softer. It's not I was going to say it's a soft 3, but it's a soft 3.5. I guess. Like if you were at a -3, -105, that would be a softer 3. So it's a really interesting spot, but. That would, if I was feeling really confident about the Jags, I wish it would have dipped and went back and forth a little bit throughout the week. And there's, of course, still time here between now and Sunday.
Total on that one is 48.5, shaded to the over there. Other games this week that I think are interesting. One of those, I mean, this is a gross game, but interesting just with all the line movement, with all the injuries for the 49ers. You have Mac Jones starting on the road. We're now down to 2.5 in favor of San Francisco. That number has just dropped and dropped and dropped. You have no George Kittle in this game as well. I'm not going to bet anything in this game because it's so gross that I think you could make a case for either. That I'm going to stay away, but to go from 7.5-point favorites, 49ers on the road, down to 2.5, maybe there's some faith in Spencer Rattler over Mac Jones.
Yeah. Typically in the NFL, you could get almost a full 6-point move on a quarterback. That's a really big move for what the public perception would be for Brock Purdy, and they're playing the Saints.
Yeah.
It's not like they're playing one of the premier teams in the NFL. This is all about if you believe in Kyle Shanahan or not. Does Kyle Shanahan still have that? Doesn't really matter who the quarterback is per se. I'll be able to manage the game and put together a game plan where it'll be impactful enough for us to get a win on the road. We got a little glimpse of it before Sam Darnold went to Minnesota. He got a start or two under Kyle Shanahan. He was solid and was showing flashes that, he could get back to those, I guess, what everyone thought he was going to be coming out of USC. But this is about, there seems to be maybe 4 or 5 guys in the NFL where you could trust them to scheme it up with any quarterback. It's Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota.
Yep.
It's Matt LaFleur in Green Bay, who's unbelievable, by the way. I think he's still underrated. He is phenomenal, awesome. He gets on people's butt, too. He'll get in people's face.
Thursday night?
Yes. I love what Matt LaFleur's got going on up there. So we got LaFleur, we got Shanahan, we got Kevin O'Connell, we got Sean McVay. Maybe Kevin Stefanski has lost that lure a little bit, but he was a guy that could, figure out a way to get W's as well. And I'm sure I'm leaving someone out, but this, if you believe in Kyle Shanahan enough, this might be a really good spot to gobble up a short number against a bad Saints team on the road, where Rattler hasn't played too bad in the starts that he's had in his NFL career so far.
He hasn't played too bad. He's still 0-7 in his starts as a NFL starter. People were more impressed with him last week. That's kind of like being impressed with the Bengals defense. They did just enough to not suck, right?
Yeah.
I'm staying away from that game. I don't know what to think about that one. Bills Jets. Bills, I mean, we talked about the Ravens coming off of that loss. Big bounce back spot. Are they going to get it done? Well, big kind of letdown spot for the Bills. And I know a lot of people don't believe in letdown spots in the NFL, more so of college, just because you have the emotions of college-age kids where, like, this is a profession for NFL players. They understand the gravity of each and every one of these games, that they'll get themselves ready. Still 6.5 on the road against a Jets team that Justin Fields looked good.
And just let's not forget that before the Bills made that miraculous comeback,
they didn't play that well.
They were getting gashed.
Yeah.
Like, their defense, they couldn't tackle anyone. And I know the Jets don't have Derrick Henry in the backfield, but they have my guy, Braylon Allen, who is also a big back. And Justin Fields is really tough to bring down. Remember what Lamar did to him last week. He ran all over the field. They couldn't tackle him either. So, like, the Jets aren't quite as bad. Their defense was kind of really bad, which I was not expecting that with Aaron Glenn being hired. But I think this is kind of a weird spot for the Buffalo Bills. You're right, a kind of a little letdown game after such a euphoric win over the Ravens.
Lamar went for 11 a carry against them. They were getting gashed. And I understand it's Derrick Henry, but still.
For Lamar to get over 10 yards a carry against them, that's a lot.
Yeah, and we talked about this coming into the year. For Aaron Glenn and the Jets to have a ton of success, I would just run Justin Fields all day long ragged. And he threw the ball really well in week 1 against a really good Steelers defense, allegedly.
Allegedly,
right? Because it's week 2, right? So this is a really interesting spot because I'm not. Ed Oliver's out. He was massive for a team that was getting gashed like Buffalo was. The one bright spot was Ed Oliver. He's the one that made the big play, stripped Derrick Henry for the fumble.
That's a great call.
He's out. They're very that's second level. Milano is really good, but when we start talking about Taylor Rapp, honestly, for me, he's too little. I actually really love the effort. He comes in and tries to fill. He's just not big and physical enough to do so. They're very, very thin on the second level. If this gets to 7, which maybe I've been waiting for it to maybe touch a 7. If it touched 7, I would book the Jets. I do think in a divisional game on the road for Buffalo throughout the years who have had letdown spots, if the Jets can play a little bit of defense and Aaron Glenn can get, obviously what he wants to do first is play defense and get that solidified a little bit here in week 2, this 6.5 number is going to be like, it's going to jump off the board Monday morning. Like, how did we not take that?
It's going to be one of the free money picks that we're looking back on. It's going to be like, kind of like Dallas was against the Eagles. It was like, man, 8.5. Divisional game. We still don't have, we still don't know much about both. So, yeah, interesting spot. The points, Merkin wants to take the points. I could hear it in his voice. Which is surprising because he's a Josh Allen stan.
I love Josh Allen. Yeah, I just think he's everything. Yeah, but I kind of was impressed by the Jets in week 1.
I was too.
I kind of liked what they were doing, and I think it's only get better between him and Garrett Wilson. Right? They've got the connection from Ohio State.
Yep.
The thing I was most surprised about was how easily Aaron Rodgers was able to pick apart their defense and really he didn't have a ton of pressure in the backfield. So,
which you would have thought coming in, like the Jets had a good defense last year. They just had a lot of injuries.
Right.
Return a lot of those players. Plus you add Aaron Glenn, who's a great defensive coach. I was expecting more from the Jets defense.
I loved, by the way, his his press conference after the game. Was it good beating Aaron Glenn? Because Aaron Glenn had those comments.
For Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, and then he was like, it was good beating everyone on the Jets.
Yeah, everyone that has affiliation with the Jets organization.
I love the pettiness in the NFL. The drama is phenomenal.
And there's something about the Steelers that I just love. Like, did you know this? I didn't know this till I was watching one of the highlight shows that Cam Hayward and Mike Tomlin walk off the field after every game, I think. I don't know if it's just together. But they waited this time for Aaron Rodgers to finish his press conference, and the 3 of them walked off together.
Wow.
Like, it's a Steelers thing. I don't know. Like, it's just there's tradition there. Like, they're not the same team they were 15 years ago. Like, but like there's still like cool tradition that Tomlin has, and Aaron Rodgers, like, he seemed like he's fitting in really well right now with that team.
He seemed very happy after that game, and of course you're happy after a win, but he seemed like lighter. Like there's something lifted off of Aaron Rodgers. Could be
he
scary.
I mean,
I don't know.
it's only natural, right? He had a couple of rough years.
Yeah, he did.
Like, sincerely.
Even going back to the Packers.
Professionally, like, those were rough.
Professionally, personally.
Rough years, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's married now. He's happy.
Yeah. You never. Hey, when the at home, it's nice and quiet. You seem to, when you're at work,
play a little better.
Play a little
on
better
the field.
ball.
Yeah. All right, we're playing a little glitch in the system on the other side. We'll bring in Kenny for that coming up next here on the Bettor Angle. Sean Little and Kate Constable here with you on the Bettor Angle. Quick score check around college football right now. A lot of games in a delay for weather, including South Florida and Miami. USC has yet to kick off. Texas, a slow start against UTEP. 7-3 game. We're almost at halftime here. Longhorns not getting it done early like many thought they would. Still plenty of game left, but in terms of covering that large spread, looking a little dicey. Iowa State up 17-10 over Arkansas State. Oregon State and Texas Tech, that game is delayed. We are at halftime of Tennessee, Georgia. Vols are up 21-17, and Penn State is beating Villanova pretty handily, 21-0. They're driving right now as well at the start of the third. All right, it's time to bring in Kenny and play a little game of Glitch in the System.
Is Vegas right?
I'm right.
Or did we find a glitch in the system?
Glitch in the system.
Now on the Bettor Angle.
Yeah, baby, it's on!
Last week at the end of the show, I gave out a wild number of 8 touchdown props. I went 4 for 8. Not too bad.
That's pretty good, Kenny.
Not too bad, but that's way too many. So I picked my 3 favorite this week for Glitch in the System. So we're going to start with a name you guys probably didn't think I would bring up to start this one. Anytime touchdown, Daniel Jones.
Ooh.
He had 2 last week, but the number here is key because there's a wide range on this prop depending on what sportsbook you're shopping at. I see plus 250 out there. 2.5 to 1 here is a steal. I also see like plus 185, plus 190, 2 to 1. But plus 250. He scored twice last week. Shane Steichen, he comes from Philly. They do the tush push there, of course. Even though they have Jonathan Taylor, they're going to do the tush push if they're at the 1 yard line with Daniel Jones. He also can run as well. So I just think it's a great number for Daniel Jones. Of course, going to have the ball in his hands every play here. Plus 250 anytime touchdown. What are we thinking? Is this a glitch?
I mean, I think price-wise, plus 250, that's a good number. So I would say that in itself is a glitch. I'm not sure Daniel Jones is the Daniel Jones we saw last week.
I'll say it's a glitch in the system because PS2 and Denver play. Well, PS2 is going to shadow Michael Pittman and be back and forth, right?
Yep.
So if you take away the number one option for Daniel Jones on the edge, out wide, maybe there's just a couple spots where he gets in the red zone and there's just nowhere to go with the rock, and the only thing he can do is get out of the pocket, put his head down, and try to get in the end zone. Plus 250 seems pretty long. I agree.
Long for a quarterback, too.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
Even the least mobile quarterbacks. Yeah, that's a good one, Kenny. We like it. Glitch.
Let's stick with the quarterbacks because I don't know how this isn't like minus 200, minus 300 range. Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl rematch. I know it's the Chiefs defense, and they've actually defended it well compared to some other teams. Some teams can't defend it at all. I know they've got Chris Jones in the middle, but the fact that a Jalen Hurts touchdown is still bettable here at minus 115. And I don't really understand the difference between him and Barkley. Barkley, of course, can score a touchdown. He's one of the best running backs, if not the best running back in the NFL. But he's minus 150, and we know the Eagles' goal line play is. We know that they're going to push Hurts in from the 1 or the 2 yard line. So I think at minus 115, the fact that this is still bettable, and we'll see as the season goes on if this number continues to drift. I just think this is a perfect. Even though this shouldn't be a high-scoring game in Kansas City, I still think Jalen Hurts for an anytime touchdown is a great bet.
It's hard to argue with that. Does make me a little nervous. It's minus 115.
I agree with your sense, Kenny, that like it's still bettable. At some point, this number, like later on in the season, we're probably going to see like a minus 130, minus 140 for a Jalen Hurts touchdown, right? Like it's just, especially if the tush push continues at a pretty high rate, like his number for an anytime is going to drop. So in terms of it just being still a bettable number this early in the season, yeah, I'd say that's a good glitch.
Yeah, and if you go back to the Super Bowl, Saquon
didn't do a whole lot.
No.
Quiet game for Saquon.
25 carries, 57 yards, 2.3 yards a carry. Meanwhile, Jalen Hurts had 11 carries for 72, a touchdown, a long of 17.
Yeah.
Kenny might be cooking with grease
these
on these
quarterback
first 2
touchdowns.
picks.
Yeah, these quarterback touchdowns. If you can get a good price on a quarterback touchdown, especially if the team's going to push. Josh Allen's another one, very bettable this week.
What's J.J.
still.
McCarthy? I think that's interesting.
Yeah. Let me get that number
because
for you real quick.
looked very comfortable on that rollout, on that touchdown when he got out in the open field.
Yes,
I could see KLC.
The confidence is there now,
getting
starting
back,
from
like,
the jump.
let's get this guy out of the pocket.
Baby.
Yeah, he
He's
did.
doing it for the kid.
Yep. Baby Rome.
Yeah, get him out of the pocket a little bit more. That'd be an interesting one, too. What did you find that number?
Yeah, I see a 4-1 on McCarthy to score on Sunday Night
Wow.
Football.
Okay, that's
really
a
good.
glitch right there, I think.
4-1 is
4-1.
The only issue, though, is it's probably going to have to be on a scramble. I talk about pushing the quarterback in because I brought up Josh Allen, and we saw it last week twice in Indy with Daniel Jones. So I think that's like the added advantage because if you're going to get plus money or at least something that's bettable with a team that's going to do that, I don't know if Minnesota does that. I honestly think they give it to Mason at the 1. So you're asking kind of. I think that's where the number comes in with McCarthy being 4-1. That's all. Not that he's not going to score, and I think it's a great look. You made a good point. He looked confident on that run, and the kid can run for sure. But I just don't know what Minnesota's play is there at the 1 yard line is the only thing.
That's a good point. Good point. We also had Pete Bursich on last week that said Jordan Mason's going to get plenty of run, and he did last week.
Oh, yeah.
He's someone you can continue to bet on, I think.
As a Jordan Mason fantasy owner, makes me feel very good. So let's go to a wide receiver now for anytime touchdown. CeeDee Lamb, of course, everyone knows the drops last week, but this is still plus money on BetMGM, plus 110. I think if this was minus money, then maybe we wouldn't. But the fact that this is plus money means obviously their go-to star receiver. In other places, of course, he's minus money. BetMGM's offering us plus 110 for a CeeDee Lamb anytime touchdown tomorrow. What are we thinking?
Yeah. I mean, simple as
it
that.
seems obvious.
Yeah.
But there's nothing else to really say about that.
How many targets did he have last week? 7 receptions. I don't know how many targets he had. 110 yards.
At least 11. If not more.
I mean, it felt like the ball was going to him every opportunity. 13 targets last week. I mean, as a George Pickens fantasy over, I wasn't pretty happy with that. But
I don't really jump in. I think this is a glitch.
Yeah.
Because I think that CeeDee Lamb should be like minus 130 right now because they're going to try to get him the ball, feed him in. He was open almost.
Especially he had a lot of drops last week. Let's erase those, get those out of his mind, get him going early.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that both wide receivers, Giants are dreadful. I mean, that offense was putrid last week. Yeah. But I would think both wide Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are going to probably score in this game tomorrow.
I love this play.
Yeah.
That's who he throws the ball to. Period, point blank, that's it. That's end of story. And when you're talking about props, especially wide receiver props, I need to be very confident that you're going to get the vast majority of the targets. I don't know the exact number, but CeeDee Lamb last year's top 3 percentage-wise. I don't know if A.J. Brown's going to get targets week to week. I flat out don't know. Mm-hmm. There's one thing about CeeDee. He will get the ball over and over and over again. The Giants are really good up front. If they could get Dak some time, CeeDee should be able to chew up the secondary. And if you go back to the game against Philly, he was eating Philly alive early. Mm-hmm. They had no answer for CeeDee to start the game. The drops came later. I really like this spot. Glitch, I agree with Merkin. I would take plus dollars on CeeDee to catch a touchdown. He's going to end the year with 10 or 12, 13 probably. So, yeah, I like this spot.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good history against the Giants. I'll throw a bonus one. I said I only have 3. I'll throw a bonus one out there just because we haven't really brought it up. I think we've mentioned the game a little bit, but the DK Metcalf revenge game, you can get a plus 160 out there for DK Metcalf tomorrow to score against his former team. I know Seattle's got a good defense and a pretty good secondary, but I think for the price alone and given the narrative, I think it's a great bet. What do you guys think?
What did you say the price was?
Plus 160. And I think Rodgers is going to be thinking about this too. I think
love
Rodgers.
That. I mean, if there's anyone that's more petty than Aaron Rodgers, right? He's going to be like, let's get you in the end zone once, if not twice, right? And I mean, I don't even know how many targets he had in the first week, but plus 160, yes, I'm all in on that one as well. I think that's
the one thing I do worry about is Arthur Smith, the way he runs his offense. It's like everybody, like Ben Skoranek scored a touchdown last week. Like Jonnu Smith will probably score this week. Like, so that's the only thing I worry about is Arthur Smith is so multiple in who he uses, especially at the goal line. But also knowing Rodgers, I think Rodgers is going to at least target him in the red zone. So I think plus 160.
I was just going to say, this is one of those things where Metcalf pulls Rodgers to the side like, hey, man, Let's get me in the end zone this week, please. I would really appreciate it. I would love to stick it to these dudes because Rodgers knows all about that. He just had it last week against the Jets. And he would be the guy that would make sure CD was feeling good against his old team. Yeah, plus 160 is hefty as well.
All right, Kenny. Can we go 4 for 4 this week? You hit 4 last week.
Yeah, let's hope for
I mean, all of these.
You went 4 for 4 last week, Kenny?
Oh, 4 for 8. I gave out a wild 8 touchdown scores. So
that's profit, though.
That is.
And did you hit someone for 2 as well, or was I misled by that? No,
I don't think many guys scored 2 touchdowns last week. Now that I think about it,
Justin Fields had 2. I know that.
We had him for 1, but yeah.
I know nobody on the Bears had 2.
No, they did not. They certainly did not.
2 targets, maybe.
Yeah. All right, Kenny, what do we got?
I mean, that was it for the touchdown scores. So, I mean, I could come up. We have about a minute. I could come up with something. I was thinking Jamar Chase is also bettable tomorrow. He had a bad week last week. That was one I was thinking about. But most places it's like minus 130. But I still think maybe you want to parlay and do a touchdown parlay. Maybe you want to parlay one of the guys that I mentioned. Maybe Jalen Hurts and Jamar Chase. Yeah, CD and Jamar.
I'm not mad at that.
I can get a price on that for us. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
CD and Jamar.
Did you know that Caleb Williams scored his first rushing
touchdown last week? Yeah, that was crazy.
For sure he had some.
I did too.
Yeah. And he almost had 2. The second one he just missed. The second late in the game.
Yeah.
Got out the 1 yard line.
CD and Jamar Chase plus 250, 2-leg anytime touchdown. I like that a lot.
Kenny, what about Mike Evans? Didn't score last week.
You'd have to sleep. You'd have to have this parlay overnight here because Mike Evans plays on Monday. If you add Mike Evans,
well, no, not to add him to the parlay. Just to
he's
bet
plus
him.
145. That's not a bad number. There's going to be a lot more attention on Ibuka after the week 1 he had, so for sure.
And Buka had 2 touchdowns last week.
He did. That's right. There you
go.
go.
There you go. That's who had 2 touchdowns. Yeah.
So Ohio State guys.
Yeah, Mecca. And everyone's been talking about him all year, all season long, coming in. He's going to make an impact, and Baker got him the rock on a big play too. So yeah, that's not a bad look either.
All right, it's time that we talk about the Chicago Bears. We may not want to, but we have to, Sean. Bears Lions, that big matchup in Detroit. We'll break it down on the other side. You're listening to The Bettor Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little.
The Bettor
to talk about the Chicago Bears. The show takes place here in Chicago. We're Bears fans here in Chicago. Bears had a rough go week 1. They had a rough half. I would say.
Yeah.
I was at that game, Sean. It was fun early on. That's the loudest I have heard Soldier Field, that first drive, in a very, very long time. So there was a lot of excitement. And it slowly shifted and got pretty quiet towards the end for good reason. But the Bears didn't look bad in that first half.
No, they didn't. They looked ready. Caleb Williams looked ready to go, 11 straight to start the game, as we know. Looked like he was decisive, knew what he wanted to do. And in the second half, it was quite the opposite. It looked like, to me, pretty clearly that Brian Flores, defensive coordinator for the Vikings, saw some film, got in, made some adjustments, and then they were off and running from there.
Yep.
I will say, even from the very beginning, Ben Johnson looked a little frustrated with a couple of ways Caleb was maybe handling a play call or a check, or how they were getting in and out of plays, and maybe he missed the look. And Troy Aikman did a really, really good job of, like, Caleb's hit 11 in a row, but he missed a deep spot here.
There were a couple open looks that he missed.
He could have made a couple more plays. And overall, in the second half, he didn't make any plays, and then he was missing the easy plays even. So, yeah, it was a tough opening week. I will say, the reason J.J. McCarthy was able to do what he did in the fourth quarter was because the offense was 3 and out. The defense was on the field the entire second half.
They're just gassed by the end.
They're gassed, and they're missing 3 of their best players. Mm-hmm. That wasn't talked about enough.
Yeah, the secondary was extremely thin.
Jalen Johnson's gone. Kyler Gordon's gone. T.J. Edwards and the linebacker crew is missing. Those are 3 of your best guys.
Yep.
And they were never gonna fade, I guess, a late charge from an offensive guy like Kevin O'Connell with how tired they were, with how much they were on the field. So that's the other thing. Even if you're not playing that well, Caleb Williams and co., you got to at least string together some first downs, even if you're not getting points, just to give your defensive squad a blow. They're missing 3 of their guys. We have absolutely no pass rush. Montez Sweat, an absolute 0 in game 1. I actually haven't seen him in a long time. I know he's on the field, but I haven't seen him.
Hasn't made that impact that we're
typically
used to or hoping to see.
Tough overall debut, I think, for Ben Johnson. I believe the challenge was a bad challenge, but I understood why he would throw the flag there. That play very rarely, if ever, happens where the first contact is the punch out of the ball to down someone. You don't see that very often.
It would have to be so clear on the review for them to return that.
So you ding him for that bad challenge there, which put him in a bind late. Mm-hmm. Then we started talking about kicking the ball out of bounds, etc. But overall, we're talking about a team that is extremely cohesive with a lot of the same defensive guys back, the same defensive coordinator who's one of the best in the league in Flores, the same offensive play caller and head coach in Kevin O'Connell. Really the only thing they did switch was J.J. McCarthy. They brought Thielen back in the fold, but a lot of those guys are the same guys. Mm-hmm. So that's a team that's gelled, that's played together. And then on the flip, we're at home. So that gives us a little extra juice from the Chicago Bears. But it's still the first game for a coach in the first game with Caleb under Ben Johnson. So you got to give him a little bit of leeway. I will say, as you mentioned in the stadium, I've never heard the crowd that amped to start a game. I was in Green Bay for the Trubisky Khalil Mack game 1. Mm-hmm. Electric factory. Khalil scored. We were up. Rodgers was hurt. Like, it was unbelievable. And then they blew that game, right? So they were really jacked up. I have never seen the patience of Bears fans this thin, this early. They were furious.
Oh, yeah.
Booed
booed the
team in the first game of the year at Soldier. I'm not sure I've ever seen that. So, big game coming up. I have one of my best friends still lives in New York, and he said it best. He's a Giants fan. He was like, even though the Jets lost, they looked competent.
Yeah, they did.
They were moving the ball. They looked like a real offense. The Giants looked despicable. Like, what? This isn't even a football team. So, no matter what happens, I think this week for Caleb Williams and the Bears, they got to put together a overall 60-minute game where they look capable, and Ben Johnson looks like the quote-unquote guru that he is. They're already calling him Big Brain Ben. They're already saying, like, hey, you came in with a lot of juice, and that's how your offense looked. So I'm excited to see how they look this week.
But don't we still need to remember, like, that was Ben Johnson's first game as a head coach. And he admitted to some mistakes he made down the stretch, owned up to those in the press conference this week. That's nothing that we've seen from Bears coaches in the past. So, like, even though, yes, there was a loss, I think there are some positives that you can take from that in terms of how they handled the loss, too.
Without question. I hate to do this, but, like, I saw Eberflus and Washington. They came off as doofuses to me. Like,
I think they did to a lot of
people.
Like,
you couldn't, you didn't believe anything he was saying.
He didn't believe anything he was saying.
It looked like he was in over his head.
Yeah.
He just didn't have that command. Ben still has the command. He was being honest. He took accountability. Mm-hmm. And what do you want? If they go out and play really well and get a win, week one's forgotten. As the years go on, it seems like I heard Eberflus and Ben Johnson's name in the same sentence this week. He looked very much like, it's like, what are we doing here? I think it was one bad half. So just give it a little bit of time.
It's a bad half against one of the best defenses in the league, one of the best defensive coordinators in the league. They're getting 6.5 on the road here at Detroit. So the narrative coming into this game is Ben Johnson's homecoming against his former team. The Lions didn't look great last week.
No.
Granted, Packers defense, again, eye test is passing that test. Are they actually legit? We'll find out as we go on the season. But I think there are going to be some growing pains for the Lions. You replace 2 very good coordinators and a handful of position coaches, and things are going to be a little rough early on. There's going to be some growing pains for the Lions. If this number gets to 7, I will bet the Bears. But probably only if it gets to 7.
Just remember that the Lions, the first week, you couldn't ask for a worse start, right? Mm-hmm. On the grass in Green Bay against that elite defense. Now you're home where you built your whole team, your whole offense around being fast in a dome. Jared Goff is much more comfortable. I think you're going to see
a different Lions team.
A lot more explosive Lions football team than you did in week 1. I know last year they scored a lot of points on the road still, but like I new coordinator, comfort level, I think this Lions team is going to put up some points on Sunday.
All right. Kenny, you think they destroy them? The Lions destroying the Bears, that is?
Yeah, I just feel like I've seen this movie way too many times.
That's fair.
So we think the Lions at home, they get home on the fast track, which I agree with Merkin. One of the things with Detroit last year is I believe they played 14 of 17 indoors.
Yes, they did.
Like
they had the majority of their games
It was an insane number
Yeah.
indoors where Goff and the gang is extremely comfortable. They're coming off a bad loss. They're going to be ready to go in the opener. I lean with Merkin that the Lions are going to put up points. I would look at like a team total maybe over for the Lions, depending on – I would love to see the final injury report here for the Bears as well. But I would look to the Lions team total over before I look to lay 6.5.
Are we still, though, just as confident in Jared Goff with a new coordinator? Because look at the coordinators that he's had, or who's calling the plays. Sean McVay and Ben Johnson. 2 pretty good guys.
I saw an insane stat. I don't want to butcher it, but I think Goff had 1 or 2 wins if the play caller in his ear is not Sean McVay or Ben Johnson.
Which is
only
wild.
Those 2 guys are the ones that have been able to.
So I'm with you that like they could get off to a fast start at home. They play fast, everything, but they play fast with Ben Johnson or Sean McVay. I don't know. Jalen Johnson's going to be back for the Bears.
Yeah, I think Jared Goff is comfortable and been in the league long enough where he knows basically where the ball has to go, especially in that offense.
At home, too, that adds to it. Sure.
Right.
Jalen Johnson, full participant in practice. That's massive. He's going to go. Grady Jarrett, still questionable. Keep an eye on that. For a squad that's defensive line is thin, that's a tough one if he's not able to play. Kyler Gordon's still out with the hammy. So TJ Edwards back in the fold as well. So
That'll
2 of the
help.
3 that missed last week will be playing in Detroit. 6.5 feels a touch heavy, but I do think Detroit will be able to score. I think defensively, more of what we saw in the fourth, even though they were on the field a ton, is more what the Bears defense is going to look like moving forward, at least early in the season.
46.5. We go over there.
I would go over 46.5.
Lions could do a lot of that damage based on everything that we just said.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only thing I would say is how much is Ben going to be willing to open it up on offense?
Mm-hmm.
But he might be in a position where he has to. He has to open it up and throw the rock. So
How much do you put in, those players know Ben? Dan Campbell knows Ben versus Ben knows those players. Ben knows how to attack that type of stuff. Both ways have an advantage if you look at it that way.
Yeah.
Do they negate each other, or does one have a better advantage?
both coordinators are from inside the building. They were promoted for Detroit.
Yep.
So I would say Ben knows a little bit more about their
What they're
systems
going
and
to
how.
be throwing
Yeah,
out
because
there.
I mean, still there has to be a lot of the things that they were doing last year still around, still language, still pieces that are around from when he was the offensive coordinator because Jared Goff did so well.
Right.
You have to keep
Why would
some
you
of that.
not?
Yeah, you have to
Why
keep
would you
some of that
switch it up
stuff
completely?
in there because of how well he played. So that's what I'll say about that. I would say that's an advantage for Ben Johnson and the Bears. Rather, my buddy Nick the Quick has a joke that Dan Campbell hasn't seen the playbook since he got hired. It'd be hard for him to know the details of what those guys got going on. The advantage would be for Ben Johnson for me.
I can't tell you how critical this game is for the Lions. Just because if they start off 0-2, Dan Campbell is already getting questions from the reporters week 1 about the offense and no Ben Johnson, and he was getting irritated with that, right?
Yep.
He was getting short with one
Yep.
reporter back and forth. So the Bears start off 0-2,
Fine.
and again, look good. You're like, all right, Ben Johnson's got to remake this whole team, right? But if the Lions coming off 2 straight postseasons with both coordinators gone, start off 0-2 and don't look good tomorrow, then the questions are going to start, rising about if their window has closed, which people are crazy enough saying about the Chiefs that maybe finally their window has closed. So, but I think it's a critical game for the Lions to win tomorrow.
Sean, must win, can't lose.
Must win or can't lose.
The Lions then go to Baltimore, so you can't start 0-3. To Randy's point, you have Cleveland, good defense, bad offense. Cincinnati, Kansas City, both on the road. It's tough for the Lions this year.
Yeah, I mean, and Green Bay's already 2-0, and
Yes.
you already are behind the 8 ball because you lost to them on a head-to-head in the division.
Yep.
With the running game that the Bears coming into the year, you could argue the Bears' run game and backfield is bottom 5 in the NFL, and it looked that way.
Yeah.
In game 1,
It did.
If Caleb didn't run the ball and scramble around and make things happen with his legs, there was 0 run game, 0 rushing yards happening with the Chicago Bears. So if they look as one-dimensional as they did in week 1, Detroit could be.
It's gonna be a problem.
It's going to be an uphill battle there for the Bears.
And a lot of those times when Caleb was scrambling around, I just wanted him to get rid of the ball. It looked like last year again where he was just running for his life. And he had some positive plays with his legs in that game. So some of those did turn out, but I just kind of thought, oof, boy, not again. Not again.
He did look a little more explosive, I will say. He looked more athletic. He looked more light on his feet, more agile. Looked just faster, but yeah, of course, you just want to see the arm talent and moving those guys around via his arm. you got to remember there was a stretch last year where there was 6 weeks where he was the best rated passer in the entire NFL for a good chunk of the year. It's going to take some time. It's a new coach, new system, new everything. This is also why it's so important. And when guys get up in arms about not giving him the gap year with Eberflus, move Eberflus so he's not under pressure. Second year, 5th game, it's just the 5th game. So stay tuned.
Pump the brakes, Bears fans. A little patience here. The Chiefs need to have some patience. They host the Eagles this weekend. We're going to talk to Dan Hughes, analyst for Chiefs Radio, next here on the Better Angle. Little and Kate Constable here with you on the Bettor Angle. We'll wrap things up in about 20 minutes, put together a show parlay. Kenny will give out some touchdown bets. We'll get you out of here. Before we do, still plenty of show left. Talking some NFL. Huge game this weekend. Afternoon slot, 4:25 Eastern. We have the Eagles and the Chiefs. Chiefs 0-1 coming off that loss in Brazil against the Chargers last week. To break this game down, we're going to bring in our good friend Dannon Hughes, analyst for Chiefs Radio. Been on the show plenty before, Dannon. Always great to have you on. Appreciate you taking the time. How did the Chiefs rebound from that Week 1 loss?
Yeah, good to be back with y'all as well. We are in week 2, so nobody is jumping off the ship here in the Chiefs Kingdom. Nobody is getting too crazy. It's amazing how quickly things can change when, you go from possibly, making history, being the best team or considered of the best teams ever if you win one game, and now that you lost that one and one more, the ship has sailed and we've been figured out and the cheat codes have been solved and all that craziness. So it's the nature of the beast with the NFL, and we know that. I don't think it's do or die for us. I don't think it is a must win as many people are referencing it. I think it's just week 2. Just a few years ago, we started 3-4 and went to AFC Championship. We've had situations where in the final 8 games, I want to say we won the Super Bowl. The next year, in the final 8 games, we lost 5 games and won the Super Bowl. So, we know what the end goal is here. And if by chance we lose this game is not a game of retribution. It's not a game of, revenge. It's just week 2. And I think that's kind of been the mindset. And to me, that's a testament of a true championship organization, is that you're not do or die every single week like we see with a lot of other teams.
Dannon, this is our first time meeting. I know you got to say what you just said because you live and work in Kansas City, but you are an underdog here in this spot. Super Bowl champs coming to town. Travis Kelce outside of the touchdown, and this is salute our guy Chris Carter with Buddy Ryan. All he does is score touchdowns, but Travis Kelce hasn't looked to me like himself for quite a while now. Spags and the D looked not like Spags and the D in week 1 against the Chargers. Now we're dealing with Xavier Worthy. Now Rashee Rice is still not back in the fold. Hollywood Brown had a good game in week 1, but he looked like the only guy you could go to. What is the path to victory here in week 2 at home versus the Eagles?
I think ultimately, let's face it, Travis Kelce will be 36 years old next month. No spring chicken, but at the same time, probably of his best shape of his life and of his career. He's really done a great job. Kind of reminds me of what we saw from Tom Brady late in his career, where you look at pictures and he almost looks slimmer and more fit than he did when he was 26 years old. So I think there's a lot to be said about when you lose Rashee Rice as early as we did last year. We had some issues at the wide receiver position. Xavier Worthy, although he did a great job, was still a rookie. He was really our only deep threat. And now we're in a situation where guys are going to have to contribute. To be honest, we can't have another game where Patrick Mahomes leads the team in rushing. Now, if he leads the team in rushing because he runs for, a couple of scrambles for 60 or 80 yards, I'm fine with that. But to not have an existing run game with Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco, that's not acceptable. I don't think the onus should be on Patrick's shoulders to throw us to victory, and that's probably what the Eagles want us to do. They want us to be one-dimensional, to throw the ball all over the lot, just like we had to do in the Super Bowl because we got behind early, and be predictable. They can pin their ears back and get after the quarterback. So we have lost 2 games in the regular season where Patrick Mahomes was the leading rusher. That was 2023 against the Raiders and last week. So we got to be able to change that narrative. We got to be able to change that dynamic. And I feel like it was so glowing. Let's be real. Yeah. It was so glowing to think that the Chargers probably, let's be honest, and this is not a knock on the Chargers, but on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade their game last week? Offense, defense, special teams? I'd probably say it was at least an 8, right? Would that be?
That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair. On a scale of 1 to 10, if you looked at offense, defense, special teams for the Chiefs, probably a 3. And we still lost by 6 points. And had it not been for some undisciplined play by Chris Jones at the end, where we got the stop, now you give Patrick Mahomes the ball back with just under 2 minutes and down by 6. I think everybody on the opposite side of the field would have been scared to death of that scenario. Now, there's no moral victories, and I'm not trying to paint pretty colors over anything. A loss is a loss, but that just tells you that it wasn't as bad as everybody wants to paint it, and I don't think it's indicative of whether or not this team is going to be a title contender.
Yeah, I agree with that. I had a quick follow-up. I was going to ask you about the rushing because that's a big issue. And then, of course, the 10 penalties. I think that was really well said,
the
Dan.
penalties were killer, too.
Penalties were killer. The rush game was non-existent. And then I think that's well said. The Chargers played extremely well and still had an opportunity to lose that game.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, in terms of Xavier Worthy, he's been rolled out for tomorrow, but he was posting on Twitter, free number 1. He wants to play. Like, a little drama here. I don't want to read too much into it, but is he going to be back sooner than later, like possibly next week?
I think so. I think, when we've seen clips of practice, they don't allow the media in practice for a long period of time, but you get to record for the first portions of practice. He was out there with a heavy brace and pad over his shoulder earlier this week, but later this week there was less padding. So that tells me that he's feeling more comfortable. And we all know, we've been around this game a lot of times where you have to protect the player against himself. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure because now if this was week 16, he might be playing. It's week 2, and we're at home. So I feel like you protect the player against himself, and with the dynamic of Rashee Rice being out until week 7, you definitely don't want to run the risk of Xavier falling on that shoulder, re-injuring it. Now he's out for an extended amount of time. Hollywood Brown has had some injury issues. Hopefully those are behind him. But conventionally thinking, if bad luck struck, you could lose your top 3 receivers just because of where the circumstances are. So I think you protect him against himself. The fact that he was in a less padded practice at the end of the week is definitely a positive that I think we'll see him, if not next week, the week after.
Dan, is there any rumblings in the streets, potentially, probably not happening in the building because of a 5-star organization that the Chiefs are, but is there any rumblings in the streets of Kansas City, and maybe even you and the buddies talking down in the basement as you watch other squads play, of we're wasting Pat Mahomes, we're not getting enough weapons, we're letting guys like Justin Reed leave, we're doing stopgap fillers with DeAndre Hopkins and Hollywood Brown, and even though he's just getting back in the fold, we're putting too much onus on Rashee Rice coming back and Xavier Worthy. These are all young guys. Why don't we go get some heavy, and you mentioned Travis Kelce, 36. Why don't we go get Mahomes some heavy hitters, some game changers that are going to be able to impact him? And because it's Super Bowl or bust every year for Kansas City.
Absolutely. I mean, make no mistake about it. We've set the bar high, extremely high. When you win, when you are in 7 straight AFC championships, you win 3 Super Bowls, you go to 5, you've won 9 straight AFC West titles. I mean, the bar is set high. But I will say this, and I've compared this situation to the Packers with Aaron Rodgers, and I want to say, I thought I saw a stat that they had not drafted a first-round receiver in over 20 years, maybe even longer than that.
Yeah, his entire tenure, they did not draft a wide receiver 1 while he was there.
And we have done it with Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, a top 2. We had Sky Moore, the second rounder, who we traded to the Niners. So I feel like we've kind of done the opposite of them in populating that room, especially when we had Tyreek Hill who was a diamond in the rough, a fifth-round pick, and wound up being one of the great playmakers to ever play the game. He's been surrounded. I feel like, last year was an anomaly when you had Hollywood Brown go down and early in the season. You had Rashee Rice go down early in the season. And now you have a rookie first-round pick that has to lead your team. I think any team would go through those same growing pains. If you took, Jamar Chase out of that lineup and maybe, you had an issue with the other receiver stubbing his toe. He was injured last year. Now you're at the bare bones with Joe Burrow. So I just think it's the nature of the roster alignment and putting together your 46-man roster and 53. Like, it's just the nature. You only can have but so many weapons at each position, and you just got to make the best of it. And some guys just going to have to step up. I mean, that was how my career was. I was a seventh-round pick on practice squad, got elevated, played 6 years, probably a fourth or fifth receiver on the roster, but I had a few starts. And we won those games when I started because guys were injured and not available. And somebody's going to have to step up, whether that's Juju Smith-Schuster, Nico Remigio, Tyquan Thornton had a good game with his opportunities, and we're going to see more of him tomorrow. And these are the times that these guys live for. Like, you believe, like, even though I was playing with Webster Slaughter and Lake Dawson, and we went and got Eric Martin later in his career, and Willie Davis and J.J. Burden and all these, Andre Rison, Derek Alexander, all these established receivers, I still felt like, just give me a chance. Like I can get out there and do something. Just give me a chance. I'm just as good as those guys. Now I look back and I know that wasn't true. But back then you couldn't tell me nothing. Like, you know what I mean? So I feel like these guys are just going to have to step up. And I feel good that this is the beginning of the season and not the end. And if we stumble a little bit and it makes us stronger and better and we're able to rebound late in the season, like, I don't think any team still wants to play Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs.
Dan, and real quick, a selfish question on my end. You and I are both Iowa Hawkeyes, greatest school of all time. Kirk Ferentz going for the record tonight. I think they're going to get it, but how do we turn around this offense here?
Man, oh man, that is like figuring out the Powerball. I don't know. Like, I mean, it just seems like every year. You know, and I love my Hawks. I love Coach Ferentz. He was actually an offensive line coach when I was there, so I got to know him as a player, and then obviously after and since. Sometimes I feel like they're like 8-4 is okay.
Yeah, and that's not.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you waste a couple of those years where they had the top 5 defenses, and you just felt like if you could just get something from the offense, some kind of threat, it would be great, and we just never were able to do that. And I don't know the answer. I don't know if it's the recruiting. I don't know if it's the certain skill positions. I don't know if they're not allowing the quarterback to just improvise and be an athlete on the field. If everything's so structured and organized, I don't know what it is, but it has been frustrating. But I still love my Hawks, and I definitely will congratulate Coach Ferentz next week after he wins tonight, because I'll see him at Rutgers because we play the Giants that weekend. So I'm going back up to Jersey, and I'm going to go check them out.
Well, awesome. Go Hawks tonight. Dannon, appreciate you taking the time. As always, good luck to the Chiefs this weekend. We'll talk to you down the road.
Thanks, Dannon.
No problem. Thank y'all. Have a great weekend. Go Chiefs.
That is Dannon Hughes, analyst for Chiefs Radio. Make some good points.
By the way, am I crazy, or did Patrick Mahomes look more fit? Thinner, like in that game.
The dad bod wasn't as dad bodish.
And he was moving like he.
Yeah.
And he made one throw. The one throw where he was falling down, he was able to get the first down. Wasn't crazy, but there was one also. I think it was on a 4th down play where he was rolling out to the right, threw across his body, and threw it like 40 yards downfield to Marquise Brown. I think it was. And
the across the body throw that was unbelievable.
Yeah. Like he's like 8-1 right now for MVP, and I know Josh Allen's odds dropped after Week 1 comeback. Lamar's too. I just feel like Patrick Mahomes at 8-1. When I used to say to you, Kay, 2 years ago, when anytime the Chiefs are underdogs plus money, you take them, right?
Because Chiefs are underdogs this weekend.
Yeah, small underdogs like plus 105, but still, you're right, underdogs. Yeah. So
everything looks difficult for them though. For a couple years now,
for the
offensively,
Chiefs.
everything looks like a slug.
They have to.
He's doing all types of things to make drives work and stay alive and score points. And they were having a hard time scoring 20-plus points a game last year. Yeah. Everything looks very difficult. That's my only worry.
It's not as free-flowing.
Exactly right.
As we saw in the
Baltimore or Buffalo.
Exactly.
Everything looks very difficult for them.
Yep, I think that's a great point. All right, on the other side, we'll wrap things up here. Show parlay coming your way. We've got some touchdown bets, sides, totals. We'll give you all of our plays for where we're putting our money this weekend. That's next on The Better Angle with Sean Little and Kate Constable. here on the Bettor Angle. Tennessee and Georgia. This is just a shootout here. Tennessee just scored again. Score 31-30?
35-30.
35-30. Thank you. Internet a little slow to
Georgia's
refresh.
secondary is just
Getting
awful.
torched?
Yeah, and the touchdown Tennessee scored before was like a Moss play where the wide receiver was a bomb. The cornerback was right there, but just kind of slipped a little bit, and the wide receiver just jumped right over him, caught it, mossed him, and then walked into the end zone for the touchdown. Georgia had it first and goal from the 5 and only got a field goal out of it, so you got to score touchdowns, it looks like right now.
Yes, you
but
do.
that's crazy game, 35, and there's still like 11 minutes to go.
In the fourth.
Yeah, so aren't you glad you didn't do your under 73?
Yes, I am. I had the over 50. You guys warned me, don't get greedy. I didn't hit the live under 73 or whatever.
Yeah,
11
you'd
minutes
been
left.
sick right now.
I would. That would not have been good.
And remember, coming into the game, I mentioned it off the top. Never scored more than 17 points against a Georgia defense. Josh Heupel.
That's crazy.
And the Tennessee Volunteers averaging 14. They're putting it on them.
They really
offensively in this game.
Defensively, not so much.
Still a lot of time left.
Defense isn't exactly doing their job, but offense certainly is. Penn State's up 45-0 on Villanova. No surprise there. Texas Tech and Oregon State, that one finally, after a little delay, is underway. 14-0 Texas Tech. I'm telling you, Oregon State is a bad football team this year. End of the third, Iowa State's up 17-13 on Arkansas State. Here's one for you. Texas, 17-3 on UTEP. Texas is at home. Arch Manning gets booed off the field. What'd you say, Randy? 11 incompletions in a row?
It was after his 10th straight incompletion, Texas fans started booing him off the field.
I mean,
I thought he was going to win the Heisman.
Yeah, right?
And you know what? I was actually I didn't make the bet, but I was going to place it after he was like 11 to 1 or 8 to 9 to 1. I was like, that's not terrible odds for a guy who's going to probably, go nuts next couple weeks. Here's his line for today. 8 for 20 for 96 yards, 1 interception. He has, of course, carried the ball 8 times for 37 yards and has scored their only 2 touchdowns on the ground. But certainly
Still,
not
the 8 for 20 is concerning.
That's not Steve
Against
Sarkisian.
UTEP.
Right, against UTEP, who's not good.
In the first half, 5 of 16, 69 pass yards and an interception, and then the 2 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, that's not
5
good.
of 16?
No,
That's
not going to get it done. And that's certainly not going to get it done for Texas fans who, of all the hype over Arch coming in, like talk about short leashes. We did with the Bears a little bit, the Lions this year. That's a short leash for Arch. Maybe he deserves a little bit more time, but after all the offseason hype for him, I can understand why fans are reacting the way they are. Miami and South Florida, we're in a delay there for some weather, but Miami's up 14-3. Games that have wrapped up earlier today. Oregon won big over Northwestern. Georgia Tech, this may be the most notable one, beat number 12 Clemson at Georgia Tech 24-21. A little fire drill field goal to end it for the Yellow Jackets. And they top Clemson. Clemson's now 1-2 on this season. All other games pretty
By the way, good news.
handedly.
Good news. We are at kickoff now for USC Purdue. It says here 5:45. That game was supposed to start at 2:30.
Yep.
Wow.
It's starting
Like
at
it has to be
5:45.
raining all over the country. If we have
Yeah.
USC delayed, we have
Yeah.
Miami delayed, we have Purdue delayed, everywhere
Right.
but what? Here, Chicago.
Right. We had it this morning. It was crazy, raining like crazy, because Dave Ennett, the fine play-by-play voice of WGN, posted a video like at 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning of the rain coming down for Northwestern and Oregon, and it was, you couldn't even see it. There was so much rain going on. Yeah.
Yeah, heard the thunder from my bedroom this morning while that game was starting to get underway. All right, Sean, here's what we do on the show. Build a little show parlay at the end. Our record isn't great, but that's what you're here for now. We're bringing in reinforcements to improve
Let's
our
be
record.
honest, Cam was bringing us down. There's no question.
Yes.
Question.
1,000%. No, that wasn't the case, but we can blame it on him. Kenny, do you want to start us off with your leg? So everyone brings a leg to the parlay. We built it that way, Sean. Kenny, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, I'll go with the Cowboys money line. I know it's minus 240, but I think it's a good leg for a parlay. I think they get the job tomorrow. Get the job done tomorrow. I trust Dak in a bounce back. And Giants stink. Russ stinks.
All right. I can get on board with that. Kenny, can you cook this up in the BetMGM app while we go through these?
Yeah, no problem.
Randy?
I'm going to go with the Lions. Give me the -6.5. I think the Lions are going to beat the Bears, and I think it's going to be fairly easy. I'll say like 31-17 tomorrow. And I think the Lions are going to bounce back after a really disappointing Week 1 loss to the Green Bay Packers. So let's add the Lions -6.5 to that.
Okay.
That's a tough one to swallow, Randy.
I know where you're going with this one, Sean.
Yeah, I like Houston -2.5 in that spot. If you don't want to lay the points, you can go ahead and put it in the money line. I think it's a really, really good spot for a team in C.J. Stroud led that was 61% successfully play-by-play offensively. The expected points added, he had a couple rough spots, 3 sacks, the interception that was ripped out of the other player's hands. Going home, Tampa Bay got really lucky against Atlanta.
Yes, they did.
Give me the Texans going home, and you heard our guy Sean earlier talk about how tough of a home field advantage NRG Stadium is going to be. It's going to be rocking in there Monday night. I like the Texans. Let's call it money line for the parlay.
All right, money line Texans. I like it. I'm looking at a total here. I kind of like the over in Vikings-Falcons. What do we think? Prime time, those are usually unders. You got the Flores defense going up against Penix.
Yeah, you're banking on the young quarterbacks turning it over a little bit, too?
Yeah, I don't love the Falcons defense. I think the Vikings can put up some points at home in their home opener.
Apparently, that's one of the toughest places to play in the entire NFL.
It is loud in that building.
And anytime you ask a player about it, it's like, man, it's really difficult to play up there. So I could see Penix struggling.
Why don't we just go Vikings money line if we're doing a parlay? I'm just going to go Vikings money line.
So we're going boys, Texans.
Lions -6.5.
Lions -6.5. And then the Vikes.
I like it. That's a
I
pretty
think
good
we
one.
should just do Lions money line, so it's a 4-leg
That's
money
fine.
line parlay
All right,
plus
Kenny,
385.
That's good, Kenny.
Let's start the season off with a win.
I like that.
Hopefully. Kenny, you had some. I know you already threw them out.
Before we get to touchdown, Kenny, got any home run?
Ooh.
Yeah, because Kenny's usually
MLB
doing that
still
too.
going on.
I don't know if you've been studying that.
Is it? It
is. I thought it ended, but apparently it's still on.
Yeah, is baseball still on? No home run plays tonight, unfortunately.
All right.
Okay, I'll give a couple out.
Okay.
I like Max Muncy. He's got good numbers against Logan Webb, and you can get him for really good odds because Logan Webb does not give up a lot of home runs. And I'm going to go with Cal Raleigh, who has not hit a home run in a while. He's going to get back on that. He's got 53, which is crazy, right? The guy's got 53 home runs. He's the best defensive catcher in baseball, and he's got no chance to win the American League MVP. So I'll go Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, that is crazy.
As well for a home run tonight.
All right.
Kenny, touchdown, guys?
Yeah, Kenny, repeat because we might have some new listeners right now, the touchdowns that you gave out in Glitch in the System, and then you can give
some
out
really
any
good
sides
looks
you like as well.
Yeah, so we did Daniel Jones, anytime touchdown plus 250 shop around because their prices vary depending on where you shop. So Daniel Jones, anytime touchdown. Jalen Hurts, anytime touchdown, -115. And then CeeDee Lamb plus 110. We also mentioned Jamar Chase at -130 as a possible parlay piece for touchdowns. And then I mentioned how I like the Cowboys. I also like them at -4.5. 49ers -3 tomorrow. I know that Purdy's out, but I think this has come down way too far. I trust Shanahan, Saleh, and that defense to eat Rattler alive.
Yep.
And then the Jaguars +3.5. You guys talked about it. I just don't think the Bengals are in full form yet, and I think Liam Cohen's really going to cook this Bengals defense. I do believe in Trevor Lawrence. I've seen him win the division. I've seen him come down from 27 in a playoff game, go toe-to-toe with Mahomes in a playoff game. I'm buying low here on Jacksonville, and I would even bet the money line at +150.
Jacksonville money line.
That's fair. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Jacksonville Jaguars. I thought they had a sort of impressive Week 1 win. So yeah, I can get on board.
They took
with
care
that.
of business against the Panthers.
I mean,
They should have, and they
the
did.
Bengals were bad. The Bengals were bad in Week 1.
They were.
I mean, they have 7 yards in the second half or something like that?
That was
crazy.
Very concerning. One game that we haven't talked about that I would like to get your guys' thoughts on because I don't really know what to do with it is Colts and Broncos. Like, I think Daniel Jones is not the Daniel Jones that we saw last week. You give him this defense, this Broncos defense that can pressure him a ton. I might just go Daniel Jones unders. Like, that may be the play there is his prop unders.
Yeah, Denver dealing with some injuries. Keep an eye on the injury report. They have a few guys banged up from week 1. I wasn't impressed with how Bo Nix looked. Remember we talked about Bo Nix coming into the year. Bo Nix is a surefire lock to have a great year. Him and J.J. McCarthy are going to be lights out from the jump. Bo Nix did not look very good in week 1 at home against a rookie quarterback and a very mediocre defense. Daniel Jones, I think Daniel Jones has been the one that's been talked about, but the Colts are kind of like they're pretty loaded on skill position spots. Like Jonathan Taylor, of course, is still there. Pittman is really good. They're a lot better overall than I think people realize. The defense that Daniel Jones is going to see is going to be a lot better this week. So we'll see how he performs, but it's a tough spot.
Yeah. Maybe that's just a stay away.
I kind of like the Colts in this game.
Do you?
I like the Colts too.
Okay. Okay.
Second straight home game. You get to, I think it's really beneficial if you get to hang out all camp, get ready to go. You're at home. Then you play week 1. You get a big W, and then you still get to stay home.
Yep.
You don't have to pack up everything and go across country or go somewhere else. I think that part of the handicap isn't talked about enough.
Is anyone betting the Dolphins this week? -1.5? I almost feel like that's the play. They were that bad.
Yeah.
No one's going to want to bet the Dolphins.
Nobody's going to want to bet the Dolphins on a bounce back spot. People are fighting for their jobs.
I mean, we already have a players only meeting week 1. That's never a recipe for success. Maybe we just save our money and skip that.
That's
game
one of those
altogether.
ones where it may mentally send you over the edge. If you if you backed the Finns and they lost, you would be upset with yourself. Yeah,
that would be rough. That's going to do it for us here on The Bettor Angle. Thank you to our guests, Sean Pendergast and Dannon Hughes, for taking the time to join us today. He's Sean Little. I'm Kate Constable. We'll be back same time next week. Have a great weekend.
Bear down.